grapple cancelling, playing the neutral extremely well, gets the bonk!
Don't know if Genuine got a glimpse of him though as he's making his escape. As I say that though, Railgun and Mike getting at it, but Railgun gets the spear duel, spear to greatsword combo, catching Mike again. Throw these boosts. Ops his ult, holding his momentum. Mike burning Sin's ult. He knows if he can weather this stone, he can easily kill Sin after this. All he has to do is survive this invisible pressure. Gets the pressure.
Oh my lord!
On the Invismatari. Soul reaches in. Now he's on this run for his life. Sends the RMB, but he's just delaying the inevitable. Mike with the huge berry.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！ 你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小蜘蛛。新赛季我们必将跨过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。
让我试试。哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Popped here, Reki, having cancelled his ult of 75%, Wang Liang gets the uppercut combo, gets the chase, but Mike comes in and steals it away. Wang Liang, he does have the buff. About 60% of his ultimate health, he has that gold dagger. Shen Yuan using the purple pulse sword on the Ferrier, using that range to his advantage. Grapple cancelling, playing the neutral extremely well, gets the bonk!
Don't know if Shen Yuan got a glimpse of him though as he's making his escape. As I say that, the Railgun and Mike getting at it, but Railgun gets the spear, Spear to greatsword combo, catching Mike again. Throw these boosts. Ops his ult, holding his momentum. Mike burning Sin's ult. He knows if he can weather this storm, he can easily kill Sin after this. All he has to do is survive this invisible pressure. Gets the
Oh my lord!
On the Invismatari. Soul reached in. Now he's on this run for his life. Sends the RMB, but he's just delaying the inevitable. Mike with the huge berry.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小得主。新赛季我们必将跨过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。
让我试试。哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战法。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
Oh, ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace.
Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我们再次恭喜2023永劫无间之联赛春季赛首个双周的3排冠军，他们就是 KLA。
随着其他队伍的进步以及版本的更替，我们的优势或许已经在减少，但是我们的默契以及比赛经验，他们仍然难以匹敌。
你看这点要不要开？
哎，我的小
2把。抓了一个
，OK， 能补，冲了。
他这边积极把杰 team 在环游界里面打败了，时间还有，时间还有，但是如果被秒一个，那就有可能不好打了。
秒了一个，小
坏了，
心情注定是难以平复的，只能说我们没有把握好这巨大的优势。与其说魔之友来了，还不如先从自身找问题。
屡战屡败成为了我们的常态。既然考拉也熬出头了，
我认为我们夺冠的那一天也不会很遥远。
这个时候的话，吉利中间在忙自己的队友拆火，平头那边受不了了，平头只有一丝血了，平头倒了。哦呦，再抓一个，直接抓，漂亮，一锤定烟基地。我这边，我来了。
与捷杯冠军失之交臂，对我们来说算不上什么遗憾。得到进一步补强的 GoIL 一定会给你们全新的答案。
从开赛第一天的发挥稀烂到周冠军的失之交臂，新赛季的起步就充满了波折。离开赛场的这半年时间，我一定能追回来。
战与边缘直接打起来了，这一刀直接开砍，伤害还不错，能秒人吗？
能秒掉最后一丝血。
如愿以偿的获得了第一个冠军，虽然只是一个小小的周冠，但是对于我们来说是莫大的激励。
来哭了，神庙，打神庙，
放符了，符这边的话应该是已经盖下这个手动，而且还抓了一个，直接就手抓了，
一颗草。
全新的 KLA 充满了无限的可能。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League for the Spring Split bi-weekly. I am your host, Nbpl, and we're accompanied by somebody new tonight, and hopefully for the rest of the season. John P is going to be working with us tonight as we're going to get through 6 games of our continuous games of trios tonight. As you saw from the promo, there's a lot of upsets, there's a lot of hype, and obviously KLA just steady being an absolute stomping ground for the rest of these teams. But John, welcome. How are you feeling tonight?
I'm excited. I'm feeling good. It's a little bit early here in the UK. I think I was up at like 6 a.m. this morning, but when it's NARAKA, you get up at any time to get involved in some NARAKA, right? But I'm hyped, man. Look, I've been bouncing around sort of like the UK, European, collegiate, uni level stuff. So when I got the call from the big boys to jump up to the big gigs, I couldn't say no, right? So I'm excited for these games, man.
You got to take any advantages that you can. Welcome to the roster. And at the same time, you and Jake are going to be great friends because Jake continuously also is not happy with the early mornings that he has to get up and do these castings. So I definitely can see your pain as well. Meanwhile, over here, it's 1 a.m. So, you know, it's a completely different other side to that spectrum. So, you know, we're, like I said, halfway across the world, but at the same time, the love for NARAKA is still strong. Now, as we're gonna get ready to lock in, we have 6 games of intensity. Obviously last week's trios games was absolutely nuts. I mean, from just the absolute back and forths to some of the teams that were just trying to claw their way from the very bottom spectrum of the roster and even getting themselves into that top 8. It's not easy. So obviously we're back at it again. We're gonna see some more action coming in, and I think it's teams A through C tonight. I think.
Yeah, I think you're correct when I looked a little bit earlier on. But either way, look, we got some banger teams. It's obviously trios. It's a completely different dynamic to the likes of a solo game, for example. And like you mentioned, it's been upset central, right? I mean, we've seen the likes of KLA come in, and I think we saw it in the promo video, one of their players say, look, we finally got our first NARAKA championship, although it is only a bi-weekly championship. It's still something that, you know, these teams, you know, coming into the likes of the bi-weekly and into the pro league, it's a stepping stone, right? It's something that they can build off of. And when you're taking down the likes of J Team, the likes of XCG, you know, who are these powerhouse teams, and the likes of TE, you know, this is a good stepping stone for their team like KLA.
Oh, especially for KLA, because XCG has just played such a dominant game so far. It really doesn't look like there's any real chance for anybody else to take those spots. But KLA is definitely one of the surprising teams that I think a lot of people didn't expect to be in their NARAKA bingo, as we say. But obviously, so far for KLA, it's been absolutely phenomenal here, and they've done a fantastic job. So let's hope that they can keep that same roster and hopefully keep the same pressure on XCG, and hopefully maybe some of these other teams will actually start to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our standings and how things are currently set up. Currently the bottom 6, you could say, through GS all the way down to TK. One team here, though, that I wanna make a quick point on, Dabby, is the side of Wolves, the side of Team Wolves, right? They're currently sitting at 19th. They had a quite poor start to this season, it's safe to say, and is that due to it seems like they're sort of resembling their poor run of form and the issues that they had back at Worlds? Then heading into obviously the 8th spot through to 14th, you got the likes of KLA, like we mentioned, had a fantastic start back in bi-weekly number 1. Won their first championship, picked up the likes of JDG, WBG, sitting 11th and 12th as well. But I think what the main talking points are going to be about are the teams inside of that top 8, of course, as we've mentioned the likes of...
And by the way, KLA was struggling, though. Even with that 75, they fought their way to get into that top 9 as well. So let's obviously they're still not in the top, because at the same point they also didn't play their day 1. So they're gonna have their opportunity here to really try to tie it up with XCG and also the likes of J Team and AOW, which J Team, you know, when they first started, they had a very, very, you know, rough situation, and obviously they were able to make it work with 131 points, and obviously he wasn't able to play in day number 2, and it's the same thing with TE as well. So with XCG and AOW staying at the top of those 2 here, we're really going to be looking at some of those teams here that are at the bottom that didn't get a chance to play that day 1, and hopefully we'll see how that day 3 pops off for them and sees if they can really see if they are going to be a big up and coming tender for XCG and AOW.
Yeah, and this is just why we speak about consistency so much in Battle Royale games, but in particular the likes of NARAKA, because of this amazing point system that we've built out, and it's one of my favorite point systems in the whole of Battle Royale esports. That, you know, the fact that one team has missed day 1 or day 2 and they're still around the 100-point mark, and if they have a good day 3 today, it puts them right back in contention. That's why sort of, you know, consistency is key. That statement always comes to mind when you think about playing at the highest level, in particular in the Nbpl. But if you look at the average points per game, J Team, TE, XCG, they're the teams that always remain on the tip of your tongue, right, Darby? And I think you can see why.
I mean, it's more so surprising seeing the average points per game, but then seeing where the roster stands currently with XCG at the top. It goes to show you that just because you have those top average points doesn't necessarily mean that you will be at the top of the leaderboard. Sometimes it is those smart plays. Sometimes it is getting those early eliminations and playing smart to the end to get those, you know, to get those rank points. Those rank points are massive, man. 4 points can really be the difference between you being, you know, in the top 3 versus in the top 6. And obviously a lot of these teams were really smart in that, especially KLA, who really focused on getting early eliminations and obviously was able to just knock it out the park at the very end, clutching some of those close-knit games. And obviously I think they got more than one dub from the other night with KLA. So obviously KLA has a lot of work to do to juggle all the way up to the top 8, but starting at 8th place, it's not bad. That's pretty good. That means they only got 7 more places to go. I'm pretty good with my math real quick, so I'm just gonna say, you know, I think
better than me, Dabby, all right? Better than me. There's a reason I dropped out of school at 16 to play video games, all right? So I'm not gonna try and do the math.
And now look at you. And now look at you.
And now I'm here trying to do the math that I probably should have listened to about 6 or 7 years ago, right? But no, quickly, we mentioned the fact that we've got 6 games. Of course, we're gonna be having 2 games on Holoroth. They're gonna be sandwiched into game number 2 and 5, and then the 4 other games on Morris Isle. So we're gonna kick things off as always on Morris Isle here, and just talk to me as we see these teams backstage getting ready to head on to the stage. The dynamic and the difference in the way these 2 maps are played, right? It's a big talking point when we talk about professional NARAKA.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that you'll start to see is this strategy, but at the same time, you was here last season. Last season was an absolute roller coaster of what we call the meta. The meta was just, you know, obviously with every game, there's always a meta that everybody pushes for, and ZPing was an absolute meta. Okay, when it came to healing, when it came to just absolutely staying alive and focusing on late game, that was a big importance, especially for some of the solos. As for trios, obviously the transformer comps were very important, but Justina was also a very big surprise as well for some of their games. Now obviously, now that we have a second monk, aka our Farah, who is you know, has our large mech, she also has been another addition that has really caused some chaos for you know, obviously Morris and Holoroth here, as we look at the Team TE here, who's at the very bottom of the leaderboard, very close to the bottom, not at the very bottom. Oh no, and actually I take that back, they're 5th place. 9.5 average kills with a 44,000 average damage here. So the damage here has been absolutely massive, but also what's also been a lot bigger this season is heals. Heals has been such a big trifecta with some of these plays, with some of these players in this full team comp. It's been wild to see, but obviously our Transformer comp has been a massive, massive favorite, and obviously it'll forever be here to stay. And obviously with Pharah being the addition, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, literally, I think that statement sums it up quite well, right? If you decide to play off meta or not have a Transformer in your comp, you're pretty much just going to get ran through in every single engagement or fight you get in. So, listen, if
you're 3 points.
Yeah, exactly, and it's that statement, right? That if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? And at the moment, it seems to, although you could say Transformer comps could be broken in question every now and then, but I think you get what I'm trying to say here, that'd be right. But anyway, KLA, this is a team that I'm really excited coming into, especially off the back of, you know, winning that bi-weekly a few weeks ago. Sitting in 9th spot, you mentioned, I think it was day 2 that they missed, or day 1 that they missed. Coming into day 3, they know that if they can replicate that same performance that they can put on, they're right back up into the standings to potentially take home this bi-weekly.
Oh, and absolutely. And they have the opportunity for it too. They just have to seize the moment. But at the same time, knowing that we still have the weekly finals, as long as they qualify, that's really all that matters. Because at the same point, they're still going to need to work on all of the other things too, knowing that when we finally get to the bi-weekly, we're going to be going up against the best of the best. As we look at OC, who's placed in 18th, sadly, with 3.5 average kills, 17k damage, and a top 5 of 11%. Now, the one team that I'm hoping really starts to pop off here, hopefully, is the King. The King, as I talked about specifically in so many ways, I was absolutely disappointed by their performance, only getting 5 points total. Let me give you the difference between the very last place versus the place that's on top of them. The place that's on top of them got at least 20 points. Now, 20 points isn't nothing to crack at. But when you look at 5 points versus 20, it's like,
it's
come
a
on,
big difference, right?
I need y'all to figure it out.
It's one of those things where if you're really down in the dumps, it's sometimes a big confidence factor, and especially like NARAKA with the likes of the Transformer comps and the teams that are above them. Some of these teams, they play such a high pace, like fast tempo, set and aggressive style of play, that if you're sort of down in the dumps around the bottom of the standings, you can really find it hard to sort of drag yourself off the floor. But hey, listen, we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully that we see some sort of fight back from them. But here we go. I think we're getting ready, Derby, to start our game number 1 here as we're headed over to Morris Isle.
Lots of madness coming through with these games here as we're going to get ready to lock this in for our first game of the night here for the spring split for Nbpl. A lot of vibes are getting ready as we're going to see Balda, EWG, JJH, JDG, WBG, Rune's favorite team, Wolves, going to be able to knock it out the park here as we're going to lock in for our hero picks for our Morris Isle Dawn. Don, tell me what's going on.
Yeah, well, no surprise, we're seeing a heavy Monk. We're seeing a little bit of Therian mixed into there as well. The likes of the Zippings coming through also. You would say this is pretty much standard stuff. I mean, we are seeing for the side of Wolves and even JL, I think that's Yoto coming through. I mean, I know when I was casted back in the collegiate scene in Europe and in the UK for a while, a few months back, I think I played a solo lobby at one point, which I think all 15 players had Yoto. It's one of my favorite characters in the game.
Yes.
Such a fantastic, fast, high-tempo style type of character. Really exciting to watch. But either way, I think if you look across the board and you show these picks to people and you show them to someone that's probably only watched NARAKA a few times, they'll pretty much say, okay, this is sort of what we expected. I don't think there's any craziness coming out from any of these squads.
Absolutely here, as obviously with everyone locking in here, you love to see it as we're going to get ready to put this down for Morris Isle as the spread is so much more wider than I've ever seen before here. We're going to get the most that we're ever going to see inside of 2 places. Shipwreck's Expense, which is KLA and EWG is going to be landing there. So hopefully we're going to see another fantastic fight. But also on the right side of Crow's Nest here, I mean, we have GG's. I see Bowd on the other side here, WBG, and obviously GS and 2 other teams are also going to be landing in Sunwing's Rest. Very surprised to see this, but the majority of some of these other teams, Wolves is going to take Celestia by themselves. We have another team that's going to be all the way on the far right side here of Golden Tortoise, right in between where the sand and the grass meet. And then there's at least 3 other teams that are in separate little spaces here, not really trying to get into too many early contested fights here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. But ladies and gentlemen, let's lock this in Game 1 starts right now with KLA, as always, going back into this roster, finding 2 gold tropes immediately. Hopefully a very good start for them. Hopefully seeing maybe if they can get something decent out of it. Some blues and purple. Beautiful start to this team here, and obviously EWG immediately following right there behind us. JL actually is going to go in and claim the first elimination here as GG and JDG fighting this out, noticing that GG's Miss Kia ends up getting eliminated first. LXM trying to see if they can escape as fast as possible, but sadly it's not going to be enough, and obviously the 1v3 shutting them down, taking GG out. Full team gone, and hopefully has to go back to the resurrection and run it back here. Meanwhile, back at KLA and EWG, the madness is already starting as the spears and the dual blades start to go absolutely massive, following in on QGG. Meanwhile, EWG on the inside is getting absolutely bullied by another team. Meanwhile, Yeron just gets absolutely parried, shut down, pushed to a corner, and says, see you later, good try. You messed with the wrong ones. You should have went somewhere else. And they also got to go back for the salty run back.
Hey, listen, well, if this is how we're going to start the day, I'm really excited to see what the rest of the day is going on. We've seen a massacre already to kick things off here in game number 1 here on Morris Island. KLA coming in strong, starting off, following on from their success over the past few weeks. And that's going to, again, buy really big into the confidence for a team like KLA. They know, okay, they have already technically a day behind in the point stand. It's just to come in already and pick up a team wipe instantaneously, forcing one of those squads back over to the resurrection. And already, I think we've seen 3 squads in total bow out early and lose their revive early doors here. So already, Nabia, I think these teams are coming in with a high tempo, setting the pace early and not letting any teams settle. And although we had quite a big spread across the board on the initial drop, seems like we still got quite a bit of action on our hands already. And for now, it is going to be 3:30 for the side of GG. Has got WBG.
This is their reset too, by the way.
Oh yeah, they're one of the squads that jumped out early, right? Damn.
Yes,
so
this is one of they immediately was able to find a space, and obviously JDG nearby. Same with WBG as well. Within this space, could actually fight this out if they really felt like it here. They do have some blues. Looks like WBG has at least 1 purple on them there, so they do have a slight little bit of an advantage here. But obviously, with all of these games, anything can change, and just in a matter of seconds, it can go from them being the easy defeating winner to all of a sudden now the entire structure has changed here. As it looks like Zayue might be the one that gets pushed up here, but from JDG, he has to be careful here, as it looks like another teammate's going to be able to come through as well here. Goes for the grapple. Looks like he wants to try to fight this out with Sleepwalker here, but just kind of sends a quick warning. And it looks like they're still potentially going to chase this here, as LSR is just going to try to dip away as best as possible. You don't want to get caught in the 1v3, and sadly LSR could be that person, as Sleepwalker is going to pop over the Monk, and LSR also following suit right with it, doing the exact same thing. Immediately juggling forward on each side here, and they start the fist fight immediately within this, and it looks like he's able to grab one, and he grabs Kobe, ends up throwing him down so far, and to the point where it literally can slam him mid-air and then grab him again for another potential slab. It looks like LSR is actually making it harder for Sleepwalker to do it, as Sleepwalker actually ends up dropping Kobe for a big reset here. Kobe ends up getting destroyed here, but WBG's Jing with the Terracotta Warrior putting in so much damage. Obviously, the heals coming in very, very structurally sound for PP here, helping out, and obviously the defense coming in. Kobe trying to hold it for as long as possible, but obviously the 2v1s are just so detrimental. It is not easy here, and those numbers are going to be very, very important. Beautiful parry, though, coming in from WBG's Jing. Obviously, Zayue also trying to do the exact same thing, but obviously the 1v3, the easy shutdown. WBG plays this smart. They play a little aggressive, and they're rewarded for it.
Yeah, I like the counter pop out of the Transform of the Monk as well instantly. As soon as they see the side of JTG pop that the aggression comes through, the counter pop from Sleepwalker comes out. And I think it was really initially that starting grab that he got onto, I think it was Kopi, right? Who tried to get away, grabbed him, yanked him, said, where you going, boy, come here, not today, slams him into the ground. And from there, in the 3v2, you just take 2 individual 2v1s, and it should be GG from there on out to WBG. Starting things off nicely here. It was their first team wipe of the game. For the side of J team, though, they're the squad at the moment that come in terms of... They held the highest standing for total average points per game, or kills per game, correct? Like,
that was JT. Like, that was JT, yes.
21 or 22 odd per game. And but again, you mentioned the fact that still KCG just sits underneath them, so they're going to need to step up.
Obviously stepping up indeed, as it looks like TE is going to actually come through right in the front of Zayue, which ends up getting absolutely destroyed here. Same with TYC, right in the midst of a massive Bane's Breath here. Obviously, TE able to call it off in a beautiful time here, but obviously, Ron also trying to do the exact same thing, gets the swipe, and somehow still is not been getting really destroyed here by the Banes, and obviously, it looks like I'm going to speak that a little bit too soon here, because obviously the Bane's Breath is going to do a lot of work here. Sadly, you know, being a massive monk inside of a hut probably isn't the best choice here of action, because obviously that could cost you.
Yeah, Bane's Breath still coming down. Is going to do a tiny bit of damage, but TXJ from the side of TE is going to avoid it. But either way, though, for the side of TE, they come out on top there, and for the side, though, of TK, they have got GS to deal with. So how can the side of GS maneuver their way around this one? It's going to be a bit of a disengage, though. I thought Leo was going to start to aggress over towards Sad, but
in the pro scene, there's a lot of kind of picking back and forth. Sometimes they kind of like to do a little bit of spy training, as I like to say sometimes, where, you know, they get close, they don't necessarily get too aggressive, they just want to say, hey, where are you going? What's going on? What y'all doing over there?
Yeah, but it's like recon, right? Like, you just try to gather sort of whereabouts and get the gist of where the other teams are trying to play. You can do a little bit of poke damage and chunk down some of those.
Information is powerful, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, I mean, it looks like the information has come through for the side of GS, and well, they're going to step on the front foot slightly and not slip quite into fifth gear, not even fourth, maybe third, just to try and grab a little bit of extra loot. They do so, and looking across the board here already, you can see quite a few teams already dropped out early on. We've seen Ventus, all OUG, all out already. Moonbane Charm is going to be used by none other than Moon himself. You can see where the zone starts to shift us over towards here. Majority of the teams set up nice and safely, already got good positioning on the map. It's just KLA lurking on the outside of the southeastern side. EWG as well, hanging out inside the zone also.
Look at the spread, though. It looks like Valda on the right side here is going to be heading towards the realm of Yang. It looks like they're already ready to go. They probably will have a free space for it, and obviously GS. And another team is also going to be doing the exact same thing. Meanwhile, in a totally different space, they're not even worried about the realm of Yang here, as they got their fights of their own to worry about, as GG and JL also going to be able to fight this out, as JL is going to decide to use their Wushen back out of this fight. Obviously, TK is going to start looking for them. GG Miskilia also is going to be able to try to see if they can find him as well. Meanwhile, pops the no ult zone here. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a full-blown classic fight here, as the long swords from Fang is going to try to see if they can connect to 330. Going to get juggled by two teammates from JL, as GG is also going to continue to push onto AS here. Very tough situation, as he's dangerously low. Might be able to potentially back out of this, and it's the same thing for LXM here, as GG's Miskilia ends up getting juggled. Beautiful elimination coming through, as Sat7 is going to be able to clutch that together. Meanwhile, 40 is going to be able to claim the elimination with a bow to GG's Miskilia. Meanwhile, JLAS trying to keep the game alive. Really is not taking too much damage here within this fight, even though it's a 1v3 here. Yodahime ulti comes in at a great time here, trying to see if maybe they can go for not only the escape, but also maybe to try to get some massive damage on one of these players here, as AS is just juggling back and forth, swinging around as much as possible, trying to get away here. Obviously is able to get the beautiful shield swap, gets a beautiful parry onto one of the players here, shuts him down massively here, and forces him to back off. Meanwhile, AS is not going to make it easy for TK to claim this elimination here. Goes for the musket shots, is able to actually connect some, as well as AK is going to continue this push here, and AS is just waiting for them to push onward, hopefully to try to get a free strike on him as well here, as the trail healing from it as well, trying to see if maybe they can put it together, but AS is just struggling just to try to get away. The slow tick from the outside of the circle is just take away their heals just little by little. They're trying to get any sort of free observation, anything with defense. Maybe they can get a free parry out of this too. They do have heals, but obviously being outside of the circle is obviously not good, as it looks like another player actually decides to join in this fight as well. And it looks like ZU obviously is able to do as much as possible. Sat7 is able to go through with the monk and do some crowd control, as everybody scatters immediately.
I love that from AS. All that was just pure buy-in time while these two other players come back up for the resurrect, right? And we see that come through, and then it was just literally buy-in time, waiting as long as possible, and then Fang and ZU managed to get themselves back together and get AS out of a very tricky predicament in it did. And although TK, I thought they played it very, very well to start with, it wasn't even them that was involved in the initial engagement with JL. They come through on the third party, and I think they took a few kills out of that relatively easily. They just couldn't convert them, unfortunately, onto AS, and luckily for AS, Pang and ZU do come back to the rescue. And for TK, I think they said, okay, that's enough for one day. Let's just get ourselves safe over towards the next area, and we'll live to see another day and maybe fight it a little bit later on in the later stages of the game. But already
left to fight another day. They got lucky. AS was, I mean, obviously they were able to do exactly what they can, but I got to give it up. AS, man, really kept that fight alive for as long as absolutely humanly possible, even with the circle takes, even with the third party. That from a player like AS, that was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and it looks like for a second we thought that the disengage was going to come through, but both squads decide to go back into it. It's going to be AK and Fang. They lead the charge for either side of the team. Lots of damage being dealt across both sides of AK, though, very, very low. Sad also going to end up falling alongside those as well. So JL, AS was the one in trouble, but it looks like JL were going to be the thorn to come back and fight the side of the team of TK. Turn our attention over to the side of Wolves. Going to be JJH, going to be Godly, trying to engage. Lots of damage dealt across the board for both once again.
Love the separation coming in from the Terracotta, though, as LXX is going to try to see if maybe they can use the Yodahime to put some problems in on Godly. Maybe one of the other players, as Chuli gets absolutely destroyed and sent on the other side of the wall. As Wolves, LX is going to be able to force the back off here. Looks like could potentially be doing the same thing here as LX. He's going to try to separate as long as possible here. Looks like Godly actually lost the grapple here, as Chuli is going to be able to connect that. Now, let's see what happens. Obviously, gets hit a few times here by the spear coming in from Chuli. As immediately, they're going to keep the aggression right onto Wolves LXX here. Trying to see if they can claim it for as much as possible here. Beautiful F3 being thrown as he starts to get absolutely trampled by those dual blades here, trying to keep it together. The defense going very, very well for LXX, but obviously it's not going to be enough here because all it really takes is a few pieces of connectivity. But KLA is going to come through and decide to cause some issues as well, as Godly ends up getting eliminated in seconds, and Chuli just being caught in the follow back right in the forefront. And obviously, beautiful shutdown, but luckily they do have their Vermilion's Bird Might, so obviously they will be able to go through with the resurrection and keep some of their loot, and they're still ready to fight another day. But KLA comes in a beautiful time to capture some quick elimination.
Yeah, KLA played that beautifully. They saw the opportunity, they seized it, and they pounced, and they find the additional elimination points to do so. But listen, they've up to 8 kills now, and for a team that, you know, had a little bit of pressure coming into the back of them after missing one of the game days, to say, you guys have got to perform here in game number 3, or in day number 3, sorry, should I say. They're doing just that, but for the side of JT, Eagle getting hunted down by Moon. And his teammate just going to be grappling his way out of trouble, just trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and that duo. Trying to get himself back over towards TN. Or the side of Bowder, though. They're just going to disengage as well. But you got to say, though, KLA again, supreme opportunists is a phrase that comes to mind. They sense that a team is going to be a little bit low and they engage to try and pick up the additional points, and they do just that. But Zeman, though, is going to engage for the side of OC, but he's left in the 3 versus 1, and Bowder, they're just going to go hunting. He's in a very, very tough spot here, Darby, and somehow manages to get away and separate and put a little bit of distance in.
Obviously not going to be enough for Moon here. So is their other teammate, as Malman's going to be by himself here, as it looks like he's going to go back. Could potentially go for a resurrection here, but let's see what happens here. But Zay Meng actually comes through. This man was lucky. If there was any more seconds prior to that fight, they would have fully committed to that, and somebody would have been walking out of there with a quick resurrection. Meanwhile, it seems like the Bird is going to be able to come through at a beautiful time here for another Realm of Yang. But as we go back into the replays here, to see how the past Realm of Yangs were going, we had a fight between Bauda and WBG that we missed earlier here. Massive hits coming in from all of the monks here. Doesn't look like there was any free grabs from some of these players here. The Terracotta Warrior comes through from WBG's Jing, trying to see if they can capture some beautiful hits here, and it looks like he does as they put pressure onto Lion TT, and it looks like dangerously low. Moon ends up actually getting caught out first here, and obviously Lion TT and the rest of the team starts to fumble as WBG was able to clutch up the first one of the Realm of Yang. So the question is, can they come back and can they do it again?
For the side of KLA, they've got JJH to deal with, and We are going to see them enter the realm of Yang, so no, wait the challenger, and here we go.
Oh!
Looks like
KLA gets a freebie!
They got a freebie. That's I don't think if you ask any NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League team if you want a freebie in the realm of Yang, no one's going to say no.
Very rare.
Soon. Very, very rare. They got a nice free drop to themselves. For the other side, though, speaking of the drop, it looks like the side of GS have got the drop on to Miskia. It's going to be really low. The transform does come through, though, just to buy a little bit more time. For the side of GS, they're going to go hunting, and this should be somewhat of a freebie for them in the 3 versus 1. See, Miskia, unfortunately, inevitably come to his demise, but 4-3-30, though, still getting hunted down by the side of JT. Not a lot to work with. It's going to get grappled onto. It's going to be one. It's going to be Tien who grapples onto him, closes the distance once again. This man's getting carved up like a Sunday roast, my friend here, Damien. Unfortunately, for him, J-Team, that's the one team you do not want to run into in a 1v3.
Oh, that's tough for GG's. GG's one of my favorite teams so far, and has always been. I said it before. GG, one of the greatest monks that they have on their team. 330, an absolute powerhouse of a player. When he starts to pop off, when he starts to connect, when he starts to really put his points together here with the rest of his team, I mean, a man like him can be absolutely dangerous. So it's very unfortunate here. Meanwhile, KLA is just continuing destruction, as they were on the Ballista Bow here, as looks like now they're going to continue on and possibly push towards WBG. It looks like they're going to pop off here, put a little bit of space in between them, though, and it looks like they might have found J-Team's Eagle. And 101, as it looks like they're going to be able to go on the inside. They probably saw them through the cracks in the wall here, and it's going to be able to get for the free corner here. Beautiful hits coming through, as it looks like CXZ is going to be able to catch 101 TN in a bad situation, and obviously the Monk ult coming out to force to do that, but obviously KLA knows exactly what to do. KLA catches 2 more free eliminations and sends J-Team packing and says, see ya in game number 2.
You know, I have been so impressed, Darby, with KLA's reactions to reading situations and reading fights across the board and just studying and managing their time on the map. So many times they've either heard an engagement come on and then they play for the third party and got the free eliminations, or they just keep tabs on where teams like to set up or where teams could potentially be located. They catch two players from the side of JT with their pants down, and well, they spank them into the next game, you could say. But for the side of TE, though, and TXJ, it's going to be Sorrow from the squad of Wolves that they turn their attention to. TXJ just going to try and close that distance with the grapple as much as possible, but Sorrow trying to maintain that by using the grapple of his own to maintain a little bit of safety net between himself and this squad. But I think, unfortunately for him, he's going to grapple all the way over towards JDG. And I think TXJ have seen, okay, we've got a third, if not a fourth party here as well, because I think WBG are just starting to make their way over as well. We're about to turn our way into potentially a 4-way team engagement here.
It's not like we haven't seen any of those before here, as it looks like TE is going to try to see if they can back off of this TXJ. Trying to hold on for as long as possible here. It looks like he's able to at least get some form of movement to get out of harm's way here. As it looks like WBG's Sleepwalker is going to try to see if they can make it harder here for TXG, but TXJ is able to find a good, safe place potentially here not to get caught up. Meanwhile, JDG is on the inside, probably inside of a cave here, and obviously they're in a very safe space here. Doesn't necessarily need to force anything if they don't have to. They have 3 eliminations. They're in the top 4 at this game here, and obviously there's still a plethora of teams here to fight, but obviously usually is the time where we start to slow it down with some of these teams. So let's see how they're going to be able to put any of this together here with this team. As AS and the rest of JL on this other side here also, as well as the Wushin is going to be able to give some great blocks here from their F. As WBG's Jing. Oh, nice hit coming in from PP. And it looks like he's able to hit him again here. Sorrow's just trying to dip out. Oh, beautiful hits. Massive damage onto Sorrow. If WBG Jing and the rest of the team was not at the very top here, they could have potentially pushed into that cave.
I bet they were caught in 2 ways. They were like, do we crunch and try to engage to pick up the elimination, or do we just hold suit and be patient? Sometimes you can get caught being a bit over aggressive and just walk your way into another team or walk your way into 2 or 3 more squads. But for now, Sorrow somehow, it's like the man's got a bit of red paint on the back, and balls are just charging at him left, right, and center here, because every single time he seems to set up, he gets pushed and aggressed by another squad. But KLA, probably my team of this first game so far, in just terms of the way they played the map and just the opportunities that have come their way so far, looking to potentially hunt for a few more. But out of all the squads that are inside this zone, I think they're the ones that have got the furthest distance between themselves across the spreads to the other squads. And if you're the side of KLA, right, and you're in this position, you know already your confidence is up, you're in full flow. Yes, you know that you've missed one of the day's worth of games. Getting a start and an important first win here with a decent point game, right? Surely that's going to work wonders for your confidence going into the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, confidence definitely has to skyrocket, especially after the last performance that they had. They obviously will definitely have a lot of confidence coming into these next games here, as the Bane's Breath does get called, and it doesn't look like there's really going to be any eliminations. There's no team that was really going to be inside of it as well. But also, the Bane's Breath has been putting in some damage in the last few weeks. Very surprising to see how impactful the Bane's Breath can still be, even in a time like this where some of these pros are doing the most they can. Meanwhile, AS looks like he might have had his eyesight on somebody here. It could have been by the face of GS Loyoy. Looks like he's going to try to see if they can find a bow shot here, and it looks like it's KLA. Doesn't look like they're any successful at all here, as they're going to try to shoot from the cannon, as GS and actually is on the opposite side with a ballista bow. Could be able to catch somebody slipping here if they're not watching, if they're not paying attention here, as it looks like he's going to be able to find one. But the question is, are they going to be able to connect them? And it doesn't look like they are, as it looks like AS is going to be able to go for the Morris Blessing. Finding that gold shield here, still has that purple katana.
Not a bad pickup for free as well out of the Morris Blessing. No one contests it other than JL, so they come away with that scratch free. And still got Sorrow lurking outside. T as well, looking to come and check things out. But we are going to turn our attention to a 3-way engagement. But I say 3-way engagement, it's more a 2-way engagement, because there is a solo player left alive for the side of GG, who I do think ended up falling. WBG, though, is going to come in and find a couple of their own. I think that was going to be Jing who picked up the kill. He's going to just back himself off, get the repairs up and running, ready for the next engagement. And gotta say, WBG, they're a team that look like they're on a mission right now, currently sitting at 7 kills on the board, 69 total points. But as we turn our attentions to another very well talked about team, the side of TE, they're going hunting, trying to find Z-Meng. For the side of OC, the grapple comes towards somehow. Z-Meng still alive, tries to parry himself away, can't manage it, does do a little bit of damage however, but I think he is going to be caught, unfortunately. Great job to stay alive for as long as he did, but unfortunately the health was so low. One more hit would have done it for him. The side of TE pick up another kill.
Obviously, the burn damage too, able to do as much work as they can, because sometimes that's all you necessarily need is just a little bit of a burn, and just like that, you're sizzled like a big old fajita. That's Sizzler. Meanwhile, I got it again. We're going to be able to put this together as Jing tries to find some shots here, but ends up getting hit on his own here. It looks like JJA trying to see if they can find anything, as WBG is going to be right behind them, trying to put some defense behind one of their main players here as AS. Looks like we were going to witness a Yoda Hime ulti, but it looks like they found an elimination here, and that was on TLE's LYD. Unfortunate for a pro player, as LYD probably got caught in a very bad situation. It looks like he was caught between that HUD and a wall. So obviously, if we look back over here, it looks like WBG is putting teams KLA in a very similar situation. No one has been eliminated yet.
War on the ballista. Does get taken straight off of it. Fantastic shots, though, from Jing. It's going to be Godly trying to work the revive if possible. Does get him back up and running, so Water does live to see another day, but great shots out of Jing, and surely the side of WBG need to try and engage before the shields are up and running again. They don't. They do wait, and now it's the side of JJH who seems to be doing a little bit of chunk damage over towards the side of WBG. I think it was Sleepwalker who had about half of his shield ripped off, but not to worry, he should be more than comfortable coping with that. And as we take a look at this zone starting to move its way in, I'm going to be forcing these players closer and closer in together. I think we're going to enter that stage of the game here, Dabby, where things get a little bit crazy.
And we love to see it here. It looks like JL is going to be on the top of this hill. Meanwhile, JDG is also in a very similar situation as GS is going to be on the backside of this map. Ends up catching LSR. Massive Monk stunned, unable to move and unable to work the way that he needs to, as it looks like LSR is going to be able to push in immediately after that. Sees that maybe he was able to grab one, and it looks like he was lucky enough to get Kofi and gets the throwdown, but sadly the impact does not work because the Wushin is able to take him out in such a beautiful fashion. It was exactly what they needed here. That way they can keep the game alive. But I can't say the same for LS, as he ends up getting yoinked by one, and then ends up getting yoinked by another, then the totally opposite direction, and gets eliminated because of it. Wow! What a beautiful find coming in. KLA trying to put in massive damage here onto this one player, and it looks like KLA CXZ is able to actually do that and steal elimination away from the Monk here. Looks like KLA finding a backstretch spot here right in front of this hut and these rocks. Just try to see if they can get a little bit of heals and go for a quick reset here. Meanwhile, WBG caught a very bad situation here. Same with Val Long here. Dangerously low. And obviously the Terracotta Warrior is going to be able to swing it and the eliminations that they need to. As QGG trying to be a little sneaky here with the Ballista Bow, but obviously everybody, especially some of these people that are already ulted, said, no, no, no. I'm letting you get up on there and start some trouble. We're already trouble here. We don't need to do anything more. As it looks like JJH trying to see what they can do here with the ricochets. The long-range weapons, especially the cannons, has been very, very detrimental to a lot of these teams. Because obviously, you can have as much melee as possible, but you're going to need something that helps you learn how to shoot, especially in third person. Very, very interesting as WBG feet very dangerously low and ends up getting blitzed immediately by the pole sword. It looks like the grabs start to come in. CXZ also going to be able to find one, but sadly it's not going to be enough, as immediately he's going to be able to get the throwdown. Eliminates Viper. Jing, dangerously low. Can he get the grab? No, someone else takes him and snatches him up. And obviously LSR is able to claim that elimination as well.
Yeah, Fang gonna get lots of damage dealt as well. Sorry, not Fang. I was talking about a different player from the side of JJH. It's gonna be Sheely, who unfortunately is gonna fall. LSR does so much work with that Monk transform as well, and I think we're down to potentially our 2 or 3 remaining teams to be JJH, JDG, and the squad of KLA. I'm not too sure how this remaining player from KLA is surviving and staying alive. Somehow, some way is getting out of trouble. It's going to be the side of JDG though, who tries to put the foot on the gas and take the fight to the side of JJH. Water relatively low as well. It's going to be Zhao though, who picks up one. Godly trying to run away, trying to put this distance between himself and the player from JDG, but both players from the side of JJH relatively low. And in the 3 versus 2, surely JDG, sorry, it's not even a 3v2. Somehow that player from KLA is still alive. I don't even see 17 alive here. Still available for his squad to try and clutch up if possible. Godly though is inevitably going to fall, and in the 3 versus 1, it should be nothing but GG here, and JDG could see this one out as they now turn their attentions to water, and it should be JDG who pick up our game number 1 win.
Oh, absolutely. It's probably going to be JDG's here as full team coming through with absolute promise and gets the eliminations the way that they need to here. Definitely more than the eliminations that we saw within the finals circles just to be able to close this out. And obviously, it's going to be showing and raining red as much as can be, as JDG is going to be able to claim the first elimination for tonight. And so far, JDG putting in so much work for a beautiful shutdown here. I mean, LSR coming through with massive eliminations as a tank. I mean, he was throwing them down like a massive, massive kid at a candy bar shop. Just so much of getting that quick grab. If he doesn't like it, whop. Get that grab. If he doesn't like it, whop. And gets him over and over again. LSR picking up so many eliminations. He has to be the MVP of this game.
I was about to say, I think it was really come down to the way LSR and his decision making on when to pop the transform and the ult as well, which was a real pivotal thing for the side of JDG picking up that map number 1 a win. And you mentioned that damage on the throwdown from the Monk transform, so useful and vital in these later stages of the game. But across the board though, you got to say commiserations to the likes of KLA, and I think it was JJH as well who sat inside the final 3, but Hey ho, sometimes when you got a monk going a little bit gung-ho, it's only going to end one way, right?
It has to, especially for a team like JDG, which in reality, KLA was also tagging along very, very closely by. So KLA also could have had a massive opportunity to get that dub as well. They did a great job throughout that game, catching eliminations, especially catching people when they were dangerously low. Either they just finished up a fight or they're about to start up a fight, and somehow they always came out victorious too. So very surprised to see that they didn't win. But for JDG, they put in a lot of effort within this game and really got a chance to show a lot of people, yo, we are dangerous people. Fear me, roar.
Yeah, and I got to say, just across the board, I think it was really a quite fast tempoed game in reality, because I feel like we didn't really have much downtime. There was probably 1 or 2 stages in the game where it was the transition from like the 3rd to 4th zone where we saw a little bit of distance between the teams, but other than that, it was very, very high tempo for the majority of the time throughout the whole game. And I think that was really, you know, evident from the way the likes of KLA, I think it was GG, who started off relatively quickly to pick up the first few eliminations. And I mean, look, I'm excited for the rest of the games. We're obviously switching over to Holler Off now for game number 2 shortly, but coming off the back of that game number 1 with surely JDG, they're going to be feeling themselves going into that next map.
Oh, absolutely. You have to be going into a massive game like this, as we're going to get ready to see the scoreboard here for our first game. And obviously, the madness is just getting started. We're going to lock in 5 more games of NARAKA BLADEPOINT here for our spring split. And I'm very, very excited. If JDG can put in that magic, so can some of these other teams. Hopefully. I just want to see my team, the King, actually pop off. But so does Wolves as well. Wolves is a very dangerous team, as we're going to look in for the standings here for our game. And obviously not surprised, JDG at the first, but with 14 eliminations coming through and a 27.4, I mean, you cannot go wrong. Meanwhile, right in between that, KLA with 12 eliminations of 18 points was massive, and so is that 2.5. I'm telling you, the 3 to 5 ranking points are very, very, very important here, as it looks like JLA also is right behind WBG, making it 16, 15, 14, 32, 1.5 as well. And obviously that 18.5 coming through for JL has been absolutely phenomenal for them too. So very surprised to see where they're at here. But obviously, I just want to talk about this. The King finally got more than 1 or 2 eliminations. They got 6. Ranking up to, obviously, 6 eliminations, but still, that's a massive start for the King. Hopefully, we start to see them a little bit more. And obviously, from this, we're going to be not surprised to see who's going to be taking home the MVP for this game. And it's going to be LSR with 6 eliminations, 17,000 plus damage. Using that monk in his V1 and his F2. That's impressive coming in from LSR.
Yeah, lots of damage to say at the least. And when you've got a player like LSR who you can really rely on to shine in those key moments, in particular in those team fights, to just pop the transform ult, to make himself go Super Saiyan as such and just throw people down like the showdown. And it's, you know, it really helps you as a team in the later stages of the game. But let's take a look at the highlights across the board from the side of JTG. And they started things off relatively well at the start of the game with a nice team fight win over the side of GG.
Definitely a GG's coming in, as WBG Sleepwalker is going to be able to do the exact same thing. Meanwhile, KLA, from what we saw earlier here, trying to see if they can find it. CXZ ends up getting caught, as QGG is going to be able to get through with that shutdown, as Q also going to be able to find the massive monk, gets close and starts to bully them as well. So there's still more to do. There's still more things to happen. Good Lord.
Yeah, and this here was the end game, right? This is where LSR really went huge, just doing so much damage while that V's popped. And I think he ended up grabbing 2 or 3 players in that final part of the zone as well to sort of put the numbers from what was a 5-way team engagement down to the final 3. But one thing I liked about JDG, is they kept the foot on the gas and they didn't allow the final 2 teams any sort of breathing room. And okay, yes, it's a little bit easier to do that when you're playing a 3v2v1 or a 3v1 or a 3v2, but you know, strength in numbers, man, is the reason why it works so much, right? But here we go. The MVP, of course, is going to be LSR. So much damage, a fantastic use of the kill, 6 assists as well. You know, lots and lots of good work from LSR, so there's no surprise to see you pick up MVP of game number 1.
Repair roll, flame breath, twin shot, dual blade sap, siphon technique, and health soul jade here. Obviously that flames breath and that twin shot being an absolute best friend here for a player that uses either the bow or the musket here within this space. And obviously those skill and ultimates coming in with the 7,900, almost 8K skills and ultimates here. Beautiful shutdown though, as JDG is going to claim our first elimination. We still have 5 more left representing each region. And it's going to be very, very fun to have a great time here at the NBPL for our bi-weekly spring splits. Now, obviously getting ready for our next game. They still have some work to do. 130 is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're obviously heading over towards Holorov now, right? So it's a completely different change of dynamic from the likes of Morris Isle. We're going to see a different style of play, I think, you know, across the board Holorov games, at least from my experience in the European region, from where I used to cast in a sort of like collegiate level. It was a little bit more of a slower paced style of game because the map's dynamic is slightly different. I'm excited though to see if the likes of JDG can come in hot and continue to perform really, really well, because I think, you know, one thing that separates the top teams, the likes of XCG, the likes of T, for example, you know, it's their ability to be able to adapt to so many different situations, no matter what the map is, no matter what the situation is, no matter what the numbers advantage is. And for example, so can a squad like JDG do that? We'll have to wait and see, because this next map on Holorov is going to be a big test for them.
Holorov is going to be an absolute stress test for the majority of these teams here. And obviously I feel like the meta is going to be very much heal based here for our trios, even though the transformer comps are still always going to be very needed. But I do think the heals don't get enough credit for the work that they do when it comes to playing with these teams. Now obviously coming through with this, going from Morris Isle to Holorov is a different experience, different place, is a different time, is a difference of everything. So obviously coming into this, it's usually a lot more passive, usually. And that's also because with Zaping has the bubble. The bubble actually doesn't start until you actually get hit. And then all of a sudden, psh. So even with that as well, they were able to do a lot here. So let's hope that they're able to repeat the same actions they did last week.
Yeah, listen, time will tell, right? We are just counting down the minutes before we get into that game number 2. And hey, it's almost like I knew that was going to happen, right? As we're going to head over in to get things lock and loaded relatively soon for game number 2. You mentioned, obviously, the hill meta on the likes of Holorov, very, very well recognized. We're still going to see the likes of the Transformers come in to play. And I think Zipping, I think I was speaking to... I was speaking to Arun the other night, actually, off the back of one of his broadcasts, and I was like, what makes Zipping so great in NARAKA? And he was like, you know, Zipping technically shouldn't be really, really good, but one of her abilities, the bubble, just completely breaks the meta of the game, and it makes no sense at all. And that, of course, being the fact that you don't get hit, you don't get anything from a hit stun, in those engagements. And that's why we've seen Zipping so heavily meta this season, but especially on the likes of Holorov. But the team's just going through their pre-match paces, making sure everything's all good, locked in, ready to go. And, you know, for the teams that had a bad game number 1, how do you attack Holorov here, Dabby? Do you come in with okay, yes, we know it's a little bit more passive of a map style? Do we maybe try to take a faster tempo and catch teams by surprise, or do they stick to what they're used to doing and trying to work on things?
I think staying in their same space is very, very important sometimes. I think it depends on the type of fights, especially in trios here. If it was solos, I feel like maybe like hiding in more places, or at least being a little bit more passive, can be very, very helpful for you. But as a trio, it's really hard for you to really be stealth unless your full team is sitting in a bush, sitting in a building, sitting in any place where you realistically don't really know where else to go. So there definitely needs to be some aggression in game 2, especially from some of these players that barely was able to catch any eliminations within this game. They're going to need to do some decent comeback scoring. But obviously, even for a team like KLA that did lose, they gained a lot of points from this. So as we're able to turn that one around too for this game, let's see if they're going to be able to knock it out of the park. I'm kind of excited to see what they do with it, and I think the more that we talk about it, the more interested people are going to get.
Yeah, and you know, the whole storyline factor and building storylines throughout the whole season, of course, is something that we've inevitably spoke about as a broadcast team. But I think we're slowly but surely starting to see those storylines be built throughout the bi-weeklies, and we are going to get the first glimpse of potentially the likes of EWG are going to be rocking. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, sort of thinking back.
Here's my question for you, since you did a lot of the collegiate stuff. What do you think is some of the biggest differences between the college, or the collegiate, and then also like the pro scene? So
I think just pure overall game mechanics and understanding in a game properly. Like you look at the way certain teams, the likes of KLA, for example, in game number 1, I use it as a great example because I thought they played the third party so well, whereas a lot of, you know, sort of lesser experienced teams might come in a little bit gung-ho, guns blazing, and cost themselves, you know, the early eliminations. But yeah, I think in terms of the biggest difference is just overall game mechanics and understanding of how the map and how the game should most likely be played. But here we go, we have the hero picks up on the screen for you. No surprises at all, really. We're seeing a lot of Monk, we're seeing a bit of Feria here and there. We've got the likes of the few zippings as well. Yoto's very much included as well for the likes of J-Team, PG, and JL. I mean, here, Dabby, we're going into the likes of follow-up. We've already mentioned the slight differences. Anything here that really shocks you across the board? It looks pretty standard, right?
No, very much not. I think we might see maybe some surprises more in Holleroth in our game number 5. But obviously in our early game, the Transformers are going to be very, very powerful. Surprised to see a small amount of Vipers just in general, but not surprised to see a lot of the tanks and obviously the Tumult coming through, being very, very helpful for their team and very detrimental to be able to slow down some of the enemy's movements here. So that way they have to prioritize actually walking in a massive storm than it is to be in one. As we're going to be able to lock this down. We love this game. This game is cool. And we hope you guys get a chance to enjoy it as we lock in here and we see another very widespread circle coming through from a lot of these teams. It's like EWG and one other player is going to be in the center of Celestra. That is going to be WBG. Follow suit of that. And it looks like we're going to see something different here inside the JDG G team. And All-Star in general here, as we're going to be able to see where all of the rotations start to go. But yeah, it's going to be a very aggressive start for some of these players, and other ones are going to play is very passive, and that's just because they just don't see nobody.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that we're seeing the Tumult brought back in here on to Holleroth. Honestly, I have such a love-hate relationship with Tumult. He's fantastic to use, but when you have a very good Temi player heading your way, it's like, okay, I might as well just stand still here because I'm just going to get beaten up inevitably. But either way, let's see how things kick off here. We've got Bowder and the side of KLA, both in the same drop spots. We saw KLA get really aggressive off the rip back in Morris Isle. Oh, they're going to be doing the same here again as already. They are going to try and close that distance. The side of KLA, YKC, going to try and grapple his way over towards one of the players. Is going to do a little bit of damage. It's going to be Malman. Inevitably, it looks like he's going to take a dive, and unfortunately, it's getting a bit wet and wild here for the side of Bowder early on, but it is going to be a Lion TT to come back and help his teammate out if possible. Lots of damage dealt across the scene for both squads. As YKC still trying to close that distance, but the parry comes through. Lion TT is going to chunk him down. Lots of damage being dealt from both sides here. KYC is going to get his health shredded down to just over half, but likewise, so does Lion TT. Now the attention turns to Moon, and unfortunately, it looks like it could be an eclipse early on here for the side of KLC as they just seem to stormroll their way through the first engagement against Bowder.
Nice fight here coming in from YKC as he's sadly caught within this space here, as it looks like he's going to be able to get the pick up here. CXZ is going to be able to do the rest of the work and get the elimination on the Bowder's Moon. And Bowder's Moon gonna get their first limbs claimed. And obviously with 2 eliminations is a decent start, but now they only have 1 resurrection, so they're gonna have to figure this out. Meanwhile, OC in a straight shooting battle here with JL. Those cannons trying to put a massive damage on some of these players here. It looks like Nbpl is able to get found here by One Fang, but the parry comes through at a beautiful time. Meanwhile, the Yoda-Hime ulti coming through at a really good time, trying to see if they can find some beautiful hits here, and catches Annalie inside by himself, as Fang gets absolutely destroyed by a longsword here. And obviously the beautiful parry. Oh man, Slayer coming through at such a beautiful time here. Now OC trying to create some damage as the ulti immediately comes through. The massive monk is going to try to see if they can get some grabs as well, and it looks like they do. And the throw is going to claim an elimination onto AS. As it looks like TU is going to be the only one by themselves here and decides to back off, but obviously it's not going to be enough.
OC going pedal to the metal, and unfortunately for ZU is going to drop as well, and that's a great start. 3 for 3 for the side of OC. I'm not going to cross the borders like JJH, of course, have picked up 3 for their own as well. And it looks like we'll probably enter that stage where this Holorov game starts to settle down a little bit. It seems like people have fought for the drop spots, the resurrections for a few teams forced to come out early on. JDG, they're going to pick themselves up again, and of course, our game number 1 winners. If you joined us late, here we are now, of course, on Holorov. Game number 1 over on Morris Isle goes the way of JDG. Fantastic performance from the squad in red. J-Team, though, however, they want to try and get their games up and running. Wouldn't say disappointing performance in game number 1, or probably to their standards, you could say it was. They want to try and correct things here on Holorov, as 101 is going to try and help out his squad, but that's the team of TE that he seems to be fighting, and looks like he's just forcing the squad away as far as possible. Does try to grapple to engage closer. For the side of TE, though, just maintaining that distance, keeping themselves at a close range, waiting for the team to group before inevitably this fight takes place. Here we go, the grapple comes through for the side of J-Team. ZK, though, is going to get caught. Bane's Breath doing a little bit of damage across the board early on here, and it's the side of J-Team. Unfortunately, that's caught slap bang in the middle. T, though, look like they're going to try and get away, but J-Team hot on their heels, not allowing any form of breathing room. And well, they forced them straight into the side of TK.
Meanwhile, Sad 7 is going to force the back off here, but it's obviously not going to be enough, as Sad 7 ends up getting grabbed, hit for all of the bows, and ends up getting destroyed immediately in seconds. Now, obviously, TK is going to have to go and try to see if they can get their friend here, as T is not going to make it easy for him, as J-Team's ZX is going to also try to see if they can pop the bubble, and it looks like they surprisingly do, as it looks like LAYD wow. That was a crazy clutch. Meanwhile, T trying to fight this out here with J-Team ZK. Beautiful longsword is going to be pulled out here, and it's going to be able to tell them to be put in your place.
That's at a JDG, though. LSR, of course, MVP from map number 1. Coming back, coming in strong. Trying to pick up from where they left off on Morris Isle. Already, they do pick up 1 elimination. Sitting at 98 total points so far for day number 3.
JDG is going to find their safe spot and their safe haven and try to find some more things here. Meanwhile, YKC and the rest of the Wolves, or should I say KLA, right at the top of the Wolves. And it looks like Bishu, looks like he wants to get some of this action here. And it looks like he might be able to, though, as the gravel comes in. Very surprised to see the amount of fights that they've been in so far here. KLA able to do as much as possible here, and obviously 99%. Even with all of that put together, though. Absolutely insane recovery coming from Sorrow here under Wolves. Wolves able to do what they can at the Faria. Ulti comes through here. It looks like it's going to be a Rocket v Rocket.
Wolves trying to do as much damage towards the side of KLA as possible. Gonna be Benchu forcing YKC to back up and move away. Benchu though, still got lots of health to kill. I think he does manage to end up grabbing one, and it's gonna be the side of KLA though, who chunks him down, takes him straight out of the ult. And here comes the engagement now. The third party for the side of GG. Sandstorm is gonna be coming through from Temi. XM next to try and grab the high advantage, scout out and get a little bit of information as to where these players might be, but I think they may have an inkling that a few of these players are quite low. Here comes the side of GG. They are going to pick up one, if I'm correct, and it's going to be QGG. And we've got the first Realm of Yang of the game. Make it the second, as we're going to see JDG and J-Team, as well as the side of GS up against OC. So, first Realm of Yang are going head-to-head at the moment, and so far it seems like it's the side of GS who have got the slight upper hand advantage. Here comes the side of OC though, however. The ults, the transforms from both monks going to be popped and come through. Lots of damage dealt though over towards either player, and for the side of GS, unfortunately, it looks like they're going to be able to just about survive here as the Met transform comes through as well. Lots of damage dealt between both squads. GS though, one player it's going to be, and I think who is going to be dropped, Luyi as well, unfortunately going to fall, and just like that, it's up to Zhao to stay alive for the squad. And I think this should just be the nail in the final coffin for this Realm of Yang here. And if all goes to plans, bar an absolute miracle in a 1v3, it should be the side of OC who pick up the first Realm of Yang.
We'll shut down here for OC. OC been very struggling though throughout these games, so obviously a Realm of Yang dub is going to be very special and super helpful for them within these games here. It looks like they're going to go back through the Resurrection, the Realm of Yang portal.
And I mean, for OC, that's going to be great for them, right? That's going to be fantastic. They get themselves the nice upgrades. They get the buffs that they need. And for the side of OC, it allows them to work their way into the later stages of this game a little bit better than they would have done. So, KLA though, I'm going to be hanging out over towards the trees. I like to call this the koala strat. Just hanging on for dear life, just hanging off the trees, bouncing it back, having fun with the boys.
You have to. Sometimes in situations where you have to play numbers, you have to play Spider-Man. And in some of these places here, it's not easy, but you definitely have to be able to be smart and go, hey, this is probably something that we should probably prioritize currently. If we catch someone by themselves, that might be the time to strike. But that's it.
Yeah, for the side of GS though, they're not playing Spider-Man just yet. Seems to be like they're crawling across the map like actual spiders themselves, so they're going to be just flying across the map, crossing as quickly as possible. And for the side of GS, and Luyi and Zhao, of course, they're the ones that come off the worst for wear in the Realm of Yang. Didn't manage to pick up those buffs like they would have done, and they're going to run straight into the side of WBG. Pippi, Sleepwalker, and Co. Rebirth Chomp going to be coming through from Sorrow though, as they're going to turn their attention to the side of JJH, but here comes the engagement. It's going to be GS versus WBG. Early splash damage, though, definitely coming out for the side of WBG. It's going to be Zhao, though, unfortunately, has that shield and armor ripped completely off. So Sleepwalker doing so much damage with the cannon. You mentioned earlier on, Dabby, that, yes, cool, it's great having those melee weapons that do so much damage up close and personal, but sometimes you just got to cock it back and let it blow.
Well, absolutely, that risk, that high risk, high reward is very rewarding in these spaces, though. As Jing trying to hold on for as long as possible here, and obviously the double ulti coming in on each side here. Very detrimental as Zayu is going to try to see if he can get the nice grab, get the slash on each side here, and obviously gets the first grab, gets the throwdown, obviously gets the finish immediately following it, and WBG Speedwalker, oh, is going to be able to push him off the cliff, and he does, and says, see you later, buddy. Ends up looking at him on the other side here, gets the throwdown, almost gets the shutdown here, but he's like at least 10 HP, and obviously the rest of his team and WBG is going to knock out Zhao.
Yeah, WBG played it fantastically. So much splash damage done from Sleepwalker as well. The engage comes through, cleans up the kills relatively early. Don't drop a player in the process as well. So WBG is going to go ahead and get the repair jobs up and underway, get that health, get the armor replenished and up, ready to rock and roll. But that's nice from them. That's something that's going to help them going into the later stages of the competition for sure. But JJH, sorry, they're going to have to unfortunately deal with only having 2 players alive. It's going to be Godly on water. Unfortunately, Chili did fall earlier on, and I don't think the Resurrection is going to be able to come out this late into the game. But for the side of TE, though, here comes GG. They're going to try and close that gap. We saw Miski earlier on in game number 1 on Morris. Oh, go a little bit crazy at times, but for the side of PE, though, it looks like GG aren't going to give them a room to breathe. Yes, okay, that storm is going to chunk up a little bit of damage, but still, we're in the end, I think, phase number 3, so it won't be too much to worry about. But when you're getting a lot of damage dealt your way by the blades of the side of TE, you don't want to be hanging around here too much. Transform comes through from TXJ's, tries to grab one out, but it's going to be VV who actually forced the numbers advantage, goes in favor of the squad of GG. But TXJ, he knows that a couple of these players are low, but I think they've delayed long enough to get the replenish through. He's going to take a lot of damage. Oh my god, look at the bullets raining through, chunking up damage onto TXJ. And just like that, it looks like the tables have very much been flipped into GG's favor. But I say that, though, the parry comes through. It's going to be Miskia, who did get dropped down low, but I think a little bit of health regeneration comes through, and all of a sudden, GG, clean-up shot on the side of TE. Unfortunately, yeah, they're going to come off worse for wear.
TE, sadly, just trying to just put it together, and obviously GG is able to shut down any momentum, any movement that they have, just to be able to get the right to say, see you later. We hope you have a fantastic one. Very, very unfortunate here within this game, but obviously, as a person, we have successfully done that.
Take a little look at the zone, though, where these players seem to be set up and located. A decent spread still across the board, but we do see the side of JL, though, inside the realm of Yang. Waiting should any challenger seem to oppose and come upon their throne, and it's going to be J-Team who said, okay, JL, we see you, buddy, we see you. We're going to come and join the party as well. So here we go, second realm of Yang of the game. I think for the side of J-Team as well. They were in the first one back in zone number 2, so second realm of Yang of the game for them. And here we go, the engagement starts to come through between J-Team and JL. Early on already, AS. See you later, buddy. What's the point of you even being in here if you're going to die that quickly? Early on, though, straight away, J-Team turn their attention to the final player, which is going to be ZU for the side of JL, as both Feng is going to be cut up to shreds along with AS. And, oh my lord, blink and you miss it. That will be one of the quickest Realm of Yangs you'll ever see in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.
That was really fast. Surprisingly, even with all that going on, even she's like, wow, that was crazy. Because now we're back at it again into the normal realm. It looks like Serena and
And for the side of JT, man, there's going to be so much confidence built for them, Derby. So much confidence. They've won the first realm of Yang. They've won their second trip into it as well. And to do it in such devastating, fast-paced fashion as well, that's fantastic. I think that's actually seen them move up to second in the rankings as well. I think they started the day off in third. So in the overall leaderboards for the bi-weeklies going into game number 2, they've now moved up one spot as well. So 101. And the squad looking relatively good. They're just shuffling things out, making sure they've got the best inventory possible and ready to go for the later stages of the game. You've got to say, though, looking across the board, So many kills in the kill column for Eagle. 6 in this one game so far. I think 3 of those have come inside the realm of Yang. So he's a clutch master. He knows when he needs to go huge for his squad. Decided GG though. I'm just going to be hanging out over towards the lake. Just kicking back, relaxing. Catching the views, dipping their toes in the water slightly. Olarov's a hot map, man. Nice sandy desert. I say that as we actually enter the frozen sector of the map itself. But either way, though, we will wait and see how this game starts to play out. Did LXM get a read, though, that Eagle from the side of J-Team is close by? I think he's just slightly too far away to read the grapples and hear them for the sound cues. This Olarov, though, has caught me by surprise. This is it's been a little bit more aggressively tempoed than I probably initially thought it would be. It can happen with Olarov, man, especially with some of these with the metas and how the tanks are. It definitely can be very, very, very meta depending on how you play it. As Zinyu is going to be on this rotation, you're trying to keep this alive, but they end up crashing and finding EWG. The rest of his teammate right on the backstretch here, they immediately ulti and try to see if they can catch Zayu in a very bad situation. Now, obviously, the heal up comes out at a beautiful time, and obviously, the Faria is going to be able to drop off. Try to dip out as much as they can here. As the Viper ult shows up, definitely don't want to be here. So much damage dealt. So much damage dealt from JL. And it's going to be Fang who leads the way. And it looked for a second like that mech pop was going to be the downfall of JL, but Fang somehow keeping it alive in the 2v1. Has got to go huge, though. I say that, well, that's a big uppercut, and see you later, Fang. For the side of EWG, though, the revive will come very comfortably through. I think the hills will just come off in time for Yeren to stay alive. But as that zone starts to move now into the likes of Zone 4 and Zone 5, it's starting to get a little bit hot inside the not so safe zone. You don't want to be getting caught in there. That's a lot of damage dealt just naturally to the actual zone itself. But I think we are down to what is going to be our final few remaining teams, and there's still a long way to go in this game. Still 10 minutes and 30 seconds left on the game clock. JDG, though, one thing to note, are champions from game number 1. They're going to be bowed out. KLA, though, still standing strong here, though, Derby, with 9 kills. You've got GG with 7, OC behind them with 8. So, you mentioned these teams towards the bottom, man. They put 1 or 2 good performances on each game, and they can shoot themselves way up the rankings. It's the mentality. Not only the mentality, but it's the confidence going into these fights, knowing that you're going to win. Obviously, when it comes to these games, it really can be anybody's game, and the differentiation between how one fight can be versus the next can be absolutely detrimental to one player. Meanwhile, all you really need to do is eliminate one of them and immediately becomes a 3v2 situation. So the advantage is also just as massive. And if more important, in these Spectres, as now, even putting in all of these ones, there's still going to be more coming into this as we're going to be having a good time, and I'm excited to see what we can do, as it looks like KLA, QGG trying to see if they can find something as well here within this space. The bow trying to make some more of all of the situation happening here, as they're just going to start to just look and be safe within these measures. It's going to be QGG doing so much damage, though, from range onto 2TYC. Yeren as well getting chunked up. Both do manage to get the health regen up and running eventually, but you can see the cavalry has started to arrive from the side of KLA. It's going to be on the other side of things, though. The Sandstorm popped from EWG, and that's going to clean up shop. Are going to manage to get themselves some additional goodies out of that one, but KLA, though, still holding them at height, and I think EWG, they might have a bit of a tough spot here. I love the fact that KLA are playing this such an aggressive cliffside, because it's holding them at the edge of zone, right? Like, this is basically free kills for the side of KLA if they continue to play it correctly. It's going to be interesting, though, as, you know, EWG really trying to find the space that they need to, though, but they really have been playing a very successful game for themselves and the rest of the team here. Gold shield coming in from Yeron, obviously blue for Zaya Liu, and obviously Tutu with that purple. Wolves up top. Double X. The question is he by himself? I don't know, but it looks like Yeron was able to find him here.
as J-Team also was able to find WBG as well, another same contender that we were talking about earlier here, who they were end up getting the first eliminations here as J-Team was able to shut down WBG, and it looks like we're going to be seeing the exact same thing as J-Team actually tries to come through, and it looks like even with the third party here, they end up getting caught in the crossfire and loses one of their teammates. The beautiful Wu Shen is going to be able to take them out in such a great time. Let's see what they're going to be able to do as well here. As ZK able to find them as well here, trying to see if they can play the time as well as Tut. Looking at EWG, as EWG has just been absolutely going shopping for a monstrous amount of Soul Jays, trying to find exactly what they need. They definitely were deep in their bag when they had that one.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? You gotta do what you gotta do. As for the side of EWG, though, they're still caught over in this engagement with the side of KLA, but we're going to leave that one for now and turn our attentions over towards WBG. Looks like they've got OC, Wolves, and a J-Team all within the same vicinity. Nice little block there come through from Sleepwalker, but oh lord, he gets his armor chunked straight off. That's going to force the transform to come through just to keep himself up and running alive in this one. But here come the side of GG, though. I think they smell that a few of these players are low, and PP, what are you doing, my friend? You can't stand still there, and you got the NXM who comes through to find the kill. ZK, though, unfortunately for the side of J-Team's going to be dropped, and GG, they have just absolutely bounced on this one and torn the sides of J-Team and WBG apart here, Darby.
See how they're going to be able to put this one together here, as LXM was going to try to see if they can grapple, but ends up getting grappled and a shot themselves as J-Team's Eagle ends up getting eliminated here, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to come through with that finish here as EWG trying to see if they can gather some more intel, as 10 eliminations coming in from J-Team is going to be a very, very strong start for them within this game, as they still going to be able to do more. Meanwhile, EWG with 6 eliminations, GG with 8, an entirely different set of eliminations and game from what they had earlier, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to work towards this one, though. See how they can put this one together here, as 101 TN trying to do the exact same thing, going for the shield, going for the reset by themselves is not looking good, but EWG is caught within an absolute war zone of epic proportions. So many weapons ricocheting on each space. I'm talking bows, I'm taking musket shots, I'm talking cannons from all different directions here. Surprised to see EWG with a massive amounts of heals and shields within this space here, as they're still going to be able to try to see if they can find it. Miss Kia is going to have to rotate this in here, and so is the rest of the team coming out at the very bottom here. EWG having that top space being very helpful for them, and though as J-Team by themselves, it looks like it's going to be a one-on-one, trying to see if they can rotate this in, trying not to get caught in a tough situation here, but they still have to work towards that. Let's see if they have the opportunity to, because it really can be tough if they don't. Let's see here, as 101 is going to be able to catch double LX in this situation. Oh, turns around, gets an insane double parry, and sends both EWG players back and says, back off, buddy. What do you think you're about to do, buddy? I don't know what you think you're doing, but my name is 101, and I'm here to show you why I'm one of the best on his team. As he's able to shut that down, Eagle and ZK already eliminated here, so it's just him by himself, but a beautiful parry to shut it down and to send them back.
Oh, you got to say, when you need someone to go clutch and pull off a play, 101 is the person to do that. The double parry of gods, you could say, to keep himself alive and just maintain that distance. But for GG, though, they try to get a little bit engaged. The grab doesn't come through, though, from Yeren. Narrowly misses out on that. So far, the transform not doing too much damage. But as I say that, Miskia is going to be caught. The Yoto ulti, though, coming through is going to do so much damage on to Yeren, but I say so much damage. Of course, he has got the transform popped into his V, so nothing too much to worry about. On the other side, though, is going to be Z-Main, also going to have the ult pop. The aggression from 101 comes straight through. He gets caught mid-air, though, and slammed onto the ground. 101, yes, okay, my friend, you're a nutty player, but sometimes you may have bitten off a little bit more than you can chew, and OC punishes them. The grab mid-air, though, from that player is ridiculous, to catch 101 literally mid-air, slams him onto the ground. That's all that they can buy out in this game here, though. The mech is going to be popped from Xiao Liu. Sorry. Also popped on the other side from Zemo. Does get tagged up relatively heavily, though. It's going to force them to come out of the aggression, though. I like here from EWG. They know a few players here are going to be low. Here comes the Sandstorm, though, from the Temi. Gonna just give his team a little bit more wiggle room and breathing room to work with EWG, though. They're in a great spot. They're the ones that, okay, yes, they have to work their way up towards the hill, but they're catching so many players rotating in front of them. Lots of damage across the board, though. Lin is gonna come through, aggress straight onto the side of EWG. It's gonna be one player that falls. They're now turning their attention over towards Yaren. Does manage to get himself out of trouble just on the other side of the rock, though. JJH, they're still alive and kicking. It's going to be Godly trying to grab one of these players out and yoink him towards them. He does manage to find one. Going to slam them to the ground. I think that was Yeren who they managed to catch. And another one comes through. Why are you challenging him? He's just picking them out of the air. It's like plucking. It's like taking candy from a baby here, Dabby. Picking them out of the air and slamming them to the ground. The side of JJH has done a fantastic job. And they're still maintaining this height.
Oh man, even with this overspace here, GG actually gets sent here by Annalie here from OC. They have the observation all the way up top here with that goat. It's gonna be very helpful as Muskuya pops up the insanity and the timing of the Yotahime ulti, getting in massive hits of damage though. Can he steal this elimination from him? Yes, he can, as Muskuya is gonna be able to shut them down. Meanwhile, sends another player from JJ on the outside here as OC trying to put this together, but this could be GG's game. Been holding on for as long as they could and absolutely not getting caught in bad situations. The 2v3 coming through here. JJ trying to hold it for as long as possible, but Godly gets absolutely shredded, and obviously the outside tick of the circle is going to be able to do the rest as Water trying to hold on for as long as they absolutely possibly can, as Alex Sam is going to be able to shut this down, and obviously GG is going to be your winner for our game number 2, a completely different team from what we saw in game number 1, getting shut down, barely getting any eliminations, and becoming the top player in our game number 2. GG says GG's to everybody in this lobby and says run it back, baby, because just because we lost that first game doesn't mean we ain't gonna bring the hurt in number 2.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. GG's, you could say, all around. Any team that you met, the same fate was upon them, and I've got to say, I thought they maintained and managed that situation very, very well, because for a while it looked like the squad of I think it was JJH, right, who had the height for so long that were just plucking people out of the air and looked so good. GG, they managed to gain the space that they needed, the slight space towards the bottom of that natural terrain, and they just went to work one by one and picked off people left, right, and center. So great stuff from the side of GG, and gotta say, 2 different winners from back-to-back games. We're in for a very intriguing night of NARAKA here, Dabby. What a performance though from GG.
Absolute insanity shutdown here coming in for GG, as like we said, a completely different performance from what we saw in our game number 1, and obviously a massive one for them, doing it in such great style and shutting it down every which way that they can. Now obviously going into the rest of it here, we still have some more games as we're going to be heading right back to Morris for our next game here, and it's still going to be a good time had by all.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to head back to Morris for sure. It's
what are your thoughts?
Interesting.
What are your thoughts here on this game 1 though? What did you think? Or not game 1, game 2?
No, games. Do you know what? I thought that it was again. I mentioned that it was played a little bit more faster paced, the initial sort of first and middle stages of the game than what I initially anticipated. You know, when we think of Holorov, you mentioned it yourself and hit the nail on the head that usually it's a little bit more passive. We like to see teams sort of, it's a map that I feel that you build your way into, and then we see a lot of the craziness happen towards the middle and later stages of the game. But no, from the get-go, it was really fast paced tempoed. I liked it a lot, and I thought overall teams, especially that last team fight where it was sort of like cliff to cliff, right, towards the final stages of the zone, there was like 6 teams all together, and that final fight was just ridiculous. So listen, if we're gonna see more of the same than what we've seen so far tonight, listen, get me back every day, all right, because I'm loving it right now. It's lots of interesting games, to say the least, and the fact that we're getting different winners for every game we've seen so far, again, we talk about storylines, right, it just continues to build,
and hopefully it keeps getting bigger here, as obviously GG's is going to be your winners here for our game number 2. We still have About 4 more games left into this spectrum so far here. There's still been a heck of a lot of surprises here so far, even with EWG, who's putting up a decent amount of points, even from the shutdown from KLA from earlier here. Very surprised to see that go down as well, and just goes to show you really anything can happen in these games. You just got to pay attention, because you never know who is going to sweep through the rug, who is going to absolutely put it down, and who's going to shut it down within these games. Now, obviously, for John P and ourselves, this has been a very different game from how game 1 was. Very, very, very different. Okay, even from the likes of JDG, who was still able to pick up some eliminations here, and obviously we're going to be able to give you guys the scoreboards here in just a moment here. But reflecting on all of that, I have to give it up. Seeing that double parry close to the very end, he's fighting somebody, he's full chasing, and then literally turns around and gets the absolute shutdown here. That was one of the best plays I've seen to keep the recovery going here. As we look at it, 19 eliminations coming in from GG, and a 35.4 for our roster. Unbelievable coming through from GG's. A completely different score from what we saw in our game number 1. And obviously EWG and J-Team actually tie in eliminations and kill points. Obviously, being the massive difference here, the ranking points only giving them a 0.5 point difference, but still, that is a close game for UWG and J-Team.
I mean, look, though, you got to say GG to have a 15 and near point, or no, more than 15, a 20 point, or 19.9 if you want to be precise, game score difference from the team underneath you. That is such a great performance from a GG. But across the board, though, relatively, again, you look, though, EWG, J-Team, OC, KLA, JJH, there's not much that separates these two teams. We're talking the likes of, 2 to 2.5 points that could have took the likes of KLA up into second spot of EWG. That's 1 or 2 extra kills. That's placing a little bit slightly better inside of the rankings, for example, Close games there on Holorov. But here we go then. The team, of course, that did pick up our game number 2, that being GG.
And obviously, we're going to tell who's going to get the MVP of this one. 11 eliminations and almost 20,000 damage coming in from Muskia, coming through to shut this game down here. And obviously, 1 elimination coming in from a 337 from LXM, and 11,000 11,000 damage coming from LXM, and 330 with 14k damage. So clearly, some of his eliminations got stolen. That's all I'm gonna say. In this situation here, I feel like 330 could have had at least, I'd give him 2-3 more kills. That's pretty fair as we look back at the highlights here. And obviously, KLA getting caught outside here, getting that first shutdown here on Moon. Obviously, KLA having a lot of confidence early in this round here. Sadly, not able to do enough here. And even with TE, I'm able to find a player and gets the elimination as well. J-Team ends up getting a beautiful shot to shut down KLA and JD in the middle of a fight. Gets some of their heals and keeps it going here, as obviously KLA is going to be able to find ZK, gets the finish, keeps the game alive for themselves. Obviously, Zayue also doing the exact same thing as Sleepwalker is going to be able to hold it down. But look at this, the massive amount of bow strikes coming through as they're able to shut down Sleepwalker with his master amount of mayhem here, with that massive just the massive arms just swinging in from the Transformer, and obviously getting those 2 grabs, getting the finishes, and just GG coming through, playing the game smart, and just getting the shutdown, obviously claiming their dub. You love to see it as we see the Wu Shen, we see the name, and of course it is going to be 330 getting the MVP. Excuse me?
I mean,
what?
13 assists, man. All right, look, let's give this man some
need it. Hold on.
Right,
no.
I'm trying to make excuses, Dabby, all right? Don't shout at the producer or whoever's decided it, all right?
No.
They have families.
No, this isn't right. I don't believe this. I love 330. Listen, I will say it to the end of time. 330 is one of the greatest amongst all of our Nbpl. He is such a fantastic transformer. This man knows how to play with his slow shot, advanced heal, overlord, health soul jade, and 2 attack soul jades. But for him to be our MVP of that game, there's got to be more than meets the eye. Maybe I'm crazy, but personally, I would have given that to Muskia. He had over almost 20,000 damage and over 10 plus eliminations. You cannot tell me this man does not deserve the MVP. Somebody got robbed. I don't know. That's just me. Though. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I think Deb's a little bit upset with me.
I'm a little bit. You heard my surprise when I saw it. I was like 330. Huh?
Hey, listen, there's more that meets the eye, right? Maybe we're talking overall map presence. Who knows? We'll have to get confirmation on it. But nevertheless, though, let's go down the route of it was a great team performance from the side of GG. Nevertheless, but either way, though, I think it's safe to say that with those 11 eliminations, it was hard to take the MVP away. But hey ho, it happens. All right, we live to see another day. If not, they might even use that as motivation.
I have never.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I have never.
I'm a person that you've got to respect not only the kills and damage, but the assists for that as well.
And I said too, and you know what the funniest part is I said that he definitely could have probably had more eliminations in that situation. So I was sitting there going like, okay, like that's fine, that's totally cool. But then you know what? Let's just. Guys, go to the video. We got a video to show you guys before we get ready for game 3. I need a break. Hold on. Okay, so while we went to break, I looked back at the stats. And the assist and obviously being a Wushin does give you a little bit more of an advantage in protecting your team in very close-knit fights. So that way, your team can continue to embellish and also keep the magic happening. So, I still stand by my statement, but that does make it a little more impressive. By the way, did y'all see the Tarkaji outfit? That Igneous Gangster? I was hoping you guys saw the commercial for all the new skins coming out. The Tarkaji Igneous Gangster, aka Cyberpunk 2077 looking skin. I'm sorry, I gotta get that. That is crazy. I saw that, and even I was. Did you see the parry? And you see like all the electric. Crazy.
I gotta say, I gotta say, like the cosmetics and the actual like skins, the different styles in NARAKA are like off the charts. Like I play a lot of games, I spent a lot of money on skins, but like I'm like to the other games that I play, I'm like, can y'all just hire the people that work at NARAKA? Like, can they do it right? Like I don't think I've ever seen them release like something that I'm like, nah, it's all right, but it could
I'm
be better.
just saying,
like,
they doing their thing. Okay, even Valda got a nice blue dress with some fur, and you could tell it's fur around the sleeve. That is cold. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is nice. But I will say, I will give it up to Rushin. Obviously 330, still one of my favorite players. Obviously being the MVP of that. You know, like I said, I still stand by my statement, but I will give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. But before we lock in for our game number 3 in our halftime, we gotta show you one more video. Oh, actually, it's the treasures. My bad. How many kinds of ults does Feria have? Is it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Obviously, put your answers in the chat box for your chance to win a limited greatness treasure.
Make sure you get your answers in. You don't want to be missing out on that available treasure, of course, and lots of goodies to be won. No doubt. I mean, of course, I'm sure you know the answer to this, Dabby.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna give him the answer.
I was trying to be nice to the people. I was trying to be nice to the people, Dabby. I was trying to be nice to them.
Oh, I've been a little too nice sometimes. So tonight I'm gonna let them suffer a little bit, just a little bit.
Listen, sometimes you gotta suffer in pain. You gotta earn it, chat. You gotta earn the treasure, to say the least. But of course, we will get this question answered for you relatively soon in the chat, and then we will be moving on to our game number 3, which we head back to Morris Isle, of course. I'm excited back onto the OG, right?
I just want to talk about the cosmetics one more time. Well, just shout out to the visual artists, the design team, the developers that make the skins look so nice in this game. You guys continuously show out new ideas. I don't know if any of you guys got a chance to also see the new Feria skin. I won't say what it looks like, but we talked about it earlier. You know, it gives us a very high fashion look. You know, she looks very, she looks like a diva. You know what I'm saying? Like, very diva-esque gal, as we like to say sometimes. But they also there was a lot of amazing skins. So I just want to give another shout out just for the team. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Please continue to give us more, and I just need the yellow jumpsuit. If I can get the yellow jumpsuit just one more time. I've been trying to get that for so long. If y'all can please give that to me, that'd be fantastic. Anyway, back at it again as we're gonna get ready to lock in for our game number 3. The action is just as high and it's just as good, and obviously we're gonna be able to get more into this as well. But still, it's gonna be fantastic as GG is gonna be able to come through with this. You know, one day what I would like to see. You know what I need from everybody?
What? Tell me.
I love fashion, right? I want to see everybody at their most drippiest for like a fun, like, tourney day. Everybody just fashioned out. Your best sneakers, your best jackets, your best shirts, best pants, everything you got. Just flash something crazy. Give me something nice. What's your fashion state? What you wear when you're not rocking your usual team colors? That's what I want to see. Just one of these days, because we got a chance to, when we did the ACOS opening, you know, when he was welcomed into the game and stuff, they got about, I think, like a couple of solos, and everybody was dressed in just normal clothing, but they was dripped out. They had some nice jackets. They had some nice shirts. They knew how to dress. And I was surprised because I'll tell you this, you know, gamers don't necessarily have the best in terms of, how can I say, fashion sense, but I think now with content creation and how massive Twitch has become, and, you know, make sure to hit the follow button here at the twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Also, make sure to follow the Twitter at NARAKA Esports. You know, a lot of these players have done, you know, have really learned what drip really is in their own way. What does their fashion say about them? And I really appreciate that, especially from a very big clothing and shoe head like myself. I love to see the drip coming in. I saw some people with some jewelry, some chains. They knew what they was. I was like, oh snap!
Right, they gotta look good for the. They gotta look good for the broadcast, right? Like, you know, you gotta impress.
Oh!
Not only impress on the server, but impress in real life as well. And
today I went simple.
Today, listen, I rolled out of bed. I got the baggiest like tracky bottoms on, baggiest sweatshirt on. Like, I ain't trying to impress. Next time when I'm on broadcast, if I come back for a future shirt, I'm gonna wear my best fits just for you, Dabby. But we are headed into game number 3 now. Let's take a little look across the board as to how these are gonna be set up. On Morris Isle, the Yotos, the Monks, the Ferriers, of course, a few Vipers put into place as well. See if I think we see 1 or 2, sorry, Temulches brought back into the equation for the side of Wolves and EWG as well. How different is this game number 3 going to be though, Dabby, to game number 1? Game number 1, of course, people come in, you know, they've got to start hot, they've got to start fresh, but now these teams that might...
By game 3, people are comfortable. By game 3, people are comfortable. They know exactly how people might be doing. I think there's other situations that we can kind of like, you know, notice here in these places. I think the aggression is still going to be just as strong here, if not even more. Now that we're going back into Morris Isle, I think we'll see some of the lower tiers start to really kind of pop off. Usually around the halftime is when we start to see some of those lower tier players that really haven't been getting eliminations. They'll start to really kind of bug up here, as now the aggression is going to be a little bit harder on this map here because Morris Isle is going to be on a decent spread rotation here, as EWH is going to be with another team here in Shadow Jade Mines. Meanwhile, all the way back, we have J-Team and we have KLA, and also GS. That's all the way going to be in Sunwing's Rest. So they're going to see some immediate fights, as it looks like one of the other teams is going to be landing in Eventide. And on the far right side of that, Infernos, is going to be GG, which it looks like the King and Wolves is going to be in that rotating section of that mountain near Windwale George. Towards that next space here. But ladies and gentlemen, we're already in the halfway mark of our games here. J-Team coming through all the way into Sunwing Rest, fully open, as the fights are going to start to commence immediately. WBG is also near Bauda as they're going to group up. Bauda's going to go back for the separation, going to try to see if they can find some stuff that's going to be helpful for them, as JJH is going to catch the first elimination onto JDG. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the feed starts to pop up.
Yeah, JJH popping off. JDG getting completely ran through right now. Kopi's going to fall as well. It's going to be Water who picks up that kill, and that is not the start that JDG wanted to this game. But for JJH, they find all 3 players from the side of JDG, and that's a complete squad wipe within the first, 30, 40 seconds that we've jumped on to this game number 3. So, great start from the side of JJH. Were they the squad? I think they were the squad that finished in 3rd back in game number 2 on Polaroff. So, continuing pretty much where they left off, even though the scenery and the horizon lines might have changed, the gameplay hasn't just yet for the side of JJH. But for KLA and GS, it looks like that engagement's going to start to come to fruition. Oh my god, lots of damage from the side of KLA. I think that was GG. Now KYC, or YKC, sorry, is going to come through. These players just hugging onto the end of the tree, just Spider-Man their way up out of trouble, if possible. Quite literally looking like Spider-Man now, as they use the grapple hooks to swing from tree to tree and onto catch the other players. Already though, KLA look like they're a little bit worse for wear here, as Ann and Xiao doing great work to try and push a few of these KLA players alone. Although the reinforcements does come through, it looks like the slight advantage is going to be in favor of the side of GS. Now they change their attention over towards QGP. He's trying to fight the 3v1, but to not much avail, as the second team wipe of the game is going to come through, and that's to the hands of GS. But now here come JL.
Even with all of this, though, it looks like JL is going to be able to find GS as well. It could potentially fight this one as Zhao ends up getting hit immediately by the musket shot of One Fang here. Looks like Liuyu wants to be able to come through and connect immediately onto this as they're going to be bombing down into this one with some cannon shots. And it looks like they're going to be able to hit, and it looks like that's going to be their perfect opportunity to push in on this as both of them immediately are going to pop their ults at the same time. And beautiful timing on each section here as immediately they're going to try to throw out their arms, getting those grabs, getting those throwdowns here as AS gets absolutely shredded. And it looks like Zhao Yue is going to be able to do the exact same thing. Ziyu claims the elimination of Liuyu, and who immediately gets it was the first person that ends up getting shredded by the musket and bows. And obviously Zhao Yue sadly will not be able to do too much here as he's going to try to hold on for as long as possible, but they're absolutely dishing this out to this man as much as possible. And obviously they're going to catch that third elimination. Yes, full team wipe here. Oh, and it looks like WBG is going to come through with a very big surprise here and says, yo, what's up? How are you guys doing? As the theater comes through, the Wushin is going to come in with the protection shield, and immediately Wushin is going to be able to snatch WBG away as quick as possible.
Yeah, great use of the Wushin there to just back WBG all the way up. But it was smart from WBG, though, to try and hit the third party. But JL, they turned the tides almost instantaneously onto WBG. But now the shields are back up, so is the help. The second wave of engagements come through. Sleepwalker, the Yoto ulti is going to come through. That's going to do so much damage onto the side of JL. But the Transform ult, that's going to be popped through as well. So both teams, heavy investment into this engagement, but to no avail just yet. But as I say, that Sleepwalker is going to fall. So momentarily, the side of JL has got the slight advantage, and it's all up to Jing, who unfortunately, my friend, come here, boy. You're going downtown today. See you later, WBG.
Absolutely insane coming in from WBG. Really able to put in more work than absolutely needed as TK is going to push in on J-Team here. The Terracotta Warrior trying to hold on 101, trying to struggle not to get caught into this bad elimination circle here for their team. That 2v1 can be very detrimental to J-Team here. Losing out on their one resurrection immediately here as TK trying to see if they can capture the advantage as Eagle trying to hold it together, but it looks like ZK is going to keep it on to Shengyang. And obviously the ultis come out, both Transformers putting in work, immediately trying to separate each other and trying to see if they can get some quick grabs, but it looks like Sad7 is trying to put more energy into getting the elimination onto Eagle, but dangerously low. This could not be good for Sad7 here as he's trying to get the grabs, as he ends up getting hit on each side, ends up getting at least one of them, but sadly it's not going to be enough here as immediately does get eliminated as he demonks here, trying to see if he can get some quick grabs. J-Team's Eagle trying to hold it together, but 40's just playing with him and not even really trying to even attack him. And obviously the 1v3 not making it easy as 40 is trying to hold on with so much defense. Look at this amount of defense that he's putting together here. J-Team staying alive for as long as possible, and obviously the rest of the team starts to come around, and obviously if you can't catch him in the front, you might as well go to the back. Pause. Don't catch him in that innuendo, but you know what I mean in this situation. And obviously J-Team is going to capture the elimination, the squad wipe, and continue on with their success.
Hey, I was just thinking it. You said it, all right? It wasn't me. But either way, though, J-Team, they go 6 for 6 in terms of the fights that they get in. 6 people come their way, 6 people inevitably fall. But for JJH, though, they picked up 5 kills so far. They were one of the teams that had the great early start to take down JDG initially. You can see already how much these the point standings have changed since the start of game number 1 earlier on. We're, of course, at the halfway stage right now. We're in game 3 of 6. If you've just joined us, we've just seen GG pick up the Holler of win in game number 2. And earlier on Morris Isle. What a fantastic way to get things on the way in that game number 1 it was. For TE, though, they've probably been a bit slow out the block so far throughout this whole bi-weekly. You could say, yes, okay, they're still inside sort of the top 4, top 5 at the moment, but not really seem to have caught fire so far just yet in day number 3. Wolves, they're going to be rotating alongside TE. No engagements seem to be popping up just yet, but as I say that, TXJ is going to slide his way straight on top of one player, but I don't think he's realised the 2 other players from Wolves are just slightly further behind. Lots of damage trying to be dealt at range here with the artillery of Wolves. J-Team, though, off the back of those initial team fight wins earlier on. They're just replenishing, grabbing themselves some additional loadout, trying to make sure everything's good, ready to go as we're heading into that next stage of rotation. 22 minutes left on the clock before this game comes to an end. Ults available, of course, for Eagle on the side of J Team in their next engagement. And I feel like, you know, what you've seen so far so well from these Monk players is the timing of knowing when to pop the transform, right, and to pop that V. How
the timing is important.
It's so important, right?
It's very important because a lot of people really start to dictate how certain players really run when it comes to this, and obviously being aggressive can be the real difference maker between being able to capture those eliminations and get those grabs, or being the sole person by themselves. Now, obviously, the other means around really keeping the game alive is obviously paying attention to when certain things matter. And the one thing that really matters in most of those situations is having your other two teammates putting in work on the other players. Now, obviously, you can put in massive work on a massive Monk, just like how we're seeing currently here. But the biggest importance here is look at LXM. LXM putting in the work and the effort on Tut. Just like that, GG's LXM is able to capture the elimination onto Tut, and just like that, it is now a 3v2 situation. Now, as long as GG doesn't really risk any free eliminations here, they do have a free win because numbers are always going to win in trios. There's been few times where we've really seen a 2v3 end up winning. Right? So these 3v2s are very important. So when those two Monks come out, obviously they're going to try to grab one of the enemy players as best as possible, because that's going to be the easiest way to capture the elimination. Their teammates are going to get some damage, and hopefully that throwdown towards the bottom is going to be enough so that way they can get the finish and dip out. But as long as the other players focus on those other eliminations, it's a lot harder to win fights when you're by yourself.
It's going to be Vermilion Birds might claimed off the back of that Realm of Yang win for the side of GG. We've seen the Vermilion's Bird might picked up as well for the side of GAL. I mean, we know how key and how useful that buff is. Of course, it's relatively probably the most taken buff in the game as of now. The ability to instantly respawn anywhere if you die within the 3 minutes of that buff with your full loadout and loot. Completely safe for sound. For the side of Bowder though, Moon, fortunately, and his teammate are going to be having to do it without one of their squad members who died early on. But OC though, Z-Mank Transform is going to come through, and here comes the team fight. Sandstorm pops out of the Temi as well though. The counter transform onto the Monk through from Yeren. Now we saw Yeren do a lot of great work back on Holoroth, but so far he's getting carved up like a leg of lamb here. As the side of OC, they're putting pedal to the metal. They're really trying to get this transform out of EWG early on. And now that turns the tide straight into their favor. It's going to be the player's advantage in favor of OC now. As Yeren is eventually going to fall. It's going to be Zhao and TYC left alive. Slayer though, and the squad absolutely ruthless. Going to take down the second. The third is almost a certainty, down to a trickle of HP. One more hit will do it. There we go. EWG. They're going to bow out. OC come out on top.
Beautiful time, though, as JDG looks like they're going to capture some 3 eliminations onto KLA. Surprising team that we didn't expect to be eliminated so far this early into this game, with 37 players alive, 13 teams still in this junction, as Zhao trying to hold on to get together here, as his other teammate's going to try to come through and get some beautiful defense on this. 330 trying to get sent back as well into this, as 330 getting caught by Zhao, trying to hold it together, but it looks like JDG decides to back out of this. The Wushin keeping the game alive for them, as KLA still has one player that is alive, and that is QGG, and it looks like KLA he was going to try to see if he can go for a sneak, but ends up getting caught and found by Team GG, struggling here, and it's a very unfortunate coming in from KLA, as QG is going to force the Terracotta Warrior, and hopefully going to try to see if maybe he can back out of this, but sadly he's going to lose his teammates in the process.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, right? You find yourself in when you're in like a 2v3 or whatever. You've almost got to say, okay, someone's got to die and someone's got to live. But GG though, they are going hunting, and they're hunting like wolves. They're hunting in a pack. Both players just hunting after QGG is going to be LXM, who initially closes the gap, followed closely behind by Misaka. The WBG, though, they're here for the third party. They've sensed that these players might be low, and Sleepwalker and co, they're going to come and try and join into the party. Sleepwalker, I think, is going to manage to pick up a little bit of damage, but he gets damage traded back. Lots of FVs, you name it, popped all over the place. The transform does come through. Sleepwalker, a sliver of HP, ducking and dodging his way out of trouble, and he gets himself out of danger. What a play by WBG to get in and out.
Absolutely insane shutdown to put this one together here as GG able to go through with this rotation here. GG looks like they have found their stride and they have found their confidence here to get those eliminations and keep the game alive for themselves. 3 eliminations deep into this game here, but JL with 9 eliminations, a totally different team that we really didn't expect to see at the top of the leaderboard here for our game number 3. And this is exactly what I talked about. Some of those low tier teams that we haven't been talking about tonight might be able to get a pop off game because they've finally been able to find their stride. They've found their confidence. They have found what they need to spark these games and keep the game alive for themselves here. So that way they can really see themselves in the top of this leaderboard. Now, obviously going back to it, GS trying to see if they can look for any type of opening to get this next fight in. It looks like they're both on the exterior here as TK standing very, very close to one another here. And obviously GS is not truly trying to fight this, but even if they really wanted to here, they would have had a different strategy plan for ready to go, as WBG is in a, okay, they're just chilling.
I think
they have 0 eliminations though, so they're gonna need to do something.
I think that's a definition of what you said earlier on. Is sometimes you just got to be Spider-Man, right? Quite literally hanging onto the roof of the building. But yeah, 0 eliminations though. I think what they've done though is they've actually tried to pick off third parties quite well. I think they've just been a little bit unfortunate at times in getting caught, and a few of the times they've had engagements and their performance have just carried their way out of trouble and ended up reversing the tables and tides in their favor. But for the side of GS though, in this rotation phase, we've got 4 teams very, very close together. No doubt we'll start to see a bit of an engagement come through relatively soon. Water looking to see if he wants to engage over towards the side of JL. A few shots coming off from the musket of one of the 2 players in the side of JL. But we're going to head over to the realm of Yang. We've got J Team taking on GS here in what is going to be the second realm of Yang of the game. We're going to see who comes out on top here. Last time, J Team instantly shredded across the team they faced last time, and what I like, it seems like they're trying to focus the Transformer here as much as possible to get him off the map as quickly as possible. But as I say that though, lots of damage dealt back and forth. 101, he's gonna be low. He slammed into the ground, but I think it might be a 1-for-1 trade, or no, it's not, sorry. The player from GS that I thought was gonna go down, he's still alive, manages to get the shield jiggle come through and reset that. And all of a sudden, J Team, they're looking in a very, very tough spot, but suddenly it does look like a few of these players have been taken down relatively low. Liao is going to somehow manage to duck and dodge his way out of trouble, but now in the 3v2, you've got to say, just fight in numbers, and numbers surely always win. And just like that, GS, they combine for the kills. Both players forward. The realm of Yang goes over to the side of GS.
Absolutely tremendous fighting coming in from a GS here, as obviously TE also was able to win theirs and get a Draco Storm as well coming into this, as they're going to leave the portal and immediately go out to a very free space. Still going to be able to rotate this in as well here. So far, this game has been a very different surprise here for what we've seen. Now, sometimes we see the momentum come through from different teams where they just end up just absolutely putting it down. Obviously, KLA was one of those teams that we saw just continuously putting in work over and over again. And now we're seeing different teams really start to pop off. GS with 8 eliminations. JL right behind them, right in front of them with 9 eliminations so far. And obviously GG with those 3 eliminations, but with a dub under their belt here, that confidence is still going to be very, very strong for them.
Confidence is key. Something that us casters probably most likely should get tattooed at birth. Is a saying that we seem to always regurgitate and repeat quite often, but listen, you live by the law, you die by the law, right? That's how it always seems to happen. But for the side of TE, they're going to disengage over from that solo KLA player, who you've got to say, though, QGG done a great job of surviving this long, but with just 12 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock here in game number 3. we're going to start to see things heat up ever so slightly on Morris Isle. TE, though, they're a team that I remember I was speaking to Rune a few weeks back, or a week or so back, and he said, you're a team that, you know, they should be relatively high up in the leaderboards, but they're lingering around sort of 5th and 4th right now. I expected them to be slightly higher, and they've not exactly left the best of impressions on me in comparison to the likes of J teams and WBG and even GG for that instance. But listen, there's a reason why they're such a solid squad. There's a reason why they're some of the best trios in the game when they're backed against the walls, that sometimes when they shine. But for the side of J team, though, they want to close this gap between themselves and GG. They're going hunting the grapples, trying to get as close as possible to 330 and the squad. Of course, they're hunting down here. Let's win. One thing to note, GG were our game number 2 winners on Holoroth. Yes, of course, this is Morris Isle. It's a completely different dynamic and atmosphere in general. But nevertheless, though, for J team to try and catch on to these players and take them out, that's a big statement. The first grapple does come through from ZK, though. Is going to manage to do a slight bit of damage, but nothing too crazy across the board, though. We've seen Rebirth Charms come through for the side of KLA, so all 3 players from KLA back alive in this one. But here's the skirmish and the engagement between the side of GG and JT. One player does get hit relatively low, that was Eagle, so that's going to be forcing the transform pop out of both him and Joao. But Eagle getting beaten up here, barely any damage done has happened to Mixaya. Unfortunately, though, for Eagle, he's going to probably fall relatively soon. Super low HP on him. As for the side of GG, I think they've come out on top here, and 101's got to get on his high horse and get away. Does elect to try and re-engage, though, but unfortunately for J team, I just don't think the support is going to be there for 101 to try and help him out. LXM going to try and push forward, trying to keep this distance closed, but in doing that, though, may have potentially cost the third party come through from KLA, who are now a full squad back up and running. But OC, they're coming to join the party, as well as GG. They're now going to come and re-engage. We got a 4-way engagement starting up here, Dabby.
Oh, a lot of partying happening here as QALA is going to be able to catch an elimination onto 101. Both fighting this out. Doesn't have any shield towards him, though, so he's going to have to be very, very careful as he's going to be able to go for the reach shield. Same with LXM on the outskirts here near the water. Going to be hectic here just to try to see what they can do here. See how we can put this one together here, even with all of that in this space here. As KLA looks like he's going to decide to back out of this. Probably going to be the best play that they can do here within the space of what they need to. It looks like they're going to be able to get the shield and get any type of resources that they need here within this space. 12 teams alive. Circle is closing in, ladies and gentlemen. Going into circle number 4 for our game number 3. Halfway through our series of games. 6 games deep. As it looks like TK also in a very similar situation, just going through a lot of observation so far here. A little bit of spying, trying to see what's going on all around this area here, trying to get not to get caught by either any muskets or cannon shots or even bows, especially explosive ones. Those are very, very damaging. Back towards this and let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I don't mind it from TK, to be fair, because I think we've seen TK sort of play 2 different styles of player out. We saw them try to push forward earlier on in the first few games, and it just wasn't working for them. Now they're going for that more laid-back scouting type of role to get to the later stages of the game, and it seems to be working out a little bit better for KLA, though. They're still working their way in towards the zone. JL, they're hanging out on the corner. They're going to get a decent upgrade on to Zayu, but does get tagged up, though, from the bow across the map. Although it's not too much to worry about. Is going to go ahead and repair that armor and repair the items up straight away. That's going to be Bowder, though. Seems to be holding. They've got the natural advantage on the height here, but as I said, a team as good as JL out, they can close that distance and shred you as quickly as possible. 9 kills on the board so far for the side of JL here in game number 3. Just over 8 minutes to go here in this game. This is a really important game here, though, for TE. I just took a little look at the scoreboard on the left-hand side here, Dabby, and all 3 teams above them are currently dead and eliminated from this game. So they can really start to close that distance between the top 3. I think they're currently sitting on around 120 points, the side of TE, and slightly above them, I think they're in sort of the 140, 150 point region. So a big old point game here out of the side of TE, and they can put themselves right back up into the mixer as we head into the next few games of this bi-weekly day number 3. For WBG, though, it's going to be Jing and PP. Or Pippi, sorry. Going to try and scout and get a little bit of information. They have got TK to worry about and to deal with. I love how, though, you've seen here, Dabby, the pace change, right? These teams realize that we're getting now to the final set of the game where they're setting up for the final engagements of the game. Really key thing to focus on now is to make sure that you get that initial positioning correct.
Oh, absolutely. Positioning is very, very detrimental, especially within these closer fights here, because, you know, getting targeted by some of these teams here can be a real game changer for a team that obviously can be doing well, and just like that, it can be a totally different type of energy. And all of a sudden, you go from being a team where you're very confident to all of a sudden being the main target for who is going to get the next set of kills. And there's no real way for you to exit. You kind of have really one observation, and that's obviously going up. Now, being in a space where we are currently here, you know, there is a lot of terrain where you can go up. There is a lot of spaces where you can kind of grapple and really kind of see yourself getting out of certain situations here. But in certain places where it's just like kind of one rock formation, kind of one wall, you know, you don't really have the space to really do a whole lot, as Baldas Malmon just getting hit from all different types of ways here from the cannons, and just barely has enough to be able to do what he needs to do. And obviously, Balmon able to find a safe space, a safe haven to keep himself alive so he doesn't get eliminated. But just for a split second there, that really could have been him getting eliminated, as Wolves looks like they're going to have this entire space to get the Dismore's Blessing to themselves. And they get the gold shield, finds a Flamebringer, and also some beautiful soul japes for them. Hopefully it's enough for them to get exactly what they need to, but there's still a whole lot happening within this space here, and Wolves able to try to see if they can make anything happen here. They have 0 eliminations to their name here, and they're really going to need to start to pop off here, because we're in the halfway part here, man. Once we start to figure this out, there's going to be way more of that happening here. And obviously, looking at it currently here, JL and GS are still in this game here. JJH with 5 eliminations and tying that up with GG as well. So this still can be anyone's game here, even with these eliminations here. Really can be anything, as they're both juggling back. Wolves trying to hold on, not getting caught. WBG is in a great space, and GG sadly with actually no, they have their full team alive. I'm curious where their other teammate is. They got Miski and LXM up top. Oh, 330 is all the way up top. There he is.
Blending in with the zone, it looked like for a second then, but JJH though, water doing so much damage with these cannons just bearing down bullets of a barrage on top of these players from Bowder. Lion TT though does manage to get out with only a few points of HP trickled down. But now you look at the top right hand corner, you look at the map here, all teams basically within touching distance, and things are going to start to heat up and get a tiny bit crazy here in what could be one of our final zones. We're down to the final 4 minutes and 30 seconds here in game number 3. If you just joined us at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 4 bi-weekly 2 trios day number 3. We're halfway stage here, back on Morris Isle. And here comes the transform though from the side of GG. They're going to want to try to start engaging a few of these squads and clearing paths. Oh, look at how many teams are on top of each other here, Darby. This is going to get absolutely crazy. The first engagement looks like it's going to be between the side of TE and the side of GG. I'm worried here that GG might have popped this transform a little bit too soon, but here comes the side of Bowder. They're going to engage, so does the side of JDG. Wolves are going to get in on the act as well, and onto the party, Belay and TT. Blinken, you miss it. Blinken, you're eliminated, son. JDG, LSR coming through on an absolute rampage. Picks up 2 within quick succession. Wolves, they're going to fall as well. And just like that, all of a sudden, we've seen 2 or 3 teams completely drop off the course of the map. Now, GG, we thought that their transform was popped slightly early, but they're still alive and kicking here. They're taking on the side of TE once again, but WBG, they're going to turn their attention over towards that transformed monk. But Sleepwalker, he gets knocked back. And this is a lot of damage dealt across the board from all teams involved. TK though, Sad's gonna fall. Slayer, he's hanging on just about. LYD gets caught, slammed to the ground. See ya later, TE. As all of a sudden, it's up to the final remaining player for that TE squad. And I mentioned how important of a game this could be for the side of TE. They're really trying to build the bridge between that 4th and top spot. And all the teams above them, well, they seem to be out and kicking. It's all up to his final TE player to stay alive for his squad. And that's gonna be VVV. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to have much time to do it, because OC, now the transform pop through from their end. One player is going to be grabbed, slammed to the floor. That's going to be YKC. And it looks like the players from OC are relatively low. Slayer manages to get the shield back up and running and repaired for the side of OC to keep this barrage from JJH off. But KLA QGG and co, they're just dancing around and they're dancing with the devil, and if they keep doing that, no doubt they might get burned.
Even with this, the circle slowly closing in here. Game 6 is coming to be an absolute masterpiece of chaos here in this spectrum, as JLZU is going to catch their 13th elimination onto KLA's QGG. And it looks like KLA deep within this spritz. Meanwhile, they only have one player left alive, as now we're going to start to juggle up as high as possible here. The Grapple's putting in absolute work to tell a story all over these trees, as Zhaoyue all the way up top here trying not to get caught in a bad situation. Meanwhile, JL trying to keep the defense definitely high from all spaces here, forcing to monk up, and immediately here comes the danger. Gonna try to see if maybe he can get some grabs, and it looks like he's able to catch Zhao in a beautiful space before he can actually monk up. A beautiful space to catch one, and sadly it's not going to be enough here, as ZU is gonna pop and get immediately demonked. And just like that, the switcheroo happens, and here comes the grab and the second throwdown, catching 2 eliminations. And GS is back in the game with 11 eliminations, slowly closing up on JL as deep as possible here, throwing them out. And here comes the grab, and here comes Viper getting caught in a bad situation yet again, and follows it up with another grab, gets the throwdown. GS is able to claim their 12th elimination into this fight. GS slowly closing the gap between them and JL. This could be big for GS as he captures another elimination and another big slam, as JL's gonna try to see if they can stop him as much as possible. GS doing as much as possible, as AN is just trying to shield up, and he ends up getting caught inside of a bad corner on the outskirts. AS is able to capture the next elimination, and just like that, 15 eliminations, 16 eliminations deep. JL might be able to clutch this up as much as they could. They put up a heck of a fight. GS trying to hold on for as long as possible, but JL just has a bigger lead, and it's not going to be enough, as Wolves trying to hold on for as long as possible. Ben Shu is going to pop the ulti, and everyone's going to spread out far and wide. JL is not going to risk the elimination for this one, though. If JL catches at least 1 or 2 more eliminations, this is going to be a massive jump up in the leaderboards for Team JL. They have been struggling all game, as Wolf is going to try to see if he can claim something as well. Beautiful hits on all sides, but it's not going to be enough, and he doesn't have the time. Bell comes through on each side, and here comes the Yuriyemi ulti. Beautiful slashes on each side as JL is able to capture another. GS captures 3 more eliminations. TE captures first one of the grabs. Does he catch the second? Fang trying to hold it together, and TE takes the early dub for this game, but it's not going to be enough for them, as JL will be your selected winners for game number 3. What a game to see!
Oh, what an ending, Dabby. What an ending. We had about 15 teams basically all skirmishing each other at the end, and 1 minute it was going to be JJH, and it was GG, then it was OC, and then it like WBG was in the foothold, and then OC come back into it, and then TE, like you have no idea what's going to happen in NARAKA in that final zone. But JL, I think that's a stomping 20 plus eliminations if I'm correct in the kill sector. That's a monstrous, a gigantic, a gargantuan game out of JL to get themselves shot right back up in the standings. And let me tell you now, after that game number 3, I'm super interested to see where they sit in this bi-weekly leaderboard.
Unbelievable coming in from JL. A fantastic performance, but also a very surprise performance. Like I said, JL was one of those players that we didn't necessarily pay attention to. We were looking at all of these other players like KLA. GG's even came with a surprise. We have seen GG's in very many strenuous situations here where they really could have clutched up in so many different ways here. And obviously, I mean, I gotta give it up. That other team that was following along JL, they were slowly closing in the gap more and more. GS slowly closing in this gap between them and JL, putting JL consistently on their feet, giving them that little bit of stress, just so it could just, if JL slipped just a little bit, that could have been GS potentially in that lead here. They had their full team ready to rock. They had everybody in their roster alive within those close final circles here, but obviously JL felt the pressure, and they continued to mush that gas as much as possible, getting 3 more eliminations within seconds of each other. And just like that, the deficit between them just got farther and farther and farther away, to where GS ends up getting eliminated, and it's not going to be enough, as JL just ends up just trying to stay alive. And obviously those placement points are going to be absolutely massive for JL.
Yeah. I can't wait to see the breakdown at the end of that game, and I'm trying to think of who I could give the MVP from JL to, because I want to say I looked across the score, but I think like all the players had about 6 or 7 kills, if I'm correct, across the board for the whole team. So it seemed like it was a real well-versed all-round team performance. Hey, look, listen, as long as someone doesn't get 19 kills and someone with 1 kill gets the MVP like last game, I think we'll all be okay here. But no, what a performance out of JL. You mentioned that's just going to absolutely build that bridge between them and the people above them in the standings, and that is probably as good a game as you can get to have at the halfway stage. People always talk about often, Dabby, that, you know, it's how you start battle royale competitions. It's how you start to get off to a hot start. Sometimes that middle phase, those middle games of like games 3 and 4, if you can have stomper performances in games 3 and 4, you can then go on a run for games 4 for games 5 and 6 as well.
Absolutely.
So, you know, that's a huge performance from JL, and a fantastic time to do it as well, because we're now, one thing to note, I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we're going back to Holoroth now. I think we stay on Morris Isle for game number 4, if I'm correct. So
yes,
they've just come off the back of a stomping win on this map. If they can replicate that performance, listen, don't ask me who's going to win this bi-weekly, because at this rate, anyone can.
It really can be like this. Sometimes it's very easy to really dictate how much action we're going to be able to see, and then other times it can be just as dangerous, knowing that it really can be anyone's game here. And obviously, even with the spread of how these trios can be, the Transformers doesn't necessarily mean that you're winning those games immediately. And like we said, we also said that those early signs of knowing when to ult is very important, and obviously telling from that final circle, you can tell who was really ahead of it. I'll give you a perfect example. BIWEEK2 really held on to it for a while here, but he popped that ult a little bit too early, and by the time he demonked, someone else ults right in front of him, gets this grab on him, gets a double, and gets a slam off of him. So it's just that timing that can be very dangerous. But JL coming through 30 plus points, 17 eliminations, but GS right behind them with 16 and a 23.4. Unbelievable. But obviously TE coming through massively with those 5 rank points. Getting that dub, it was massive for TE. So that way they can still stay in that 3rd place. But I mean that literally could have been anybody's game right there. GS gets 1 more elimination here. Maybe stays alive towards rank placement. This could have been a whole different story.
And this is why we love. I can't speak highly enough about our point system and the way it's broken down. It's ridiculous. I mean, let's take a little look at our winning team. Of course, that was a JL. They didn't win the game, but they finished top of the standings, of course. And if you're asking me in terms of MVP, I think you've got to look at AS, if I'm correct in saying so myself. Dabby, 26,000 damage with 6 kills. Yes, okay, we can see Zayu has got 1 extra kill, but less damage dealt. But overall, I wish I could say it's not an MVP, but a TVP for a team valuable performance, right? Because JL, they just played so well. All these engagements they got in, they fought as a team, they used their numbers fantastically, and you know, you've got to say, if JL can keep performing like this throughout the rest of this competition, we are really going to have an intriguing end to our final few games here in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I mean, there were so many plays to pick out a few here. This here was when the player demonked, I think, and Zhao grabbed him out of the demonk and then slammed him to the ground and found a couple of his own. And so I can't get over the fact that some of the craziness that we see happen here in these final stages of the zone. Yes, we saw T eventually snatch away the win due to the fact that the transform was available on the monk to go clutch when needed. But either way, like, JL come out on top in the standings, and the MVP does go, of course, to AS. 26,000 damage, 6 kills, 5 assists. 11,000 total healing as well. Look across in terms of, they've got the long sword sap, the slow shot, alchemy, katana sap as well. So much damage dealt. Look at the spear damage as well. Nearly 7,000 of his damage is dealt with just this spear alone. Fantastic performance out of AS.
I mean, coming through with the Dreadfell Whale, Earthshaker, long sword stab, slow shot, alchemy, and katana sap here. I mean, obviously you could tell the amount of placement that AS really had for his team here, being the MVP. Those 5 assists being very important. Those 11k healing but those 26k damage really coming through clutch here is absolutely massive in a tight game like that. And obviously JL really coming through with that dub was a massive, but I got to give it up to TE though. Really holding on to the very end and really clutching that game. Those 5 ranking points were absolutely massive for them to be in that top 3 with those 7 eliminations that they have. I mean, obviously, it's still not like the 17 and 16 that GS and JL had, but still, to be able to be that close just like that and having those placements, I'm telling you, if GS had any more points within that space, this would have been an entirely different story. But we're going to get headed over to our amazing interviewer, and we will catch you back here for the next half. 3 more games down, 3 more to go here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT. See you in a minute.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Miss Kaya from the team GG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 也是先请小恶魔跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是记忆战队的 Miss Kaya。
Okay, welcome. And yesterday we have our game update. So I want to know how do you think about like various new clothes? 那其实昨天也是有了我们的游戏更新嘛，觉得我们神庙的新皮肤怎么样？
神庙的新皮肤好看，
就好看呀，你多形容一点呗。
感觉挺值的吧？感觉应该比之前的变身皮肤划算一点。
Okay, I think it's really pretty and is worth to buy. What about her bronze mech? 那你觉得她的机甲怎么样？这次的那个变身皮肤？
就是机甲有音效嘛，然后颜色也改了，我是觉得比大佛的好很多。
Of course, her skin like have the a new element in the skin. Of course, also have some sound and new colors. So I think it's more beautiful than Monk's skin. Okay, well, so also we have some like change about our characters. So how do you think maybe it will affect various appear rate in the game? 那你觉得会影响神庙的出场率吗？在比赛当中？
神庙的出场率不会低吧？它应该是机制比较厉害，不是说它的伤害啊比较可观什么的。
Okay, so I think Feria have a really high appearance rate in the game, and she is very popular because of her skills, also of her ultimate. So it won't have some effect about her appearance rate. Well, so move on to our new part, answer for treasure. So this time our question is, how many kills did JL get in the game spree? And so if everybody know the answer, please write it down in the chat box. 当然，我们这次的问题呢是 JL 这把比赛拿下了多少个击败分 ？So I want to ask you, Miss Kaya, do you remember the most kill your team got in these seasons? 那你记不记得你们队在这个赛季拿到的最高击败分是多少
？19个吧。
Oh, 19.
对啊。
So do you think is enough? 那你觉得就是一把拿19个击败分是足够的吗？满意？
挺多了，刚拿的。
Okay, I think I'm quite satisfied with 19 kills in a game. Well, and so how do you think about JL performance in this game? 那你觉得他们这把表现怎么样呢？
还可以吧，差挺多的，分挺高的。
Okay, I think it's quite well, and they got a lot of kills and also a high score in this game. Okay, please count down the time, Miss Kaya. 可以解读了。对。3,
2, 1.
Okay, screenshot, and don't forget to check your mailbox. Don't miss the game. Don't miss the prize from us. Okay, well, and we also have 3 games left, and after 3 games, we'll come to our bi-weekly finals about TRIOS. So what kind of expectation you have about this time's bi-weekly final? 那其实3把之后就要进入到我们的周决了嘛？这一次有什么期望？
先进个周决吧。
Okay, so my first wish is to get into the bi-weekly final. Well, it's a nice wish. Okay, thank Miss Kaya for doing this, and that's all for our interview. Well, let's have a rest and see you later. Bye-bye.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Being top tier, Reki having cancelled his ult, 75%. Wang Liang gets the uppercut combo, gets the chase, but Mike comes in and steals it away. Wang Liang, he does have the buff. About 60% of his ultimate up. He has that gold dagger. Shen Yuan using the purple pulse sword on the Ferrier, using that range to his advantage. Grapple cancelling, playing the neutral extremely well, gets the bonk!
Don't know if Shen Yuan got a glimpse of him though as he's making his escape. As I say that, though, Railgun and Mike getting at it, but Railgun gets the spear duel, spear to greatsword combo, catching Mike again. These boosts. Ops his ult, holding his momentum. Mike burning Sin's ult. He knows if he can weather this stone, he can easily kill Sin after this. All he has to do is survive this invisible pressure. Gets the parry
Lord.
On the Invismatari. Soul reaches in. Now he's on this run for his life. Sends the RMB, but he's just delaying the inevitable. Mike with the huge parry.
3 games down, 3 to go as we are back at it again for the trios, as we're going to get ready to show you the standings here for our games. And obviously, the one thing I'm happy about is seeing the King TK with an 8.9, at least a little bit better than our day 2 score with a 15.8. Sadly, not able to produce any more, but kind of wild coming in from some of these players here as GS with that insane pop-off game of 27.2. Putting their total at 78 so far within these games. Now going back a little higher up on the leaderboards here, KLA with a 36.3 so far, and we're in the halfway mark. So they're still putting up some points, not a massive score so far as their day 2 with the 75, but let's hope that they can keep that same momentum going as we're going to see 3 more games of epicness going down. And I'm excited to see if they're really going to be able to pull it together here, as we're gonna see how the rest of tonight goes here. And obviously for our top 7 is where things get really, really interesting here to see if any of those teams are really gonna continue to pop off the way that we hope that they do. XCG obviously still in the lead here, but look at TE just barely closing in this gap here, 21.7 so far. They have really struggled in this early game here, but obviously we still have more to do, and so is J-Team. J-Team doing the same thing, but JL with a massive jump from down below to 7th with a 56.4, 114.4 points. So obviously JL, if they pop off a little bit more and do exactly what they need to do here, they are going to see themselves within that top 5 easily top 5. Now, really, it's all about how these next 2 players are going to be able to, these next 2 teams are going to be able to handle it, and that's J-Team, and that's TE, which surprisingly, TE, I didn't really expect for them to actually be there. I completely forgot that these were one of those teams that absolutely popped off in the first games for our bi-weekly split. So, going back to the top of the order, we still have 3 games left. Those 3 games are really going to dictate how the rest of it's going to go. But so far, it has been such a split with some of these teams. Everybody has had a little bit of piece of the pie.
I mean, look, it's one of those things where I love the fact that we're looking at sort of that top 7, and the positioning and the point difference. It's going to make it that it can be really changeable throughout the next 3 games. I would say probably the only team that probably won't fall out of the top 7 is probably XCG, right? Because they're like, I think like 90 points clear or something like that. Never say never, but I think that's probably mathematically impossible to happen at this stage. But no, yeah, the likes of T, for example, they absolutely popped off back in our first day, but so far in day number 3. They've been a little slow starting, but getting that clutch victory in the actual game. They didn't win the standings of game number 3, but they technically won the actual lobby. It's put them right back up into the mixer to sit at 3rd spot right now. I think they're still about 60 to 70 odd points off top spot, but they're starting to close in on that team behind them, which above them, which is J Team, who I think is sitting at 170 at the moment, or 150 at the moment, sorry. So for all of those teams, the likes of JT and the likes of T, for example, the teams down through to 5th through to 7th as well, they know that if they can put a good showing in games number 4, 5, and 6, you know, is gonna be making these games interesting going into the final stages.
Absolutely, here, so we're gonna get ready to lock that in. Great words coming in from John, one of our newest casters here for the NBPL, and we'll be right back. We got another video to show you guys before we lock it in for our game number 5.
就自己没打好吧，感觉这跟预想的那节奏其实差不太多吧，就是单纯自己可能打的没有常规赛这么好而已。Go Team 现在的话，可能昊天弥补了别离那种刀法上面的缺陷吧，然后可能昊天还需要点时间去适应赛场吧，因为刚回来嘛。像佛阵的话，目前比较厉害的佛阵就是双面两万，还有那个神庙杀佛吧，那这2个佛阵是比较主流的。还有一些其他的变种佛，像什么双变杀或者武田佛这种，是相对于来说比较低一点等级的，但是又不会说强度弱到像妖龙城还有3阵那种级别。就目前佛阵的话，肯定是偏主流的话，我们的话是比较喜欢用神庙杀佛吧，因为这个比较适合我们的打法吧。
Oh, great words coming in from one of TE's teammates here. Feeling hopeful for where they're at currently here, and hopefully want to take it above and beyond. And that's exactly what a lot of these teams are also probably feeling, the exact same thing here. So let's see how they're going to be able to put this together here. WBG also trying to do the exact same thing as well. Still a whole lot happening, and so far they've done a fantastic job of it. So let's see if they can keep it together towards these games. Still more that we're going to see, but let's see if WBG and the rest of some of these other teams are also going to be able to handle it the way that they want to.
I think, you know, again, I want to highlight the point that I say that the middle stage of a competition, in my opinion, is the most important. It shows where consistency shines. It shows where, you know, you're out of the way after game number 1 and 2. The nerves might not necessarily be there anymore. Have we got one player from... is 330 taking a nap right now on stage, right? Is he on his phone just vibing out before the game starts? Either way, these squads from GG are getting lock and loaded, ready to get into the next game. But yeah, you know, that consistency factor throughout the middle games is something that we speak about a lot, and it's something that I'll continue to echo, because we're now heading into another Morris Isle game back-to-back on Morris now. You've got the likes of JL, who have just come off a great performance on it, the same as TE, who had a great, you know, 2v1 at the end. So we'll have to really wait and see how these standings come to fruition at the end of this actual Morris Isle, because I think when we switch over to Holorov, we'll start to see some of these teams take a bit of a different approach to Holorov if they're not in and around sort of the qualifying spots for the finals. Because it's those final 2 games where they have to be the ones to put pedal to the metal, right, and force themselves into them standings. But we're about to lock in our character select for this game number 4. Are we expecting a rinse and repeat again here, Dabby, or are we going to expect to see a few teams maybe chase something up?
Let's see how they're going to be able to do it as well here, as we're going to lock this down here with all of our hero picks. And it's going to be very similar. Those Transformer Cops still being a very popular thing here. And we're going to be seeing it in pretty much all these games here. But I want you to pay attention to at least DEWG here that has the Viper, the Yoto, and a Wushin. It's a very aggressive team. Same with J-Team. J-Team has the very same loadout, and so does Bauda. Very aggressive team, but no Transformers. Not a single one. Rotations, attack, and stun. Could be very helpful, though, but sadly, it's going to be a lot harder, though, without those Transformers here. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can even do it. So, it's going to be fun to see how they can label it and put it all the way down towards this one, though. A lot of confidence coming in on these teams, and let's see if they can put it together here, as they're going to shut that down. We'd love to see it coming in, as we're going to lock in for our Morris Isle. And by the way, chat, I said game number 5. I meant game number 4. I apologize. before we went to the video of TE, talking about his team and the hopes for the future. Well, obviously, we're going to lock it in for this amazing map here, as it looks like there's going to be a lot of teams, and great teams think alike. And with great teams thinking alike, that means more aggression coming into this fight, as we're going to see people fighting so deep into Zest Winery. Zest Winery is going to be a very popular space where everybody is going to be. Meanwhile, not a single team headed towards Sunwing's Rest, and we have some people near Eventide, but KLA and one of the other teams is going to be also headed there as well in terms of Shadow Jade Mine. WBG is going to be the main source holder for where they're going to be landing in Eventide Temple. Insanity coming into this, but there's at least 6 teams headed towards Zest Winery. I need a feed going into that space right now. Exactly what we need here, as we're going to see Wolves and so many other players going to be coming through. Meanwhile, LXM is going to be able to fight this out, as WBG is trying to chase themselves and getting inside of the cave here, trying to get the loot that they need. And obviously, the melee skills coming through is going to be able to get the shutdown. Sleepwalker trying to run in to see if they can get anything, as PP is going to be the first one that claims the elimination, as GG decides to back off and doesn't say that it's worth it to push in, as TK and Wolves going to be able to fight this out immediately, some having no weapons yet at all, and immediately knowing that some people have the advantage, and exactly what they need is 40 ends up doing a massive parry onto Sorrow here, trying to hold it together as LSR and Zalue trying to hold it on, as LXX ends up getting eliminated with a beautiful parry and shutdown by JDG's Kopi, as now Zayue looks like he's going to be able to run towards this, as Wolves Sorrow is going to dip out as far and as fast as possible, trying to get away from the teams. JDG is going to try to find him, but Sorrow is already so far away, I don't think there's any chance that JDG is going to find him.
Yeah, great stuff from JDG though. Smart from Sorrow, but as we say that, Benchu in the 2v1, he's going to do lots of damage. Over does get his armor ripped off though, but Finnegan, as well as 40, both relatively low, but the elimination does come through eventually, and TK, the Kings, said, boys, one of your favorite teams in the tournament, finally putting some eliminations on the board, but they're instantly met back with another player from Wolves. It's going to be Sorrow, who comes to no avail, and Wolves, they go none for 3. TK go 3 for 3. Great start from the King. We go to KLA now, though. They're going to be engaging our recent winners, JL. That's not the squad you want to be stepping up to face, because they are on full flight of confidence right now. I think KLA have realised and respects that. Say, okay, JL, you still got the same smoke from the last game. We're going to back up slightly, as one of their players do get chunked down to relatively low HP. So they'll live to see another Daisy. Backs off out. It's going to go ahead and try and replenish that armor as quickly as possible. Side T now comes to join the party. You've got VVV, LYD, as well as TXJ. All in and around the same sort of vicinity. And to be totally honest with you here though, Dabby, for a drop initially that had sort of 6 or 7 teams in and around the same area, it's not as engaged early on as I potentially would have thought. But as I say that now, Bowder is going to head over towards the side of GS. Lots of damage dealt with these cannons. The grapples come through, can't connect onto Ann though, but Galway is going to be there, unfortunately going to get taken down inevitably soon, but not before the transform can come out. Now, has the tide started to turn in the favour of Bowder? He's going to grab one, and just like that, we see Lion and Moon both slammed to the ground and to their death, as GS have turned the tides on their head, but the stun doesn't even become through. It is going to find the frag, but instantly OC going to trade straight back in for the third party, and they're going to clean up the final kill most likely, as they go hunting for the remaining players of GS.
Absolutely insane, being able to put it down and shut it down here with so much force. So far, they've done a fantastic job of this one, as OC looks like they're going to fight and push this onto GS's Ann, which Ann has been caught in some very bad situations thus far here, almost costing them games so far, and it looks like it's going to be the very similar situation here, being able to lag behind, trying to get the parry, as it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as OC is going to be able to catch Ann and get the shutdown, as JJ looking over at OC, seeing where they're at all the way on this rotation here, trying to see where they can find it here. And still able to work towards this one here. Still playing this smart here all the way towards it, as EWG all the way up top here, still trying to go through some of these maneuvers, as EWG has been playing this off with 10 average eliminations and 38,000 damage, the most of number one of all of them though, and sadly still not in the full tops here. EWG, even with those average kills and those average damage, still needs to complete some of those eliminations, because if they really want to see themselves in that qualifying space here, they have a massive opportunity. If they've done it before, and I know that they can do it again.
Definitely. They're a team that, you know, that when called upon to need to pop off and step up, they definitely can do that. But one team that's probably not popped off as much as they should have is TK, who are just slightly on the horizon from where EWG sorry, should I say. I mean, so far, 25 minutes left of the game. We've only seen, what, a total of, my quick maths are somewhat correct, 12 kills across the board so far. But then again, there's a reason why my private education here in the UK didn't do too much for me from my younger years. We're seeing, you know, again, I want to highlight the fact that we've sort of seen such a slow-paced start to the game where there were so many teams on top of each other. But anytime I tried to make that point, it seems like these teams are like, all right, John, I got you, don't worry, we know you're here for the first time in the pro league. We want to show you that us pro can bang for bang. KLA though, that transform ult's going to pop straight through. YKC is going to be relatively low. Does manage to do a little bit of damage up. This Bane's Breath though is going to hit AS. And for KLA, they're just trying to find the grab on the engage here. Does manage to find one. It's going to be AS, but unfortunately the transform just runs out in the nick of time. The bell does come through to deflect some of that damage. And the Bane's Breath though is going to be, you could say, the bane of some of these teams' existence. It's going to force them to disengage ever so slightly. But now JL, they're going to come and join the party as ACKL currently struggling. Beng are going to close the distance onto YKC. Does manage to grab him with the grapple. Can't close that distance just yet, however. And KLA, well, they're like mice running from mice trap. They're just scampering across the desert, trying to get away as quickly as possible. But the side of JL, they are not giving KLA an inch, let alone a yard to breathe in, as they want to carry on this engagement because they know these players are low. But KLA, they've gone back in for the reaggress. But JL, it looks like they're going to probably knock down the first player here, or at least pick up one. It's going to be QGG, who's relatively low, but somehow KZ turns the tides, and it's going to be KLA to find the first, as QGG goes absolutely huge with a V-pop to keep his team alive and turn that engagement on its head. But now let's turn our attentions to J-Team and WBG. The transform on the Monk is going to be popped in the hands of Sleepwalker. Can't grab one just yet. They're lurking in the building underneath him, just waiting for this V to run out as quickly as possible. Piccolo is going to have been dropped early on, so we're waiting for the Resurrect to come through if possible. But Jalier is going to come back through for the early engagement. Lots of damage dealt either way. J-Team just trying to duck, dodge and dive their way out of trouble. 101's there though. The damage is still being dealt, and 101 somehow staying alive. The Yoto ulti coming through. Oh, sorry, not the Yoto ulti. Oh, coming through gets them out of trouble, and they live to see another day there.
Absolutely putting in the time and or the effort. As J-Team is going to be able to go through with this rotation here. Let's see if they can put forth this energy together here. Ooh, WBG actually ends up towards this bottom here, trying to find a space that maybe he can hide into. And obviously, the 1v3 comes through, gets the shutdown and the finish. Not really giving him any time to really do anything here. Very unfortunate actually seeing it towards the Veni here, but obviously able to work towards any which way, shape, or form here, as now we're going to see how all of that pieces together here. And obviously TE waiting for their opponents here, and that's if anybody actually goes to the realm of Yang, and it looks like it is, and it's going to be between OC. OC putting it and going to strike first into this fight between TE and OC. Don't think we've seen this dynamic fight before in the realm of Yang here. So let's see what happens. Slayer immediately gets hit with a massive bow shot to the face. Ends up getting another one hit as well here, as LYD immediately pulls out the Terracotta Warrior. Beautiful advantage here within this fight, as they're going to catch Annalie on the inside of this rotating circle here, putting in so much damage, just absolutely ruining Annalie. Not even giving him much of an opportunity to really fight, as Slayer going to try to see if they can catch forth towards anything here, and obviously throws up the emergency Monk, which in reality probably should have popped that a little bit earlier into this fight. And obviously Slayer is going to come right back towards this one with the mech here. And it doesn't really matter though within this fight. It's still that 2, but it's not going to be enough here. Slayer ends up getting grabbed, gets up getting finished, and TE is going to shut down OC in the realm of Yang, get the rewards, and keep going back into this fight.
Yeah, big old win from the side of T. On the other side of things, though, not only do the side of T pick up the Vermilion's Bird Mite, we see the Vermilion's Bird Mite picked up for the side of JDG also as well. And here comes the side of J-Team. Again, looks like they're going to engage over towards the side of KLA. I've got JL there alongside them as well, if I'm correct. Sorry, no, it's not TK rather. Here comes the aggression though. ZK gonna come through. Does manage to find a tag onto one. It's QGG who somehow gets out of trouble, but is relatively low. Again, the Terracotta Warrior though, so huge to pop. Keeps you alive in those sort of situations, forces the other team to retreat just for the pure damage output that V on QGG offers. It's a scary sight, right? It's a scary sight, let alone inside of the run with Yang, which is in a normal engagement as well. Mystic Mite's been popped up as well from Wolves. ZK in the side of J-Team though, they're still hungry for a few kills here. They still want to go hunting, just trying to scout out and get as much information as possible. But we are now under 20 minutes left in this game, under 19 makers. We've got 18:58 left in game number 3. If you've just joined us, we've seen 3 games already here in this week number 2 for the bi-weekly. This is Trios day number 3, game 4 of 6. A fantastic performance so far from these squads on the first 2 maps of Morzai with Hollow of sandwiched in between. GG now though, taking on GS. The double transformer though for the side of GG might be a real tough task for GS to try and deal with. The mech is going to come into play. The grab comes through as well. Oh, unfortunately for GS, they're going to lose their first player now. Surely all attention turns to the Monk. Got to try and get him out of this as quickly as possible. I love the fact that it's 2 transformers on one here. Are going to try and close the distance, going to try and shut him down as quickly as possible, but I think he does manage to just get away now that he is demonked. Although the numbers advantage still in favor of GG here with the 3 versus 2. 1 player low though, who's got to try and get those heals up and running, and super low. Here comes Yaoi. Is going to try and get involved in the engagement, but just like that, GS, they get cleaned up as GG say, hey guys, read our name, it's GG's for you.
GG's has actually been a lot more dominant in this game than they have been before. Usually we see like kind of a streak with some of these teams where, you know, there is a lot of confidence coming in, and sometimes you don't really know where it's really going to come from. So to see a team like this really come through with a massive amount of confidence and really shut down these teams here without really much thought here, you could tell that GG's is definitely a team currently that is massively locked in to these games, as OC Annalie trying to go for a quick shield here as he's getting pelted by cannons. Immediately TE is going to go through with the reset here, and it looks like they're going to fight TE, trying to see if they can find it. He gets hit. Triple V caught in a tough situation here. The longsword putting in enough work here to get some of that fire under their belts here, as OC immediately is going to come through in that mech, putting in the work and tries to see if those cannons are going to do something here, and it does for Triple V, but obviously the heals are going to keep him a little bit more alive as he ends up getting grabbed immediately by OC Zemeng, but obviously can't be able to get the slam down. But TXJ is going to switch it around, immediately grabs Zemeng and says bye-bye buddy, and as he throws him down to the ground. Slayer trying to retreat and get out of Dodge's way, but obviously the 2v1 obviously is not going to do enough, and that one hit absolutely sends him to the stratosphere and gets the finish and the elimination.
Yeah, 1 remaining player now for OC. He's just going to boogie his way off into the distance and not want to engage that. Just looking across the board, OC though, 5 kills on the board, not bad from them before, come in the hands of their remaining player. Let's take a little look at the zone though here though, Dabby. These teams starting to set up inside. It's heavy focus towards the center of the zone, not too much going on over towards the western side, but on this northeastern far east side, we got lots of teams rotating. We got WBG, we got J-Team, OC, you've got Bowder, You got TE all sort of within the same close distance of each other. So let's keep an eye on that rotation path, because we might start to see a few of those rotation engagements happen a little bit sooner rather than later. We are going to be heading 15 minutes remaining in this game, so coming towards sort of the final quarter of this map, you could say. As for OC, with only one player left alive, it's going to be a tough, tall task for them to get back into this. But here we go, the realm of Yang, it has opened once more time, and hey, look who's back inside of it. It's J-Team. They love a realm of Yang here, don't they, Davy? But for GG, they're going to meet them head to head and try and see if they can shut down the squad. That is J-Team. I'm just trying to think. I think J-Team might have gone 3 for 3 in realm of Yang so far, but for ZK is going to do the initial bit of damage. That's going to be over towards LXM. Does manage to get himself and the squad out of trouble. The cannon comes through. Transform pops as well from Miskia. Not too much damage dealt here with the mech thus far. J-Team have done a great job of just sort of keeping this distance from them and the mech to not allow any splash damage to come through. But as I say, that Eagle is going to get chunked up relatively badly. And it looks like the first potential kill with a Realm of Yang might go into GG's favor, and it does. It's Miskia who's going to pick up the first. The grab comes through as well. 101 manages to just roll his way out of trouble. But Miskia isn't going to let that happen for much longer. GG take down J-Team in the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Yang is being very victorious, and for a team like GG's, it's just another fight, except now they don't have to worry about third parties as much or as often. As now, looking back at it, you love to see how this has really put a string of more things on the other players here, as obviously they're going to be able to get the eliminations, they're going to get the shutdown, and they're doing as much as they can here, and they've made it look good towards the very end of these fights here. You love to see it. Very excited to see what they do next here, as obviously GG's has just been playing the game of their life so far here and been making it look good here. Let's hope they can keep all of this going here. And let's see if they can keep that same fire, very strenuous within this as JJH all the way trying to figure out what's happening though. Even with this one, UWG trying to fight this out and see if maybe they can do something as well here. Trying to play this and be a little bit more smarter. And it looks like ZK is able to catch an elimination on Annalie. Annalie's been absolutely struggling, and so is the rest of the OC team, as EWG is going to come through at a beautiful time. Goes through with the beautiful drop from the Viper ulti, and just like that, Team ZK is going to do the same thing, but the Wushin is going to take them out. But did they get stunned on the way out of there? No, it looks like they caught him in just the nick of time, as Zai Liu looks like he's going to push on to ZK. See if maybe they can work towards this one as well here, but it looks like it might not be enough here.
So much damage being dealt between both sides. A clutch Wushin ult, like you said, to get them out. This J-Team gonna try and force the engagement now onto EWG. I think they've spotted that Jalier is gonna be relatively low, so they want to try and focus over towards that player from EWG. 101 is gonna just try and keep himself alive and kicking. The Yoto ult comes through from TYC, and oh, that's gonna do so much damage over to ZK. Shreds him down to half armor, half HP. The counter Yoto ult though coming through from the side of J-Team and 101. Huge damage onto Aaron from 101. Takes down the Transformer as well. Huge plays from 101. Now J-Team, they're gonna go hunting. They smell the blood of EWG, and guess what? They have taken down the final member by the looks of it, and just surviving. No, he does eventually drop. J-Team goes huge, but guess what? Here come the side of TK, and you've got the side of I think there's one more team here. Who was it? They just left. Oh no, sure. Of course, it was the team with EWG who they just taken down. Big brain.
EWG. I'm telling you, that's a team that absolutely needed that. Like even with all of this pressure and being able to do certain things here, still able to get that shutdown and put it down the way that they need to here. Absolutely not that easy here, as EWG was definitely one of the top teams with the most damage. Putting in a lot of work and momentum here, so it never was easy though, all within this space, and obviously they're still able to find it and they're still able to put in more work here. We love to see the shutdowns coming in from some of these players as they're able to find it as J-Team trying to do the exact same thing. ZK trying to keep AK trying to keep this alive as ZK ends up getting hit by the Yoda Hime ulti, and the Wu Shen is going to be able to take them out as they end up getting pelted by another team, and that's TE. TE coming in as a special guest as well within this the television show currently here, and it looks like J-Team might have to retreat out of this one as TE might actually decide to do the same.
10 minutes remain here in game number 4. Of course, after this, we will be heading to Holarov for our game number 5. J-Team, though, they sniff out the side of TK, and AK in particular going to try and close that gap. Yes, okay, he has got his squad there to help him out. It's going to be the side of TK who do the first little bit of damage over towards ZK. Eagle still looking pretty good. Lock and load to go. I'd like to see J-Team probably just disengage her and get that shield up nice and full again. And then we can try and re-ingress at a later date. It's out of GG though. They're not allowing them to. They want to keep their foot on the gas, keep them pressured. And this would be a good set of kills to pick up for GG, because it'll probably push them slightly further up the standings. They're currently sitting at 11th, of course. 6 total kills so far in this game. 98 points in total this bi-weekly. Lots of damage being dealt though from the bows and the muskets in the hands of TK. J-Team though, gonna more than easily cope with the pressure that seems to be getting put their way though. I'm looking at the far back northern side though. You've got KLA just lurking behind the side of the Knights here, so ZK, take your pick at what you want, my friend. You got quite a bit to work with. Just trying to grab as much as possible. Sandstorm's gonna come through. I think that's gonna be Wolves who pick up a nice Morris Blessing. Bane's Breath gonna drop onto the map now as well. Shouldn't do too much damage though, realistically. No teams inside the spread and the depth of it. Side of Wolves, they have got JL just slightly past them. I don't think Wolves fancy fighting those anytime soon. 8 minutes left here, Dabby, before we close in on our game number 4 victory. JDG trying to get the work done.
Looks like there's a whole lot of momentum coming through here as JDG just trying to figure it out. Not getting caught up in a bad space as KLA is right in between. LSR trying to hold it together here as JDG Zhao Yue sadly does demonk from there, but LSR is going to be able to pick up the pace as well and try to get that split away, try not to get caught by any of the hands as KLA is going to try to separate as much as possible. Still doing a pretty good job of still seeing where they need to be in this stature. There's still a whole lot happening though within these areas though, so you definitely have to be careful of like what are they wanting to do here. It's only going to get better here and it's only going to get a little crazier, but we still need to be able to put this one together here. And now hopefully they'll be able to do more here within this area. See if maybe they're going to be a little bit smart in between all of this. And it's only going to get kind of wild here, so you do have to kind of, hopefully they're able to pay attention a little bit more with this one as Wolves trying to get away from the TXJ here, which TXA is just being a nice little bit of a nuisance to this team here. With those cannons, those damage can be absolutely massive. He's going to have to go for the reload and the repair here. It looks like he decides to, but he ends up getting a bow straight to the chest. Good lord, as KLA is going to be on this rotation here. Also, too, it looks like they're fighting J-Team on the other side here with those cannons. KLA trying to do the exact same thing here as KLA is just trying to split away, but it looks like J-Team is just slowly closing in on KLA. This could be another fight here that could be commencing very, very soon. They're just creating some more damage for KLA, making it harder for them to really connect and get any more of an advantage than they really need to, though. It looks like Chuli ends up getting hit by a massive bow somewhere as well, as meanwhile Godly ends up getting hit and decides to hit their monk status as well. You're trying to do what they can here. Looks like they're going to run straight towards Xinyu here. Could potentially bully them as Xinyu ends up demonking here as Wolves Ben Shu ends up popping their monk ult as well. And now it's just all about the grabs as they end up grabbing one. gets the throwdown. Oh no, the bell actually comes in at a beautiful time here, but the grab ends up catching them again, catching the throw and the lowdown as Chuli is going to capture the elimination, making it hard for YKC to get out of there. KLA has lost a player in this game. Meanwhile, the spread is still nice and wide throughout this, though, as TXJ trying to find some massive cannon damage here, as it looks like they're still going to be able to rotate it and still put it together here, but it looks like they're still having a very tough time towards this as well. Oh no, and Benshu ends up getting eliminated by Triple V, as those bow shots coming through the repeating crossbow can be very, very helpful for a lot of reasons, and that's one of those massive reasons currently right then and there. Meanwhile, LSR able to look through and try to rotate a little bit more here, trying to find any extra spaces that could be very, very helpful to them here. Still much more happening with these games. They've done a fantastic job thus far here, but there's still more really that could be happening here, as they still need to be able to pay attention to how this circle starts to rotate in, as YKC is trying to hold on, but the outside circle, the massive tick damage is going to destroy him, and it absolutely does. But it looks like YKC is going to be able to claim that elimination on Kopi as well prior to that, as the line from CXZ might be able to pick up YKC in this circle rotation. He's just barely alive here, so there could be a potential pickup here. Meanwhile, they're trying to rotate this in, and CX ends up getting found, ends up getting the slash, the thrash, and the throwdown as Triple V trying to see if maybe he can get out of Dodge's way. Dangerously low as Zalue, also trying to do the exact same, but ends up getting caught by AS's musket. Meanwhile, the Wushin is able to take out one of the teams, as TK is trying to hold on, climbing up the tree, using their scale rush, trying to get a little bit of some free space here, a little bit of breathing room. Maybe they can use some of their long-range weapons to try to see if they can get anything done here. But 330, Miss Kia, I told you, the massive steps coming in from some of these teams here, able to do what they can here. Let's see if he's able to get a free grab, though. This could be massive for him if he's able to pick up literally anything here. DG is trying to hold on for as long as possible. Obviously, no bones going to be able to find anything for this throw, but Miss Kia is going to be able to hold the fort down and be the tank and the turret for GG's team.
Yeah, the side of JJH now, they're going to come and get in on the action. It's going to be Godly. Unfortunately, not so Godly at the moment, as he's met with nothing but a barrage of blade slashes from the side of GG. But I think so far, you got to say, in terms of the overall engagement, I think JJH has come back out on top. Sandstorm is going to be popped, though, just to maintain a little bit of distance between these two squads. 330 now, though, with that doing so much damage, just lighting up water. And, well, who says fire can't put out water? It's meant to be the other way around, right? But water's so low. Manages to pop the Terracotta Warrior, though, to keep himself alive and running in the game. TXJ, how many grabs has this man pulled off in 1 second? At the moment, it grabs him again. Where do you think you're going, 330? I'll tell you where you're going, 6 feet under, because I'm having a grand slam of a time at the moment here on Morris Idol. But somehow, TE, they just keep themselves alive and kicking this all through the hands of that Muck transform. But here comes the side of JT. DK trying to get aggressive spots. That Godly's in a little bit of danger. Slices him up and puts him in between his Viper's bread and gives him a sandwich. As all of a sudden, JT, they turn their advantage over towards JL. Bang, AS trying to stay alive for the squad as much as possible. There is one solo player left alive, though. It's going to be truly for the side of JJH. Overall, I think we've got 4 squads left remaining. A 3v1. JT mode 101 has got the height advantage. They're going to absolutely light LYD up. 5 seconds until them heals are going to get up and running. VVV, though, getting absolutely comboed to the max. VVV somehow manages to keep himself alive and turn the tables. What a huge play out of VVV. Manages to keep himself alive. The transform comes through from TXJ. There's no way the side of TE going to keep himself in this through another clutch transform from TXJ. Does manage to get grabbed, though. Gets hit with the sandstorm as well. Terracotta pot in the hands of one player. Also, that's going to be Godly with the Terracotta pot. 101 still alive and kicking. Oh, just waiting for that ultimate to build up as much as possible before that Yoto ult comes online. Bang, though, unfortunately, he's going to fall out. That's going to be LYD again with the Terracotta, just doing so much damage. LXM's going to fall as well. LYD's a man. He's on a killing spree at the moment. Anyone that gets in his way, he's just absolutely carving up like a cheesecake.
Absolutely insane coming into this space here. Even with all of this going down, JLAS trying to hold it together. Wolves on the outside here trying not to get eliminated. I can tell LXX trying not to get eliminated within this space. 101 ends up sending him right back outside of the circle. Triple V trying to hold it as he's going to be able to push in. J-Team catches TE on this rotation here as it looks like it's going to slowly close in on J-Team, who still has their full team alive. JJH trying to hold it together all the way towards the very end. It's going to be absolutely massive for some of these teams here as 101 catches 2 to 3 eliminations within this game, and J-Team is going to be the bullies here. JJH gets that second place finish for their team, and JJH and J-Team is going to catch the dub, and those 5 rank points, ZK, 101, and Eagle are back on top.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from J-Team. Popped off to say the least, and 101 twice, not once but twice, goes clutch with that Yotohime ult. So huge to pull that out of nowhere to just do so much damage. Catches 2 to 3 eliminations each time as well. For a second, I thought the transform on the Monk from TE was going to keep them in the game and try and go clutch again, but a little bit too late to say the least. But for the side of J-Team, that's what they wanted, right? I mean, they were so close to closing that gap between themselves and XCG at the top, who of course don't play today. Now though, they are very much back in with the mix of taking home this bi-weekly.
Oh, absolutely. J-Team definitely needed a little bit of some confidence there. We have seen them in that top space before here. We know they can do it, so it's not as much of a surprise. But at the same time, J-Team has definitely been kind of struggling in some of these instances, and obviously this dub is definitely going to be a masterpiece of confidence for them. They definitely needed it, and obviously we're still going to be seeing a lot more of them really pop off the way that they need to here. And like I said, they've done a great job of it so far here. So let's see how they're going to do in the next 2 games. We still have 2 games left in this roster here. So there's still a lot more in reality going on here, but it's going to be showing pink all over the place here as J-Team is going to claim our 4th game of the night.
Yeah, of course, we do head to Holorov in game number 5, but what a performance from J-Team. We sort of spoke at the start of the show about teams to look out for, and they were one team that we both mentioned that could have a very, very good day today. And yes, okay, it looked like they got off to a little bit of a slow start, but they're such a hard team to play against when they're fully firing. You know, when you need someone to step up, you've got 101, for example, or, you know, whoever it might be from that trio of J-Team. They're just so hard to play against when they're firing on all cylinders. And there's only one result that's going to happen if they are so, and that's going to be them picking up not only the dub, but the stand-in dub as well. I mean, going into this next game, though, Holorov, this is where we're now at that stage of the competition where these teams have to potentially change the style of play that they're probably more adapted and used to, because teams have got to make up points. Teams have got to make sure they maintain points for their teams trying to catch up with them
and then stay alive.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. They've got to make sure that they balance it between going hunting for kills to gain points, but also not hunting too much where the hunters then become the prey for the likes of a 3rd or a 4th party, right? Or I mean, I think it might be 101 who had that ridiculous 2v1 parry, right? When the team tried to 3rd party him back in like game number 2 or something.
Oh, so, in Holorov, yes.
Yeah. There's so many different variables that comes into a fight in a game like NARAKA that, you know, you take. It's the phrase that if you give a team or a player an inch, they'll take a yard or a mile, right? Like it's so easy for that type of situation to happen. So getting the balance in the game number 5 and game number 6 is going to be really key for these teams.
It's going to be massive here. I don't think we're really going to see any repeats tonight. At least I could be wrong by that. And if there is going to be a repeat, I feel like it's going to be, I'm going to be honest, I think JL was close to the end of that game here towards the very end. And I really think if JL ends up playing that well again, I can see them actually getting one of the only repeats that we might potentially see tonight. But as of right now, I still feel like it's going to be anyone's game. And I feel like a lot of these teams are really just crawling to try to get a 1st place slot here. And obviously J-Team with a 27.4, 14 eliminations and 22 kill points. Absolutely massive. And those 5 ranking points are going to take them all the way over the top. And obviously TE just barely inching a point plus over to take it over GG's, which had 17 points. And obviously TE with 18.3. Absolutely massive coming into these games here. Still trying to hold it together here, but TE really keeping that consistency here in our game number 4. Very surprising here because, like I said before, they are in 3rd place currently here. So if they keep this same momentum, we might be seeing TE as the leaders of our trios.
Could very well be. You know, so sometimes we speak about, yes, you know, I always have the mentality that if a team has a great day one or a great game to start off when you're dropping like 18 kills, 17 kills, and you're like 60 points margin, the likes of what XCG do, for example, it can sometimes be the real bane of your existence and a real bad thing, because you've set your standards so high that you now put a target on your back. But JT, of course, in our game number 4, winning 101 people and ZK. Let's take a little look back at some of the highlights. So this was the earlier engagement we saw between GS and OC, in which OC came out on top. JT. It was probably from this fight here with EWG, where they put themselves in a bit of a tough spot because 2 of their players didn't have any armor. They were relatively low, but they just turned the tides every single time they flipped the script and their backs against the wall. They somehow managed to stay alive and kicking. Gotta say though, huge shout out to all of the Monk players. Anytime I saw a Monk fully transformed, I just felt like we were seeing grabs after grabs. It was like Mike Tyson taught these guys how to throw hands, because they were just landing left and right hooks every single time they threw out the grabs. So inevitably, it wasn't enough to save the day, as that Yoto ulti from 101 goes huge. It leaves Chulu left alive in the 3 versus 1, and there's only one winner in that, and that is of course gonna be J Team. So yeah, we're now going to our final 2 maps with I'm excited to see what the standards are looking like, man.
I think the stats are going to be really good for the overall, as we probably will see that, I think, probably a game before we get into game number 6. And even with all of that, still, the wide variety of how these teams have been, this is the most spread out I've really seen of the majority of these teams here in terms of the underdog teams, the teams that we really don't expect to see end up getting a dub here. So obviously with J-Team has been doing well here, and they get that 4th place finish. Or they get that 1st place finish. The 31,000 plus damage. ZK with the 6 eliminations, 5 assists, and 17,000 damage with the cannon. 17k damage coming in from just the cannon alone. This is exactly what I was talking about. Using the cannon as a way to continue to disperse more damage consistently while making sure that they're not too confident to push on your entire team. Obviously, he has the Repair Roll, Flame Breath, Grail Gupture Orb, Phantom Step, Cavalry Boom, and dual Blade Step. The Repair Roll is massive for a player like ZK, who is using the cannon consistently. So instead of having to sit there and continuously repair over and over again, all he has to do is roll, and just like that, he has another set of 10 ready to go, ready to continue to shoot and keep giving problems to some of these players here. Obviously, there's a reason why ZK was up there as the leader and their MVP for that game, because those cannon shots are massive for a team like that. And notice how all of those teams were doing pretty much the exact same thing. Obviously, J-Team was able to keep their game much alive and much longer as they ended up taking the dub. But those cannon shots, being able to have people be a little bit more hesitant before they push in, because you don't want to push on a team and not have full health.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a game like NARAKA as well, you get parried and then comboed once, or juggled once. Like, it's a game set and match, right? You might as well just put down your mouse and keyboard and just load into the next lobby when it's ready. So, 17,000 damage on the cannon alone. That is just, they're ridiculous numbers. I think it was just under 32k total. When you've got a player doing so much damage output like that, yes, the point you made about, allowing your team that extra wiggle room is super valid, but it also almost takes off the pressure from them in terms of, staying alive in those team fights and team skirmishes, because 9 out of 10 times they're going into that fight knowing that, okay, my player has probably got either no shield or armor, or it's half HP from the amount of cannon damage that's been dealt with already before the engagement even starts. So great work from the side of J-Team. Can they replicate it though, going into the likes of Holorov or going into the final Morris Isle map in game number 6? This is where I want to ask you a question, Daddy, because you said to me earlier on that you think it's going to be game number 5, the second game on Holorov, where things start to get a little bit interesting when we see some craziness happen. Do you think that's still going to be the case, especially now? So we're looking at our standings as well.
Oh, absolutely. I can 100% see a big difference in some of these observations here, and really seeing where some of these teams can go here. It really can be so many different areas here where things can get so, I'm not going to say desperate, but definitely people play with a purpose. They play with a type of advantage here that they want to see something massive go down here. And obviously, you want to be able to have a really, really big break in some of these games as we look at the standings here for where we're at here. 60 points coming in from GG's, putting in that work. JDG with that 45.7 hasn't really moved up too much from these games here. But yes, I definitely think game 5 is definitely a really big standard point for some of these players here. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to make it happen. I would hope that we see something pretty fantastic, and hopefully, I'm gonna be honest, I want to be right. I want to see if JL really can come back and do it again.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to say the least. I mean, they had what, a 19 kill win earlier on, so monstrous numbers that they're more than capable of pushing up. But I think it's really the top 7 that people are interested to see where things lie here, as we've got the likes of Ventus sitting in 8th. J-Team have took the top spot in the standings.
What?
With 2 games left to go already. They are now 0.9 of a point above XCG. And look at TE as well, Dabby. They're hot on the tails of XCG also. Probably by the end of this next game, they might leapfrog their way into 2nd. This is huge out of J-Team and TE.
Could see absolutely something massive coming out of this. Very surprised to see how they were able to get that finish happening, and still to see J-Team all the way at the top here. Man, J-Team has got to be feeling good knowing that they're at the top spot here for this one. They've done a good job of it so far. The question is now, can they hold it for 2 more games? Can they keep that same momentum, and can they hold it for 2 more?
It's the question on the tip of everyone's tongue and in the foreprint of everyone's minds. We won't have to wait too long before we have that answer. We can see here the team on your screen, J-Team, currently sitting top of the standings. And what does that do to a team as well, Dabby? To know that, okay, I'm not too sure if the information would have been communicated to them that they are actually top at the moment, but they must know in their head after their performance that they're around that top spot. Does that start making you a little bit nervous? Do the legs and hands start shaking slightly, or does that just buy into this team's mentality to say, okay, we can just keep doing what we're doing?
Yeah, definitely just keep doing what you're doing. You definitely don't want to kind of have that little bit of hesitation or kind of like, what if? Because if you have that what if, that what if could really happen in a game when you're really not trying to make that happen. So if things are going well, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Just like what we talked about earlier in the beginning of the game. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Why are we worried about stuff that hasn't happened? Let's focus on what's more important right now, is getting this dub, doing it again, at least getting a top 5 game. The rest doesn't matter. Let's focus on what we're doing best so far, because what we're doing already has gotten us in the lead.
Yeah, more of the same from the side of J-Team. But for the other teams though, right, this is where they've now got to say to themselves, okay, we sort of know how many points we need to leapfrog the players above us. This is where we might start to see the likes of a Holoroth games shift to a slightly faster pace, to the likes of the Morris Isles get a little bit more scrappy and a little bit more, you know, unconventional and untraditional. JJH, I thought JJH got a little bit unlucky in that last game, to be totally honest with you. I thought they played towards the end of the final phases quite well. I think it was left to one of their players left alive in like a 1v6 or 1v7 or something like that when they originally had 3 up. So let's see if they can bounce back and do 1 or 2 steps better than they did in the last. I'm interested though. I'm interested to see how this Holoroth game plays out. I mean, I'm intrigued to see if the style of change that we anticipate is going to happen for GS. They've impressed us a little bit so far today. Not hit the ropes as quickly and as rapidly as you would have expected. Not seen too much out of the likes of Wolves either, for example. They've been rather quiet, but here we go. We're going to get things ready to lock in on Morris Isle. The game number... Oh, it's not Morris Isle, sorry. Onto Holoroth. The game number 5. What are we expecting to see here, Dabby? Are we going to see things get a little bit interesting?
Hollow. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it with everything happening, though, but it's going to be Hollow. See if they're going to be able to put this one together, as we're going to see the locks. And obviously, even with all of this coming through here, the hero picks are only going to get not the same. Too crazy. The dual Monk splash coming through with the majority of the teams, and obviously the Tumulch being one of the overall picks, and obviously the Monks just being just a massive one. I think the only team that doesn't have a Monk is going to be WG and JT.
EWG and J Team.
And J Team.
Yeah. So that's a bold statement out of J Team, right? To not put the monk into their character select. Same for EWG as well. They've gone for the Viper instead. Both have Yotos. Mirror team comps across the board for both J Team and EWG. I really like the comp that we see of the Feria, the Temulch, and the Monk. Like it's just such a hard team to fight, right? In a head-to-head engagement, there's so much versatility to the potential outcomes and the potential fights you can get yourself in. You got to deal with a mech, you got to deal with the Monk transform, and then the Sandstorms coming out of the Temi as well. Let's take a little look though at where these squads are going to be landing. Got the likes of Bowder, EDG, all located very, very similar spots. Across the board, you've got Wolves, you've got TK, one other also. But the spread isn't too bad if you ask me though. We have got quite a bit of group
no. Spread is actually really not that bad, and I'm actually really surprised depending on where certain people are landing as Bowda, and it looks like JDG is going to go immediately into a fist fight, get their weapons, and try to fight this out immediately. As it looks like they're going to find Lion first here. Lion either didn't have any grapples or he didn't find a space to be able to capture one, and obviously Bowda is going to be sadly able to pay for it though, as Bowderman ends up getting parried immediately. The Bell able to do the most. Longsword comes through. The 1v3 is able to catch him, but sadly almost gets caught by the window. And it looks like just like that, JDG is able to capture the first squad wipe for our game number 5.
Yeah, JDG starting off strong. And hey, I don't want to say that the last time we saw JDG pick up 3 kills within the first minute of the game, they went on and won a game with oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of JL, sorry JDG fans, apologize for that one. But either way though, great start from JDG. EWG though, look like they want to come and get involved into the mixer as well. Zhao Liu gonna try and get involved and close that distance. So damage dealt with by the cannon. It's going to be Kopi and Zhao Hui. You have of course got to remember that this is the last day of trios, right before we head into the final stage. So if I'm correct in saying it, it's a top 14 that go through to the finals. If I'm correct in saying so. Again, the likes of GS, the likes of JJH, OC, all still within a reasonable chance, but EWG, WBG just slightly above them, want to try and hang on to that top 14 spot if possible. Speaking of 2 teams that are very much involved in that 14th spot, ramble up, that's going to be EWG. JDG very much above them in the standings, but not so much in this fight, as Zhao is unfortunately going to fall, and EWG, they find the first. Now they turn their attention to LSR and to Kopi. The bell comes through. It's going to block a little bit of damage momentarily, but LSR does get hit stunned. Is going to somehow get his way out of trouble. And LSR unfortunately does inevitably fall. And for JDG, it's all up to their remaining player. Isn't going to do too much though in the way of getting away, although the Sandstorm is inevitably popped. The revives come through. JDG are back in the game as the resurrections come to plan, but EWG, they answer back with 2 insta repicks. And again, Kopi has to get on his high horse. Run, my friend, grapple yourself away because you got EWG hunting you down. And it looks like TYC wants to claim this one for his own, but I think Kopi may have done enough to just scramble away.
Able to do so much within this space and still are able to do even more than that. Still doing a lot more, even with all of that puts and forth here as JDG. Kopi is just trying to see if he can escape this. Beautiful hits coming through towards Ye Ron here, but the 1v3 is just going to absolutely put pressure on him. Not going to make it easy, and obviously just like that is able to get the finish here. Putting it down and getting the finish. We love to see it here.
EWG feeling confident. 6 kills. Yerim. 2-2-IC as well. We've got 3. JL though going to engage onto the side of GS. Grapple comes through. Transform as well in the hands of the Monk. As well as Anne's going to pop the mech, but instantly going to be shut down. As Feng gonna get on his high horse, just bouncing away, running away as quickly as possible. The Monk for Monks running after each other. Wish we had some Benny Hill music to insert over this right now. It's just the two Titans just stomp their way through the buildings. But Feng is gonna catch one though. It's gonna be Lue. Unfortunately, he's gonna fall. It's up to Jai. Left alive for his team. Feng and AS are gonna catch him, making him fall. 3 on the board for JL. Fantastic stuff here. Out of our game number 3 winners, of course, had a monstrous 19 kill win in game number 3. Lots of solid plays out of JL so far. 6 kills on EWG, 4 for KLA. Just the 3, of course, for TL and WBG after their early skirmishes. 25-minute mark here in this game, so 25 minutes remaining. We are yet to see anything too out of the ordinary happen, and I'm really surprised that we've seen a few of these teams, you know, the likes of 18th, 19th, you know, sort of OC and below, step their foot on the gas to try and pick up these multipliers, right, for the kills. So JJH, though, as I say that, looks like they're going to try and go hunting. They know that at the moment they do not make the cut to make the bi-weekly finals as things stand. Water, of course, are going to want to change that. Can you
see how JJ is going to be, though? Even with all of this momentum, though, they're still able to work towards it and figure it out here. It's still been a pretty hectic... Still been a pretty hectic story with everything going out, though. And let's see how they're going to be able to work with that one even more. As we're going to head back towards this slot here. Like you said, we'd love to see how we can rotate this in, as GS is going to be able to work towards this and keep this alive. See if J Team is going to be all the way within this rotation. Finds EWG actually within this fight. Keeps the aggression very hard and very high within this, as it looks like they're still going to be able to go through it. Looks like the Bane's Breath is going to be caught right on the inside here. 3 seconds left on the clock. EWG is going to try to see if they can separate as much as possible, forcing themselves to get out of the Dodge's way. Xia Liu ends up getting caught. ZK gets absolutely blitzed out by the Bane's Breath here. Meanwhile, EWG, Tut ends up getting a massive elimination with this one. The Yorihime ulti comes through in a beautiful fashion here, catches J-Team's 101 in the space, puts them down on the ground, gets the parry, and J-Team is going to successfully call in their Wushin and get out of Dodge's way and not get eliminated. Man, what a great call coming in from J-Team. Wushin coming through to clutch them up the best way that they can. And just like that, they are still back in this fight.
Yeah, they were in a tough spot, man, for sure. Tough predicament to find himself in. And speaking of tough predicaments, KLA, they found themselves against a fully transformed Monk. So they're going to pop the transform back at their own. Instantly, AS going to be shredded apart. Oh my god, 1 by 1. YKC just picking him apart, picking him up and taking him to the cleaners. He's going to slam him down. Can't find the grab, though. Does eventually grab him again. Is going to pick up both. Going to grab one. The other is eliminated. JL. They're going to be taken off here. Luckily for them, they have got the Resurrect and Rebirth available alive for them. So they're going to go ahead and get themselves back over to one of those altars and back into the game as soon as possible. But KLA, that's great from them. Superb performance so far in this game number 5.
See how they're going to be able to rotate with this one here, as it looks like they're going to find the... Oh, wow. I actually thought that they took WPG, but left one of the characters. Left one of the teammates, I'm going to be honest. As TK and TE is going to fight this out. I think this could be it here. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this fight underway, as TK putting this together here. AK ends up getting destroyed by a couple of bow shots here, and they know exactly where they need to go as the Terracotta Warrior immediately gets formed here. Beautiful call for this as the massive Mulk comes through. Now here goes that fight that we were talking about before. Trying to juggle both sections here, as both of them are going to try to see if they can claim some eliminations on some of their other teammates. That 2v3 is going to be absolutely massive, as long as you know exactly what to do with it. Now, coming back with this one and still being able to see how you can put this one together. You still have to be able to rotate this around and be smart. Even with the defenses that's been happening thus far here, it still can be a very hectic space to be. As long as you are able to pay attention here to the fight. CXJ is going to be able to have a great time in backing off here, trying not to get forced within this fight. Triple V ends up getting caught, but just like that, their teammate is able to come back. Beautiful support coming in from their massive Feria, and AK is just getting absolutely pummeled by massive bullets coming through here as AK tries to get pushed here by a Triple V. Scale Rush comes through, seeing if maybe they can hit him in a decent fashion. Ends up hitting him like probably once here. Katana trying to see if they can connect, and sadly LYD ends up getting eliminated first. Not making it easy for them, as Triple V actually still has a massive opportunity to, and just like that, the turret is able to do some massive damage on one of those players, and this really could be the nice switch of the change. Just like that, all of a sudden now it's a 2v2. At least now it's a fair fight towards each section. Triple V is dangerously low and hurt. Sad 7 ends up getting eliminated here, and just like that, ends up being in a bad space, and TE is able to clutch the game and shut TK down.
Oh, huge stuff from T. They win the Realm of Yang, pick up the Vermilion Bird's Might as well. GG on the other side of things, picking up the Bird's Might too. But that's heartbreaking stuff though, right, for TK, to say the least. It looked so good, it was so promising. Unfortunately, T, they just have that difference maker factor about them. When they want to take it away from you, they will just snatch it from your hands. Rebirth Charms forced to be used by the hands of GS to get a few of their players back up and running into the game. I've been so impressed with TXJ so far today. Dabby is a player that's really stood out for me in terms of consistency for the side of T, knowing when to pop the transform and the Monko, knowing when to use the F to just take the damage reduction. It's been nice to see. Overall, I think T have done very, very well today. EWG, though, it looks like they're going to try and come and get a bit of information, scout out to see if there's any troubling potential paradise anywhere sometime soon. Yeah, and it's just going to rotate over, go ahead and take in the space on the map. Setting up nicely. Under 20 minutes to go now, 18 on the clock left in our game number 5 here on Holleroff. We've got one more game of Morris Isle coming up. Don't forget to grab yourself those free codes on the right-hand side of your screen. Let us know what you've picked up off of those. The best and worst part about being a caster, Dabby, is you get to see them first, but you don't have time to redeem them. As we're very much interested in bringing you guys all the action here. But talking of action, here comes the side of KLA. They're going to engage over towards the side of Wolves. It looks like Wolves have got them pushed onto the back foot slightly. The grapple comes through.
Able to get away in actually just amount of time, though. A bit of tough space, though, as Wolves is going to be able to come right out of that portal. And looks like they're ready to put in some magic, though. Immediately ends up popping the ulti here. Decides, hey, you want to be able to put that madness down. Let's see if you really are about that energy here. As just like that, going to be able to work towards this. And tries to see what they can do here, all within this space, though. Beautiful shutdown, though. KLA trying to get the grab, sadly, is unsuccessful. And at least getting the throw down here, as now Wolves just struggling and scrambling as Ben Shu ends up getting eliminated here. Gets the throw, and oh no, loses out on the Monk just like that. But KLA is able to keep the momentum going all the way towards the end. It makes it a lot harder for them to be able to do any much more than what they truly need to here. Is now right back at it again. Able to shut that down in a beautiful way here, and let's see how they're able to do it as TE is able to push in on TK here. That nice run it back here that we saw from earlier, as TE ends up catching them on the outside, just absolutely juggling this man, and even trying to pop the ulti, and sadly, it's just not going to be enough.
Here comes J-Team, though. It's going to be ZK trying to engage over towards the trio of TE. I think he's realized that, hey, where the rest of our squad at? But here they come, the side of J-Team going to look to engage over towards the side of TE. ZK leading the way. I think they've realized that one player, WBG, is going to be Jing behind. Might be able to catch him. A little bit off the cuff. There we go. He's trying, if he can, to work the revive, but unfortunately I think he's been caught. But no, here comes the attack from Jing. Unfortunately, J-Team there meeting him with fire. Looks like the side of J-Team's swords, dual blades were just a little bit sharper than Jing's, unfortunately. Gonna turn their attention over towards the likes of EWG, who have come through for the third party. Eagle, oh my god, gets absolutely toasted by Zhao, and they immediately lock on to 101. Sorry, he falls as well. This is a great third party from EWG here. They played this superbly. Now they turn their attention to TK. They're trying to clean up all 4 kills here. This is great work from EWG.
Even with that one, though, EWG still has a little bit of more work cut out for them, though, even if they want to see themselves in that top space. As GG caught in a different situation, though, all the way on this outside. The Tumultual comes out in a very different situation here. Meanwhile, even with all of this coming in, Miskuya ends up getting thrown and then immediately blasted by the Feria ult. Miskuya is going to be able to call his mech in such a decent time, though, as well. Triple V gets absolutely blasted as well towards this, as now Miskuya, the magical tech, is just absolutely getting pelted and bullied right now. LXM almost getting caught outside of this one, and it looks like he might end up getting eliminated. Yes, he does, by TE's LYD. TE coming through with a surprise finish here, really being able to shut down GG as a full team. They've done it before here, but to be able to do it in the realm of Yang here with no precautions and no casualties is absolutely impressive. So coming through from TE, their confidence is soaring in this game.
Soaring indeed. And I mentioned right at the start of the game, Dabby, that they ain't looking too many points off the likes of XCG now as well to drop up into the top 2. I think they were, what, like 20, 25, 30 points behind them in this game, and with 9 kills already. You know, they're looking to reduce that deficit very, very much. But here comes TL. They've spotted OC a little bit off the cuff, and they're going to be engaged straight away. Anli, though, unfortunately, is going to be able to pop the mech and get out of trouble. Or are they? So much damage being dealt here by ZU from the side of JL. Z-Mang as well. Slayer all relatively low. They can't hang around here for too much longer, OC. Surely they're taking so much damage. And hardly a scratch on the surface of JL thus far. Z-Man going to get caught in his tracks, though. Now the attention turns over towards the other OC players. JL doing such a great job of keeping this alive. The transform does come through. It's a transform for transform, ult for ult, trade pop. And these two juggernauts, the Titans, are just swinging at each other right now, Daddy. We've got both monks going head to head.
When it comes to the massive monks fighting, I'm literally sitting there and I go, fight, 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 fight. Because I genuinely love to see when these tanks are fighting it out and going absolutely insane. Even putting this all together here. Meanwhile, JJH just chilling on the other side of this wall here. Average kill 6.7 and a 30,000 plus average damage. Points is a 10.9 here. They've really been putting in the effort the way that they want to here. And the shutdown has only been better here. See if they're going to be able to walk towards this one, though. But they looks like they're going to be chilling for a while here. Meanwhile, EWG putting in some work with those 10 eliminations here. Done a fantastic job so far here, but it's only going to get crazier. The shutdown gets better.
One thing I love about T as well is they've used the Mystic Might buff to their ability, right? They obviously they know that with the Mystic Might it allows them to have the teleports available. It gives them the 25% damage reduction. Obviously, that's now an ability on the buff that's moved over from Draco's Storm in the most recent update. You have the likes of the damage reduction again. Like I mentioned, it's just such a useful thing to have, and they've used it to the best of their ability so far, so well. Transform comes through though now for the side of JJH. Godly, here we go again. Monks fight round 2. Who's gonna be the heavyweight this time? As all of a sudden, Godly is gonna get absolutely lit up. I think the problem that GS might have though is they've actually got the second transform in the mech as well available, of course, on the Feria. So it's gonna be JJH who come out on top in the big transform fight, and unfortunately for Anne, left alive on their own. All alone, no one besides them, and they're just going to boogie their way out of trouble and live to see another day. Very, very unfortunate spot that GS found himself in, but for JL, GG, and KLA, it looks like we could have a three-way engagement go its way here. Who's going to be the first point of contact? Who's going to be the one to engage first? And it looks like it's going to be the side of GG. They understand here, I think, that KLA might have just come out of a different engagement, and a few of the shields might not be replenished, and the armor not looking too good. LXM trying to close the distance. The bell comes up. It's going to be YKC, sorry, he keeps himself alive a little bit longer, but oh damn, lots of damage being dealt from the range there on XLM. Here comes the Pemi ult to try and keep the squad alive. Unfortunately though, for CXZ, it is going to be XLM who finds the kill, so numbers advantage now very much in favor of GG.
Absolutely, within this space, you love to see it here in terms of where certain things have been going here. They've done a lot more within this space here to really work towards this momentum and trying to get this top placement here. JL doing a fantastic job too. You know they've been able to figure it out as well. And you know there's so much more to it than meets the eye. And so far they've done a fantastic job. Let's hope that they can really do more than that though, with any much more than what we were used to.
See what JJH can do now as we turn our attentions to TE once again. Oh boy, now TE, they are taking these teams and players to the cleaners, and at the moment, unfortunately for KLA, it looks like they're going to be hung out to dry as somehow YKC gets himself away, but to the only avail that JJH now have come in for the third party, and Water wants to try and pick up the kill still somehow. YKC doing a great job of staying alive, but I think it's only a matter of time. The bell pop comes through to just tank the damage for a little bit, but Godlier is going to come through and find the kill. But now here comes the side of JL. They know that the engagement just comes down, but I think they were expecting these players from JJH to be a little bit more weak than they actually were. I don't think they realized it was a 3v1 engagement that JJH took, so JJH, they're more than happy here and more than capable of taking this engagement. They've got the Vs available, the ults for the majority of the team as well, so the Monk can fully transform should they have to. The cannon tanking up so much damage onto AS as well, and you know, that's a little reminder from JJH. Yes, okay, JL, you might have won a game or so far today, and we might have just come out of a fight, but this cannon does a little bit of work, so put some respect upon our name.
Even with all of that happening, though, you love to see it here as JJH all the way on this rotation has this open space here, a whole lot of momentum, a whole lot of soul jades to them. Hopefully they was able to get some decent stuff here that they need for their fights. Oh, and he ends up getting hit immediately by a bow shot. Looks like that's coming from up top. Could have been from EWG here. As it looks like KLA is going to be behind them as well here. And so is TE. TE also close near the rotation here. There could have been another space here for them as well, but they also have a full stack of soul jades. So that also could be something as well here. They could have been very aggressive and really fought for that as well, but knowing that there was a team nearby really could have started a whole plethora of third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. Let me tell you something. When you start to cast more, you're going to see so much more third, fourth, and fifth parties. It's absolutely massive. And obviously, like I said, that crown control is very, very important within these games here, as EWG looks like they're going to be able to pop some of that shield to help them, as JJH is going to come through right behind them, though. Could be a bad space for EWG, though, so they're going to need to see if they can rotate this out, as it looks like JJ looks like they're able to find their rotation and keep the games moving as well here. Not necessarily forcing a fight if they want to, but JL looks like they might want to try something.
They want to try something. They want to try and engage this fight as quickly as possible by the looks of it. EWG, they're just going to rotate their way out and just put a little bit of distance and put the brakes on this engagement thus far. But Bowder, though, they're lurking around the same sort of vicinity. I think they're going to try and get involved in the third party now, if they can, or just looks like they're still maintaining distance for now. Just under 6.5 minutes left here in our penultimate game of the night. After this, we head back over to Morrisville to close things out in game number 6. By the end of that, we will know which of the 14 teams here have qualified through to bi-weekly number 2's playoff finals. And at the moment, it's still anyone's game. Oh, look at the amount of damage that these bows are doing at range. These ranged items, they're so good, so useful, so handy to do that chunk damage across the map. But here comes the side of Bowder. It looks like that rotation is going to start to come through. They're trying to gatekeep and hold teams as much as possible. I think they realised here that it might be forced into an engagement. But speaking of an engagement, here comes the side of JL and EWG are here to follow. We see the Sandstorm get popped out. That's going to be Temi trying to do some work, but to no avail just yet. JL, though, they're still standing up top. They've got a superior height advantage. They force EWG off. They now rotate out to try and focus their self over on the rotation, but a big old bit of bow damage does TZ down. Is going to have to get a bit of shield up and running. No doubt JL. Oh, the cannon damage. Oh, they run straight into AK as well.
AK was sitting in the bush. They didn't even realize he was already there. That's the crazy thing about the bush, too. If someone's already sitting there, you just go in there and you also become invisible. So you actually don't know that you're in a bush with somebody else.
So a player made a step into the bush and revealed himself as well. And AK straight back into the same bush that he was once upon. And that's kind of put the plan that JL wanted to do on standstill here for a little bit. They wanted to try and use this bush to delay the rotate as much as possible. The transform available in the hands of the AK's Monk. Here comes the mech though. Speaking of transforms, TXJ, I'd probably say my player of the most consistent player across the board so far this week. Godly A just gets the transform off in time. Now, can JJH use this to stay alive? But so much damage. Godly A is just getting shot up left, right, and center here. He's going to fall instantly. One player left alive for the side of JJH. For the side of T, though, all three players up and running. TXJ has got the transform available. Feng just sitting out, hanging around in the mech. Doing a little bit of damage, trying to find some tags onto these players that are rotating. The side of Bowder now. So is TE, both trying to get engaged over in this fight. AK gets tagged up relatively heavy. I think AK ends up falling out. So does Moon as well. QGG just vibing out on his own over here. Managed to grapple his away from trouble. Bowder, unfortunately, they're going to be eliminated and fall out. Now, EWG start to take the engagement over towards the side of TE. They say, okay, we understand that you guys are feeling yourself a little bit here. We're going to relax ever so slightly. But for KLA, though, it's all up to QGG. Manages to get himself out of trouble for now. Cannon damage. Doing some work here for Xiaolue. Gonna be triple V, though. Lots of damage dealt. So much good work here from these squads to just keep each team at a distance. But you look at the loadout for TE. You've got a gold set of armor, 2 purples across the board.
Oh!
Gonna get cleaned up. ZU as well. Gonna find a couple. So much damage being dealt. Transform comes through now from Feng. So too from TXJ. And I think we're down to our 3 remaining squads.
5 remaining squads currently here. There's definitely some solo stragglers, I think, in this game potentially here, as JL and TE are going to be near each other here. It actually ends up snatching AS from away from their team here, but it looks like they're still able to continue it as well. JJH at the bottom here, Walter, might be one of the only solo players in this game here, as we still have EWG here. And KLA all within this rotation. TE with 2 players down by themselves as well. Really could be anybody's game, as JL's going to pop through with that rocket. Catches AS on the outside. TE is able to catch that elimination as well. Beautiful finish here. Triple V is able to get at least 3 eliminations within this game. 16 points coming through from TE. I could be wrong. I thought JL was going to be the one that decides to pop off, but I guess TE is potentially going to be able to do it again. TXG ends up getting caught. EWG trying to come back here, see if they can create any type of confidence here for their shot at getting a win. Triple V absolutely getting destroyed from outside of the circle here, but ends up having enough time to pop the ulti, keeping the game alive for himself here, as TXJ actually ends up getting finished. EWG all the way around ends up catching this dub, but it doesn't matter though. I think TE has enough points and probably placement to make them no, EWG actually snatches it away from TE.
Yeah, big performance from EWG, vital for the standings as well. One thing I want to mention as well, I'm not too sure if you caught it, there has been a huge shift in the rankings from our top 6 as well off the back of that game. We won't spoil it too much, I'm sure we'll show you the standings before the last game. But either way, though, EWG, huge performance. And there was times there, though, Dabby, that they didn't look like they were in the best of spots, to be totally honest with you. There was a few times where a couple of their players were falling low. They weren't in the best sort of necessary spot and location in that final zone. They were getting beaten up a little bit, but EWG, they put out all the stops to keep themselves alive and kicking there in game number 5 to take home our second map on Holorov in game number 5 in total. And this now sets us up for a really intriguing end to the day.
Absolutely insane coming in from this team so far. They've done an amazing job. EWG has kept somewhat of a consistency from some of these games, especially when it comes to placement. Obviously, the first 2 games was pretty much rough, but by games 3 and 4, EWG was in the mix. It was really only a matter of time until they got a dub. They was able to keep their momentum very, very well throughout some of their games here, and it really, like I said, it really only took 1 or 2 good fights for EWG to really pop off here, and now some confidence is coming in massively from them. I can only imagine how close TE was from taking that dub and getting a second dub coming out, because TE has been putting up a lot of confidence as well into these games here. So let's hope that maybe we see them absolutely pop off towards this final game here. But unbelievable, that was very, very close to the wire when it came to some of these teams here, putting in so much time, putting in so much effort, and even with that, TE just slowly closing in this gap, but it was not enough as EWG was just putting in eliminations towards that final fight.
Yes. TE, I think they'll probably be kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't go back for back there, but listen, when EWG are doing what they're doing, it's kind of hard to... EWG, in that game, they reminded me of my annoying little brother. They just didn't go away. Every time they looked like they were with their backs against the wall, they just managed to pull something out where they flipped the switch. You
gotta bring your little brother into it.
Listen, my bank balance and the amount of money I've spent on him will tell me why. You know the meme where I think it's like 50 Cent. It's like, what did I do? Like, that's what he's probably saying watching the broadcast. What is that but yeah, so they just don't go away, and they have that such annoyance about them. But it's fantastic to have as a team. It's really great to have as a team because you can back yourself in 9 out of 10 situations to say, okay, our back's against the wall. We're not positioned well. We don't have the loadout that we want. Half our team are low. But they have that survival instinct, right? And that's the point that you made, Darby, going into the start of this game. If you have that survival instinct and you can survive in the later stages of the game, it's so valuable in it, and it inevitably sees them take home top spot in that final game.
Absolutely insane coming in as we're gonna see the standings here in terms of this game, and absolute insanity and chaos towards that final fight here. It really could have been anybody's game here, but I gotta give it up. TE really was trying to hold the fort down with their ult here, obviously getting double teamed by 2 players and sadly getting finished here. If he was able to at least zip away, get a little bit of some heals, he really could have been able to pop off here. 1 point difference between EWG and TE. Man, TE, man, just so close with that. Obviously down to the wire here. 5 points going to be massive for EWG, and obviously TE with those 2.5 rank points, making a 33.8 for EWG, and TE with 28 points. Definitely a decent deficit coming in, but those 28 points for TE is definitely going to keep them in first place.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that TE started this day in 5th, right? They started way back in 5th. They started, I think it was like 70, 80 odd points off of the top spots, but all of a sudden they have just clawed it bit by bit, game by game, back into the top spot. I think J-Team are just behind them as well. J-Team not having the best of games there, only 3.3 total points. Coming off the back of that, they'll be bitterly disappointed as they head into game number 5, trying to go on a revenge arc. But either way though, it sets our overall standings up relatively easily. But this is the winning team here, EWG, and I think it's safe to say that this MVP will most likely be going over to top 10 kills on the man here, Dabby. 19,000 damage as well. Huge performance out of Tut on that Yoto.
Yoto putting in absolute madness coming through here, and obviously the shutdown is only crazier Even with everything happening, though, the 12K coming in from Zyliu and Yeron with the 13,000. Man, Tut. You put the king in Tut, baby. That's exactly what you did here for your team over at EWG. Woo!
It's great. It's great performance when you've got someone that's doing that much damage. And you gotta say huge props to Yeron as well. I thought Yeron played fantastically well as well behind him with 7 kills, 13,000 damage in total. But overall, a great team performance out of EWG. And these were the engagements that we saw them get into, right? I mean, I've got more the KLA at the moment, but either way, this is the highlights from game number 5. If you've missed it and just joined us, fantastic stuff we've seen for so far today. EWG keeping themselves on that top spot of game number 5, and it'll be interesting to see where that's moved them up into the standings as well. TXJ though, I thought played this very, very well, kept himself alive, popped the ult at the correct time in the 2v1. JJH, they're currently sitting at the 15th spot if I'm correct, only about 15 odd points behind 14, so it's going to be a big team to follow. Either way though, we head into this final game now here though, Dabby. It's going to be a tough one, and I'm really looking forward to it. As much as I love to see who's at the top spot, I'm really interested to see that sort of like that 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th spot now, to see who's going to grab those final qualification spots.
Hopefully it'll be really good to see how this dynamics is going to be. Obviously, with that second place, TE is still going to be in the lead, but for all of the other players though, like EWG, like JL, like some of these teams that are really struggling to get on top there here. And obviously looking at the MVP score, it's going to be Tut with Phoenix Blast, Hepta Detach, Assault, Skyforce, Juggernaut, and Bounce Shell with 10 eliminations, 19k damage, 12k healing. 12,000 in healing is absolutely phenomenal. With 8 assists here, MVP, Tut, YC really coming through with that, and a massive amount of good soul jades here. They've been able to put it all together here, and they've done a fantastic job of it. So clearly, absolutely needed with this fight. So let's see how they're going to be able to knock this down all the way on this final fight. I'm excited to see how we're going to be able to make this a momentum happen for this shot. Still got more to do, and we got one last game left. Is somebody going to be able to repeat, or are we going to see a new winner here towards the end? Is TE going to keep that top 3 again and keep that lead, or is somebody going to blow somebody out of the water and snatch it away from TE?
It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say, to be totally honest with you. If you look at the consistency that TE have had throughout probably the past 3 games, I think it's kind of hard to argue against TE coming into this and just maintaining that performance. But then you've got the likes of J-Team, for example, who they just show up and they come out of nowhere and they go quiet in points of games. And you look at them like, wait, these guys have got like 9 and 10 kills. So honestly, Dabby, who really knows? We'll have to wait and see in this final game.
Obviously, it's going to be a very good one, but we'll be right back as we get ready to lock in for our game number 6, our final game for tonight for our spring split. See you in a minute.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League for our Trios Spring Split Bi-Weekly 2 Day 3 as we're looking at the overall standings here as we're going to get ready for our final game for tonight. And obviously, JJH at the top here with 15, at 15th place with a total points of 81.2 and a 52.2 in their day number 3. Still got some time here. GS kind of struggling here, has had some very big surprises here so far, so let's hope that maybe they can keep that same momentum going into this final game. And obviously, OC still struggling. Same with Wolves, Balda, and TK. At least TK now has 20 plus points, which is good. It's a good start. Hey, at least you got something. Meanwhile, funny number, 69. Coming in from G's in 11th place. Meanwhile, EWG with a 52.4. That dub coming in pretty well for them as well, putting them up in the 8th place slot over JDG, who surprisingly, we actually thought that they was going to have a really big pop-off game here. And sadly, they wasn't able to. But they still have 48.7 points, though, for their day 3 with a 119.2 total. So, even with that said, EWG and JDG are still just barely into qualifying in this Spectre. So hopefully they want to try to see if they can pop off well enough where maybe they have that opportunity here. But for the top 7, TE has taken the lead past J Team. I'm telling you, those points, even in second place, are absolutely massive. So obviously XCG, because they don't have to play in their day 3, does get moved down to a 182.1, but that doesn't mean that they have a massive opportunity. KLA, 142. They need a massive pop-off game here. And so does JL. JL is only, I'm going to say maybe 30, 40 points. So if they get a really good 20 piece, if they get a really good dub here with massive points, they can push themselves way over close to at least second place. So it's really anyone's game in this top. The question is who's hungrier for it?
Yeah, and I think that's the question that it comes down to, right? Like, this is crunch time. You played 5 games. You played this map 3 times already now tonight. This is where consistency is a factor. This is where composure is a factor. This is where just, you know, pure game intelligence comes into a main factor as well. You know, this is where, you know, I don't want to sound too cringeworthy and say champions are made, but it quite literally is crunch time. This final game of the night, it can be the difference between you finishing inside the top 14 and qualifying for playoffs. It can be the difference between you finishing inside the sort of top 8 and top 6. This can be the difference between you finishing first and second. So this final game is absolutely vital from everyone from top all the way through down to sort of our 14th spot at the moment to make sure that they continue to perform well. If not, there are teams that are hot on their heels coming for that spot.
Going to be absolutely amazing to see how this last game is. Now, usually when it comes to the last game, there's definitely people really focusing on lasting towards the very end. Those placement points being very, very important to their team. So clearly they're going to want to end it very strong. But at the same time, those placement points are going to be very important. Those 2 points, 3 points, them 5 points are massive. But we still have one more treasure to give people here in chat. Which team just won game number 5? Is it TE, J Team, KLA, or EWG? Put your answer in the chat for a chance to win limited great treasures here. Get you a big, nice box, and you never know what could be open inside of that box. It could be something you've been wanting for a while. So make sure to answer and make sure to be paying attention here in the games as we are constantly doing this every single time we are live here and constantly giving away stuff to chat. And also check and make sure on the right side, we are giving away codes to the game. So if you guys are not, and if you guys haven't had the game, I suggest you pay attention because those codes come up real quick. And just like that, when they show up, they are gone.
Yeah, make sure you stay tuned to that. Within one broadcast, not only can you grab yourself a copy of a game, you can get one of like the most rarest items in the game out of the treasures that you find from answering a question, right? So 2 for the price of 1. Who doesn't? I love it. Double your odds down. But either way, look, we're going into this final game now. Back to Morris Isle. These teams are probably going through their sort of pre-game routine right now. If you're the in-game leaders, if you're the coaches of the squad, if you're the players themselves, what are you saying to yourself if you're one of those teams that are close to the top spot but are also close to hitting that 14th spot? How are you approaching this game?
I think you approach it the way, especially for the top teams, you approach it the same way you've been doing thus far. I think for the lower teams, it's time to get aggressive. You might as well go out with a bang, get some points, see if maybe you can get something big. If you get anything big in terms of eliminations, even knocking out some of the top teams, so that way they're prevented from getting a first place. I mean, it's still something, and it still counts towards your points. And as long as you focus on that, you might be able to see yourself in a better position. Now, obviously, you don't want to be too aggressive halfway through those games, because obviously that's where a lot of people are really testing people's, strength, and really wondering if whether or not is it important to really get those eliminations, or is it important to last towards the very end of the fight. Now, that's the thing that you have to balance, is being able to get those eliminations and also staying alive towards the very end here. So it's a lot to balance, and it's a lot to fight for here, as they're going to get ready to lock in, and they got a lot to fight for in this final game.
Lots to play for, lots to lose, you could say. They're getting locked in, they're ready. Nice and relaxed faces across the board for a few of these players, GS in particular. Kicking back, relaxing. They know what it takes of them. I can't stress enough the importance of this final game. You know, it's... You talk about teams that have been at the top for a while, right? The likes of T, J Team, XCG, even KLA, for example. These teams have been here before. They know what it's like to get over this final stages. But for some of these teams, you know, that are lingering around the top 15, the top 14 spot to try and make it into that top 14 into playoffs, this might be a new experience for them to have this much pressure on their shoulders going into the final game. We'll soon see how they must cope with it. Overall, though, just give me a quick summary, Dabby, as to how you found the game so far. Today, me personally, it's been a delightfully first experience here in the Pro League for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Have we seen some of the craziest games we've seen so far this season? Is this more of the same as to what we usually see? And how have you enjoyed today's game so far?
It's gonna be, I mean, these teams just have to really figure out what's gonna be more important here for these games, honestly. Is it more important to get these early eliminations, or is it more important to focus towards the end of the game? You asked me that question. Now the question is what do you think?
I think honestly, if you're a team that is outside of the top 14 right now, I think you have to, I don't want to encourage griefing, but I think you have to kind of press the teams above you to sort of like put them in check a little bit. Due to the fact that, you know, as soon as, if you're the likes of JJH, for example, who's a 15, and I think it's GS or GG who are in 40, if you see them die early and eliminated early, you have to make sure that you press for those points and you find a few kills, because you can easily get up into the rankings. But here we go. We're going to lock in our final set of selections for Morris Isle at nighttime. In game number 5, JDG going for their usual layout of character selects. We've got a lot of Feria, got a lot of Monk, bit of Temi dropped into there, the Zippings of course as well on show. I'm excited. We've been here for about 4 or so hours now. We played 5 games. It all comes down to this, the final game of the night. Game number 6 in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. The bi-weekly number 2, day number 3. 3 days of action these guys have all played. Put themselves on their lines. Put all the efforts in to try and succeed and grab themselves a top 14 spot. At the end of today, 14 people will be left standing. Advance through to our finals. That will kick off shortly.
Love to see it though coming through here, as all of the players are really trying to find it. Less comps coming in from the massive monks. Still some monks decently into this team, but definitely seeing a lot more of the Wushen, Yodo fit, and so is the Viper here, as it looks like we're going to see some very aggressive fights. Gonna see some duos fighting it out. We see JJ is gonna be landing inside of Celestra in the very center here. And meanwhile, back in the other section, we have Wolves, Abauda, and KOA that's gonna be fighting out in Shipwreck Expanse. GG. And the King is gonna be near Eventai Temple on this right side. And Fairmos, meanwhile, J-Team and EWG, one of the other teams, is also going to be in Sunwing Rest, as the rest is going to be somewhere towards Zest Winery. Those have been some very, very popular spaces here. These are the main places that everybody expects to find some decent loot here and a great start to their fights. So it's going to be very aggressive coming off of the very center here, as it looks like Godly is going to find some dual blades. Sleepwalker is going to run towards the other section as Julie gets caught immediately into a fight, and it looks like one of their teammates is going to come through with that support. Julie coming outside of the circle here, goes for the shield as the blue ends up getting juggled and slammed with the massive heavy, and immediately becomes a 2v1 situation as the rest of the team comes through with the support to Chuli, and immediately starts to become an absolute brawl inside of Celestra. PP trying to see if they can create some distance here. Chuli getting decent hits with the nunchucks here, trying to see if they can find it. Ends up bullying Godly. Beautiful defense on each side as Chuli is able to get a massive parry and a kick towards PP here, dangerously low within the space, and just like that, WBG loses out on one of their players, and PP is able to find one. JJ, and just like that, they're able to clutch it, shut it down, and they're gonna have to run it back for a salty run back.
Yep, JJH, fantastic start to the game, exactly what they wanted. And you know why that's exactly what they wanted? Because the team that they've just picked up, the team above them have actually just dropped out early, so that's going to be their rebirth gone instantly. So JJH, this is not looking too shabby for them. They pick up the elimination points and they close that gap early onto the team above them in 14th spot. Speaking of a team inside the top 14, that's going to be KLA. Wolves, unfortunately, very much nowhere near it, because they're going to bow out early on here. And I want to say props to your boys, the Knights here, Dabby. They're close to clawing themselves off the bottom of the pack here in 21st spot. They're only 7 points behind Bowder, who currently sit in 20th. But again, I think it is going to be the likes. It's going to be between GS, JJH, and only G to grab that 14th and final spot. Inside of GS though, Rebirth comes through. They get themselves back into the game. Moonbane Charm is going to be popped from Shuli as well. PE, they're going to be getting pressed here from the side of JJH. The only aggression, I think, that Bane's Breath though, going to start to chunk down and do a little bit of damage, but only Godly, who's actually ended up picked up a substantial amount of damage taken. It's going to be LYD though, who gets caught. But here come the cavalry. The reinforcements from the side of TE. It's going to be TXJ to first take a little bit of damage. Going to pop the transform now as well, I think. Or no, sorry, the spell that came through first. As Godly trying to work his way over towards LYD, does get tagged up, does get parried. The bell comes through as well. Godly somehow keeping his squad alive here. Lots of damage dealt over towards the side of TE, and LYD is going to fall. JJH, they now turn their attention here over towards a different squad as all the players from TE have dropped.
Telling you, it really could be anybody's game here, and JJH really starting to pop off with a lot of that confidence here. Same with TK, ending up with 3 eliminations to their name already this early in the game. Usually they find them a little bit later on here, so that's actually really impressive to see them get these early elims in here, and hopefully they're able to find more here as we see GS and the rest of their team. Looks like they're still looting it up all the way into Fairmos. Looks like they have this full space open to themselves here, which is very, very helpful. Able to get as much resources as they need, as they know it's going to be a very big, long fight ahead of them. Same with WBG and the rest of their team. They're trying to find all of the other extra extremities. That's going to be very, very helpful to them as well. See if WBG is going to find any more things that's going to be helpful. Purple nunchucks, very big for them as well here. Nunchucks has been a very big advantage for them. And for a lot of these players here, it's definitely been a pretty big favorite ever since the dagger, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's funny that, you know, if you're talking like statistically, the nunchucks are the superior item, right, in terms of damage output, etc. for crit, but the dagger just seems to be the one that a lot of teams seem to sway towards, or players sway towards in terms of head-to-heads. Just seems to always come out on top. Not too sure why, but hey ho, that's the letter of the law apparently, but JT, they're going to get third party here from the side of EWG, who have also got OC here for reinforcements. Aaron, oh my god, the combos on there absolutely rinses one of the OC players out of existence. Forces them away. JT are going to get hot on their heels and retreat after seeing that one too. EWG continuing that hot spree from the fifth game into this one here on to Morris Isle. And I'm now looking, what was a 7-point lead for OUG above JJH has now been reduced to a 6. The JJH know here that they must be very close to grabbing a spot in the weekly playoff final. Ult comes through though from the Yoto of Tut. MVP of the last game, of course. Slayer is gonna fall. There goes the other remaining players of Zemeng as well. OC drop. EWG. These lot are being ruthless so far here on Morris Isle.
Nice little rotations here inside of Celestia here, but let's see some more happening here, all within the space though. Still gonna be able to go through and get this looting here. So let's see. They're gonna be able to find it here. See if they can work towards this though, and as TE looks like they're gonna be able to pop their ulti though. And it looks like there could have been a fight here between them and KLA, but it looks like they didn't want any energy towards that as they end up getting some bow shots and some cannons towards CXJ here. It looks like they're still going to try to see if they can go through the rotation. QGG trying to see if maybe they can get a... Not to get grabbed here. Gonna have to back up and be careful, though. Definitely does not want to risk a quick E-limb, as it looks like they were able to get the hit, and now they're both going to push in. CXD ends up getting a powerful parry onto KLA, QGG, and just like that, TXJ gets eliminated here from this rotation. Very, very unfortunate coming in from him. What a shutout.
Yeah, it's going to be QGG back into the equation, though, straight at the Rebirth folds up. Back into this one, KLA fully squadded up. JJH, they do not want to take this fight and die. They know that. They know that they must be super close to reading their standings. If they can grab a few kills with a third party here, this might be a fantastic spot for JJH. Are they going to react to it, though? Because Bowder and KLA, they're going to be going head-to-head, and I think Bowder know that. The early advantage here is definitely in their favor with 1 or 2 players from KLO relatively low, but as I say that, it is going to be Mau, unfortunately, going to be tanked up a little bit. 17, though, has to get away. Has to run. The Bane's Breath coming in to no avail, though. JJH, I think they've spotted one. They're going to try and go for QGG here. Can QGG survive? Can he get out? The combo's coming through, though, fantastically played on the juggle from JJH. And all of a sudden, Godly goes Godly indeed. 17 most likely will fall next. Somehow staying alive. Nothing but death awaiting him. JJH, they have now put themselves 5 points off hitting the playoffs.
Even with this one, though, still able to work towards certain other areas, though, that could be just as incredible here. Still going to be able to work towards this one a little bit more here, and you do have to be able to pay attention here, as now it's only going to get crazier, but could be more amazing as all these players start to rush in, and just like that, the teams have been formed, and it looks like JDG and GS is going to be able to fight, and so is JL and TK.
Here comes the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Yang being a very big difference here for these fights, as it looks like the monks are immediately going to start to pop off here. It's also the timing of whether or not you know when the other enemy is going to be able to do it. Sometimes you can watch and see when they're going to do it as they start to hop around here. Immediate hits on each side here, as Yailu actually ends up getting destroyed by one of their teammates here. Not one of their teammates, one of the enemies ends up getting a grab, taking Kopi from a different area, but sadly not being able to do much here, as LSR ends up grabbing one. Does he grab 2, though? No, he ends up getting the throwdown, though. And obviously, JDG dangerously low. LSR just trying to back off of this. And obviously, it's not going to be enough, as GS shuts them down in the Realm of Yang.
Interesting to see who won the second Realm of Yang as well. I think that's still going on as well. But the Vermilion Birds might, of course, picked up from GS.
TK won! Very
TK.
last place team and beat out JL in the realm of Yang.
Big kicker for TK to take some momentum forward. The Vermilion Birds might really pop there as well. But here comes GS over towards WBG. Transform has been popped from Xiaowei. He's gonna be trying to grab as many players as he can to no avail yet though. But as I say that, PP and Walcott both gonna get grabbed. PP's very, very low. PP falls to the... It's actually JDG who have come in for the third party. JDG have played this great. I think it was a snipe on the boat that come through to fight the kill. The Yoto ult comes through from Jing. LSR is going to be a little bit low, but Jing realizes that he's still fighting the 3v1, so wants to try and separate and put a little bit of distance between himself and JDG. But JDG are going hunting. They're not going to let him. Jing falls off the edge, but only straight into the hands of one other player. That's going to be the player from JS, but here comes Jing and Xiaowei. JDG going hunting here. They do not want to give up any points.
Even with that one, though, JDG still able to keep this game alive as GS is struggling to stay alive within this fight. And obviously, that Vermilion's Bird Might is going to help them immediately within this as JDG trying to work this out as WBG is going to come through with this massive Yorihime out coming in from Jing as Xiaoliu ends up getting hit by the first blade. Kupi's just trying to work his way around this, trying to keep his support as well towards this fight. Xiaoliu ends up getting hit, and here comes the Terracotta Warrior being forced on towards this space. WBG Sleepwalker struggling here, ends up getting 1v3'd as Jing actually ends up dipping on him and says, see you later, buddy. You're by yourself. Wow.
Leaves him for dead. Rebirth Charm though does come through. Has been purchased. So he's going to try and work his squad back into this if possible. Sleepwalker. Just death waiting upon him. Draco Storm for EWG though. Got 40 odd seconds left to work with. Well, this though. 18 minutes remain here in our final game of the night. Currently, less than 4 points separate 15th and 14th spot. JJH being in that 14th, 15th spot, of course, sorry, trying to go one higher. Jing.
Meanwhile, Jing is trying to rotate and just trying to get out of circle here. Looks like he will be able to pick up his teammates, though. Love to see it. Sleepwalker and PP is back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Or is it just PP?
I think it's just PP. I think
it's just PP.
I don't think Sleepwalker is back in.
6 eliminations with WBG, 7 with JJH, 6 with TK. TK still alive in this fight. EWG leading the pack with 8 eliminations so far. Could be massive for them as well here. Feel like TK could possibly be able to come back and really do a massive surprise here. Rebirth Charm coming in. LSR is going to be able to bring back their team, and JDG is back in this game as well. Rotations are going to start to slowly close in here. It's going to start to calm down just a little bit here, and then eventually it's really going to start to pop off here towards the very end as everybody's just trying to stay alive for as long as possible.
Survival is key in these stages of the games. We're about to hit the final 15 or so minutes here. 16:35 to remain, to be exact. Again, I'm looking at those points. Less than nearly 4 points now. Separate JJH and get in that 14th spot. Behind him though, GS hot on the tails. 10 points separate them from getting into 14th. JDG though. This is not a team that the side of JJH really want to run into with how great they've been playing, trying to get the cannon damage to initiate the engagement and initiate the fights. It looks like it's going to be Godly A, who does get a little bit of damage dealt onto LSR. Monk for Monk. Either way though, JJH just elected to back up slightly, re-aggress at a different time. I'm worried that JJH are going to go hunting and be a little bit over eager potentially, and it could very well cost them. Not long before we see these players start to get shrunk in closer and closer together once again.
only gonna get a little bit crazier though. 10 teams still alive here within the space. Still a lot to do here, but honestly, it's still gonna get crazier though as it comes out here. GS trying to see what they can do here, but obviously gonna stop them from getting into this portal. It looks like TK and Bauda looks like they're gonna be the ones that fight this out in the next phase here. I love to see fights like this where things can really be kind of all over the place as Bauda and TK are going to start to fight this out. Malman immediately pulls out the Monk ult immediately within this fight here. And I'm back at it. Sad7 is going to be able to repeat and do the exact same thing. Fights come out on each side here. Fight. Actually, it looks like TK is actually able to get 2 grabs here. And it looks like he's able to grab 2 within this space here. Gets the first slam. And he ends up getting another player here. Ends up getting thrown on each side here. And it looks like Malman, sadly, is not Moon. Moon is going to be alive here within this final space here. 40, trying to see if he can find any more of a momentum here with this spam. Ends up getting a beautiful slam onto TK. And sadly, TK ends up getting the first team that ends up getting eliminated within this fight. Still could have a massive opportunity, though, to get an elimination on one of these players here, though, as now some of it has been depleted on each side. Sad7 trying to fight this out with Moon. Moon dangerously low, could get found here within this fight, but sadly, no. Bad turn of events, trying to see if they can find it, and obviously it's not going to be enough, as Bauda is going to shut down TK in their reign of terror.
Reign of terror does come to an end. Indeed, Bauda going to be picking this one out. We have got TE, though, that still got the Mystic Might up and running.
They still have a shot, though.
J-Team is going to see GS looking to try and engage GS, of course. Let's take a little look at the standings. Just over 3.1 points separate JJH from taking that 14th spot. They're just creeping over the line here, Dabby. Are they going to do it? Just slowly but surely trailing their way to get done.
Even with that one, though, still going to be able to find it here as J-Team is going to try to see if they can force the separation. GS is trying to back off here as Bauda and TE have their Mystic Bites here and have the opportunity. Meanwhile, TK is going to have to find some eliminations here if they're really going to see this game all the way to the end. And that's the pressure that you have with using the Realm of Yang. It's such a high risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward. Speaking of high, Zhao going up to the heavens at the moment, just hanging out with the birds. These guys are worried about the wrong kind of tweeting. They want to be tweeting the fact that they've picked up a spot in the playoffs later on this evening after this bi-weekly concludes, of course. JJH, though. This here is a prime example. Dabby of a team that knows that they are a few points away from securing a playoff spot, and they're just edging into every bush that they possibly can to survive and keep themselves alive. But either way, JDG, they think they have a little bit of an inkling that there's a team or two nearby them. JJH, though, I would like to see them get set up a little bit better. Yes, they're covering themselves with a back to zone. But if they get caught here, it could be a tough time. KLA, though, looks like they're going to take it to the side of TK. And oh, it's just such a one-sided matchup, TK. They've not even had a chance to respond here, and blink and you miss it. The side of TK are just wiped off of the map, unfortunately for them. And that's going to be the end of their game number 6. KLA, though, they continue to put a few more points on the board. But here comes the side of JDG. It's going to be LSR, Kopi, and Co. trying to get their way up and do a little bit of damage initially to give themselves the upper advantage. QGG, though, is going to tag up Kopi to start with. The parry comes through instantly, though, from QGG. Sorry, lots and lots of damage is going to be output. LSR just about surviving. I think he's still got the transform available on the Monk as well. The CXZ, sorry, relatively low. Kopi also without shield. One player from JDG has fallen, though. The invis is popped, so for KLA, they're going to have to focus their way over towards LSR. LSR, though, has got Kopi to work with. Does find a few back and forth trades, and it looks like the damage output seems to be favouring the size of JDG at the moment. Kopi is low. Kopi is going to fall. LSR, though, still alive and kicking. I think it's a 1 versus 1. Sorry, a 1 versus 2. LSR, though, is going to pop the bell to stay alive. Has he got the... He obviously can't pop the ult, though. That's the biggest problem here that LSR is going to find. Has got the cannon. Decent amount of damage done. LSR, now the transform is available. Should he want it? Trying to tank some damage up if he can. Has got one player on the ropes. Relatively low. Isn't going to be able to find one. The parry comes through. Here comes the transform, though. Out of LSR. But KLA, they've managed to find a revive onto QGG as well. And I think it's only a matter of time before LSR falls.
Meanwhile, CXZ going to be able to clutch this up. LSR able to push forward here and keep the same aggression alive here. CXZ is going to have to force the back off here. He is dangerously low, so he is going to have to prioritize the circle here. Not looking good as EWG is going to be on the rotation, ready for another fight. The Tumult ult comes out. Worst time to be in a space that you don't need to be in. As CXZ is trying to hold it down. Oh my goodness! Hints up throwing a quick heal right to his teammate, able to help him out in the best way possible. EWG is going to be able to find one. It looks like it's going to come from KLA's QGG. Takeda comes through, the beautiful time for that ghost. Beautiful parry comes through, trying to hold it together. Takeda just trying to separate the spread as much as possible. 17 comes through as Tud is going to be able to use the Yorihime ulti. The question is it going to be enough? Ends up shattering him with the F3, and just like that is able to get the nice piece for the finish here for one of their KLA members here as QGG is going to continue, and CXC is also follow suit. Wow.
Big performances out of EWG. They now go hunting for the remaining players of KLA. CXZ and QGG somehow surviving here. Not a lot of HP to work with. QGG though does get grappled on, lots of damage dealt, and it should only be a matter of time. QGG falls. EWG, they're continuing the spree up to 10 eliminations now here. 137 points total. They are picking up from where they left off on Holoroth, and they are picking up and they are feeling themselves here so far in game number 6. I'm really intrigued to see where JJH are. They're still only a few points away from securing that top 14 spot, but they've not done too much in terms of the movement department. GS now looking to close the gap between themselves and WBG. They've noticed that Jing and Sleepwalker might be a little bit vulnerable here, and that's exactly what happens. One player's knocked down low. We are going to see Sleepwalker though try and get himself away. Jing pops the Yoto. Oh, lots of damage dealt, and GSS, they've walked into an ambush here. There's all three players. They're going to be chunked up relatively heavily. One player falls and drops. Sleepwalker, however, though, is going to fall as well. But here comes the third party from Bowder. Great stuff so far. But GS, I think, are going to inevitably potentially fall. But not if Jing's got anything to do with it. No shield, but can still get some work done.
Even with this, though, Jing able to put in work towards Liu. Liu actually doing really well with the damage here, but it's not going to be enough as Jing ends up getting hit, and that fire tick damage is going to do enough here. Being dangerously low already is in a very tough space here, all within this fight. Zaliu able to work towards this all the way as the Wushin is going to be able to help keep the shields alive and guard them while they're going to be able to get the rewards, though. Godly, Truly, and the rest of JJ going to be able to rotate towards this, though. Going to at least go towards this right side, at least towards the south side here, as it looks like they're still going to be able to rotate within even more than what's been needed so far here. It looks like they're going to go through some Soul Jade changes here. Look at this.
JH.
Nice shots coming in with that cannon, trying to see if anything can connect. ZK was able to connect some, and so was Godly. He was able to come back with something as well here.
JJH, they've just secured themselves up into that top 14 spot as well, so they know now with GS dying, that qualification very much in their hands, and I think they might have just put their spot in the top 14, but they don't want to have to potentially go off if buts and maybes. They want to secure it themselves. They're now going to turn their attention over towards the likes of J-Team. 5 minutes remain here in this final game of the night for this bi-weekly in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Godly, though, very, very low. JJH, you got to get out of there. Oh, fantastic use there of getting out of trouble, but straight into the arms of J-Team, though, unfortunately. We do see the transform come through from Godly, trying to stomp his way around and grab a few players from J-Team out of midair. Walter isn't ever even going to fall. That's going to be SK, or ZK, sorry, who finds the kill onto him. so much damage being dealt here from the side of J Team, and I think JJH may have just bitten off a little bit more than they can chew.
Very unfortunate though, but absolutely you can into these situations here, and you definitely have to be careful here because it really can be a bad space to be in here, and obviously sadly is could potentially pay for it here as ZK on the rotation here, using that cannon to try to create a little bit of distance from some of these other teams as the circle is slowly going to push in here. It's only going to get tighter as TE is going to catch Zai Liu out by himself for a second, though. It looks like they're going to be able to push that right on back. EWG's on the right side here, right on this backside, trying to put pressure on the J-Team here. J-Team being able to push in towards this one. Notice J-Team has 9 eliminations. EWG has 12. Could see a back-to-back coming in from one of these teams here. J-Team has at least a dub tonight, and so does TE. EWG as well, so it really can be anyone's game. JJH sadly down to 1 player on their roster here. 5 teams left alive within this space here. Bauda able to hold on to for as long as they potentially can, as the bow shots being absolutely lethal to teammates here, and so does that fire tick damage as TXJ is going to pop that monk ult and is going to try to see if he can find some freebies here while he's in the middle of seeing all of these fights happen right below. And the same thing can be said for Malman, also trying to find it as well. Teams just trying to get out of the range of sight for TXJ and not getting caught in a bad situation. Meanwhile, it looks like Malman is also blocking his teammates, so that way TXG can't get a full free grab as well. Beautiful defense coming in from their player though, but good sense coming in from them as well. Big beautiful call coming in from Bauda, as now they're going to push towards this right side here. J-Team still trying to find their place, and JJH is just down at the bottom of the ship, just chilling, trying not to force anything. He's just going to sit all the way down there. He has that hole, and he has that massive opening in the front here, so he's just going to relax down there, and hopefully the teammates are just going to absolutely go crazy to where he doesn't need to do anything here, as ZK ends up getting absolutely blasted and pelted by all types of fire. There's so many bells and whistles, bolts, and so many arrows and cannons all over the place here. It could be a really bad place as Zai Liu catches elimination onto Bauda's moon with the cannon. And guess what? JJ still down at the bottom here, and he's safe. He just chills down there. He doesn't really need to do anything. He just need to focus on those placement points, as Zai Liu is going to pop the ulti from Viper here, trying to see if he can find anything that could be potentially helpful for him. And it looks like J-Team is going to drop down and is going to keep the fight going all the way towards this one here. And curious though, even with all of this TYD just trying to rotate all the way around this space, JJH still alive in this fight, as EWG is going to be able to find him. Catches Malman deep in this corner though of the waterfall, taking a nice bath, and says, "Where do you think you're going there, good buddy?" Good stretch from each section here as Bauda and TE is fighting for top space up top here on this rock. The higher the placement, the higher the space here in terms of where you can be, the more advantages you have, especially being a massive monk can be very, very helpful for you. But even then, it doesn't necessarily mean being at the bottom is also the worst either, as TXJ ends up getting caught here in between all of the fire kick damage here. Ends up hitting massive hits, though, with it. Oh, my goodness. TXJ and Zai Liu ends up getting destroyed, though, as the Yodahime ulti comes through here. Tut trying to see if he can find anything. Ends up canceling it, though, surprisingly. And it looks like EWG all the way towards the very bottom here decides to go for their final reset, as the circle is going to start closing in 40 seconds. It's going to be absolutely tight, and it's going to be a very different one, as TE and EWG fighting for who's going to repeat tonight. And even with this one, though, they're still going to fight this out, as the Viper is going to be able to pop it again here, trying to see if maybe they can catch one on the outside, and sadly wasn't able to capture one at all. Zai Liu dangerously low. TE might potentially push on that, though. Could be a massive opportunity to, and yes, they do. Ends up catching the elimination on Zai Liu. Zai Liu just trying to see if he can find any space as TXJ. The confidence coming through as Tut ends up getting finished. And just like that, it's going to be TE versus EWG and Bauda, which Gayron looks like he's going to actually snatch the elimination away here. And now, just like that, J-Team trying to hold on for as long as possible. It is three teammates, 2 solos. And just like that, it looks like they're going to rotate out of the circle here, and they're not going to really force anything, though. They're not going to give them a free elimination into this, but T's going to get it anyway. J-Team's Eagle's going to die to the circle, not giving him a shot. And just like that, TE gets the second dub of the night and the last. Wait, do they? No, it's EWG.
EWG grabbed it back to back for EWG.
Oh, wow.
Big performances out of EWG. They go to Holleroff, they stomp it on Holleroff, and they clutch up there on Morris Isles to go back for back. Oh, but TE though, you mentioned if there was a team that could have probably gone 2 for 2, it would have been them, but it seems like EWG had other ideas. Nevertheless though, what a 6 set of games we have had so far today, or should I say today, of course that being the final game wrapped up. This just shows why NARAKA is such an evolving and an ever-growing esport, because we see craziness like this happen, and this is only the bi-weekly week 2 trios, right? You know, this is literally only just kicking off, and I'm so excited to see where the rest of the season goes, especially for the spring split. Well, this has been a great day of action, and what a game to end it out on as well.
You love NARAKA, BLADEPOINT, and the competitiveness of these teams here, knowing that almost all of the players and all of the teams really had a massive opportunity to get that finish, and sadly it wasn't going to be enough here, but still able to put in more effort towards this, and obviously the shutdown was absolutely amazing here, as they're going to be able to shut it down and make it look good all the way towards the end.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the final standings as well, because I think even in that last team fight, we may have seen a shift again in who is sort of that top 3 spot. And I want to make sure that we've confirmed JJH into that 14th spot, because I think they held it right up until they died. But either way, though, it's been great. It's been a fantastic day's worth of action. If you said to me at the start of the day after that first game that we would see sort of 5 or 6 different shifts in the leaders and in who qualifies, I would have probably called you a madman. But hey ho, it's NARAKA, you never know what to expect, right, when it comes to game after game after game. So either way though, I think we've set ourselves up really nicely for going into the playoffs with some fantastic trios.
Absolutely, though, these trios were absolutely phenomenal. They were able to just put so much vibes into some of these teams that we didn't really expect to really pop off here. And obviously for EWG, getting that second dub, 2 dubs in the night, is absolutely massive for them. That placement points are going to be good. Those 5 ranking points are going to be huge for them, and that should definitely put them in a very higher status in the standings here for the overall ranking. For our bi-weekly spring split. I'm excited to see where the roster is going to be. Obviously, I think TE is still going to be in the lead, obviously. And it's definitely going to be a massive jump because of where they were placed. But I think for everything else, though, I think it's going to be fun to see where the rest of it goes.
Yeah, I think we sort of have a rough idea of who are going to be the top 14, but we don't ever confirm things here in broadcast. Rule number 1 of being a caster is don't say that a team's qualified until they've actually qualified. So I'm interested. It shouldn't be too long until we get to see those final standings. I'm just so blown away by the fact that these teams can continue to impress on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. The fact that, you know, whether it's solos or trios, they always pull out all the stops to entertain you lot at home. And hey, hopefully if some of you have never checked out NARAKA before, you grabbed yourself one of the free codes that we gave away on the right hand side in the chat, or potentially got yourself some of the treasure to try out the game, because honestly, if you want a game full of action-packed craziness that is still at a very high level of a competitive nature, definitely get involved, because who knows, you very much self at home could be here one day playing in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. But I'm excited to see these final standings when they get tallied up and they get thrown into us, because it's going to be interesting to see where we are.
Gonna be good to see where everything else comes into this space, and even with like all of this other rotations in terms of how things have been going so far here, this has definitely been an unorthodox set of games here that we really have seen, but the aggressiveness is still the same, and it's still incredible to watch how these teams can really balance it out here, and where the aggression really starts to push into further and further and further away into these games here, really able to push it out even more towards this. And hey, listen, they were able to make it work all the way towards the end. So clearly EWG, hats off to you guys, because he was able to shut that down and put it down towards the very end here as Oh my goodness. EWG with 16 eliminations. 26.5 game score. Look at the closeness between J-Team and TE. 16.2 and a 17.4. J-Team putting up at least a point more. And then obviously TE still being in that top 3. The consistency of TE tonight has been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal to see where he's been. But I gotta give it up. KLA really surprised us at the end there with those 10 eliminations. 0.5 ranking points and obviously a 13.5. Man, they did their thing. I'm very impressed.
I was looking forward to seeing KLA on the way in. They were one of the teams that when you asked me who would I be looking out for, they were one of the teams that I mentioned early on because I thought that if they looked okay, and obviously they definitely looked okay for the bi-weekly that they won back in week 1 because of how consistent and much they progressed. But I thought going into this, if they stay number 3, they could be a team that come back with a bit of a vengeance to try and bounce back in the standings, and they've done exactly that. They've looked very, very consistent. But here is, of course, the winning team. And I'm torn here in terms of who I think the MVP should be. In kill front, you got to look at Jaloi, of course, but on the damage front, 20k damage for Yeren. That is monstrous damage coming out of Yeren, to say the least. But let's take a look at the final standings then. TK sit bottom, unfortunately for them, followed by Wolves, KZ, Bowder, OCGS, and OUG from 21st through to 15th. Now the question is, who grabbed a spot inside our top 14? JJH claimed their spot in the top 14, followed by WBG, Alliance, GG, Ventus, JDG, and GD, who run 8th through to 14th. 127 points on an 8th place squad. That just shows you how much of a monstrous games these teams in the top 7 must have had. But JJH, though, clutching up when necessary and when needed to. In that last game to jump over 10 points from 15th into 14th. Huge props to them. But TE lead the way and lead our leaderboards at the top spot, followed by Team J, Team XCG, KLA, EWG, JL, and AOW. What a top 7 that is, and you've got to say, very, very solid consistent performance from the both TE and J team.
Absolutely massive, though, to be able to come in and shut that down. Did a great job, though. Man, that's a decent difference, though. 6 points to be able to take that title. EWG being the winners here, and our second dub of the night for EWG. As we look back here, JJ really did put in a lot of effort here, really trying to hold on, trying to get any type of eliminations that they can here, and they did a great job of it. Obviously wasn't able to really push through towards the very end here, but still was able to do a lot more than that, even within the titles that was absolutely given to them. As now going back into the order here, Jing able to get some beautiful eliminations as well. KLA's QGG fighting this out, even with the rest of the team coming through with massive eliminations. TK coming through with so much confidence, though, but obviously that 1v3 is very, very tough here, and even Kopi trying to find some stuff here. Beautiful slams on each side, and TE able to just try to scramble it all the way towards the end, but sadly, it just wasn't going to be enough, as EWG was able to shut it down towards the very end. No matter what TE did, they were just going to be short, and EWG was just a better team today for their games. But TE gets the final laugh, though, being at the top.
Yeah, TE performed so well, and the consistency that they showed, the same as J team, was second to none. But here we go, MVP does go over to Yeren with the 20k damage, just under 21,000, 5 kills, 6 assists, 9k of healing, 2 kills before his first rebirth as well. Rocking that burst arrow, the longsword, sap, scat shot, fire arrows, cavalry, bloom, and the wave roll. 12k damage, nearly 13k damage, say it, alone on the boat. This man really knows how to fire an arrow.
Well, absolutely, definitely have to in many situations here, but did a fantastic job of that, even within this realm of with everything that's been happening. And obviously the shutdown just makes it a little bit better here, as we're going to be able to say, hey, amazing work coming in from EWG, man. They put in an absolute effort to be able to get those 2 dubs, and to everybody else, especially TE, I got to give it up. Even with EWG getting those 2 dubs, TE kept so much consistency. I think they were in the top 3 the last 5 games. throughout tonight. TE was either second or third almost every game. And honestly, as a team that you want to be consistent of, that's the place that you want to be consistently. And that's exactly why TE is at the very top of the leaderboard currently with a 6-point difference between first and second place. Woo!
It's crazy. It's crazy to say the least. But I do think we are going to go to a quick and short interview with one of the players from that last game. So yeah, let's check out what they got to say.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Chuyue from the team JJH to our interview. So let him say hello to us first. 也就先请Chuyue跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello, my name is Chuyue.
Wow, in English, so nice. So, first I have to say congratulations to you guys to got the last ticket to our bi-weekly final. But I also want to ask you, do you remember last bi-weekly finals champion KLA's flag for our game? 那其实首先也是要问一下，就是先恭喜Chuyue，你们拿到了最后一张进入到我们双周决赛的门票嘛。但是想问一下，你记不记得上一周 KLA 的这个周决 flag 是什么？
好像是无表情吃柠檬吧。
Yes. So I remember it's like eating lemons. So how do you think about their flag? 那你觉得他们的这个 flag 怎么样？
我觉得没有挑战性。
I think it's so easy. So like, what kind of challenging flag you think? 那你觉得怎么样才算有挑战的呢？
我们是打算让小雷神直播倒立洗头。
Okay, so if our team got the bi-weekly finals champion of TRIOS, we want to maybe got Lei washing his hair with doing handstand, but that is so hard to do it. But 这个很难达到位，兄弟。
没事，让他去做。
Okay, it's okay. But why is not you? Why is got Lei? 那为什么不是你呢？为什么是got Lei呢？
因为我想整蛊他。
Because I want to see him doing this. Well, you know, our English interview have a new part. It's called Answer for Treasure. And so this time, our question is, which team isn't qualified to the bi-weekly final? 那其实这一次我们的问题是哪一个队伍没有进决到周决的比赛当中？你也不用着急把这个答案说出来，我还是要问一下。So, how do you think your team's last bi-weekly finals performance? 那你自己觉得上一个双周自己的队伍表现如何呢？
我觉得上个双周我们表现的不是很好嘛，就是相当于我们的常规赛打的还可以，但是我们的周决打的就很烂嘛，就相当于我们也自己反思了一下，然后这个双周以后的比赛希望能越来越好嘛。
Okay, so I think it's not very well. Although we got a nice performance in the regular game, but we didn't perform well in the bi-weekly final. So we also do more training and think ourselves more. We want to do better in the following games. So what about these times bi-weekly final? Maybe say some tough words, some promise for it. 那其实马上也是到了我们这一次的周决比赛了嘛。这一次什么期望？说点狠话。
夺冠。
We want to go the champion. Wow, that is really high. But what do you think about the score now? 那你觉得现在的分数能够支撑你们夺周冠吗？
只能说压力很大吧。
Okay, so I really think I'm under the really high pressures about this. Well, so please, Chuyue, count down the time for our audience.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And don't forget to check your mailbox. And our monitor will send a message to you. Do not forget to check it. Well, so, you know, after like 6 games, and so how do you think about GS performance? 那其实你觉得 GS 今天表现怎么样
？GS 表现吧，就是一开始嘛，我觉得就是他们的分比我们高嘛，然后之后我们就是想去超越他，然后再超越 OOC， 我们进周决了嘛。然后我们就相当于看他们打的分，就是我们一点点的追平他们的，我们一点点在追平他们的比分，然后之后就是觉得他们就相当于一轮及格线嘛。 就是相当于我们只要超越他们，然后再超越 OG， 我们就是能进周决嘛。
So at first, we noticed that GI scored is higher than us, and also OUG is also like higher than us. So we want to like surpass their score and to get into the bi-weekly finals. So that is our goal today. Well, so of course you got the last ticket, and it's really like a happy things for you. So if you got the champion, what things you want to do first? 那如果你拿了周冠，你第一件事想做什么？
第一件事，先发个朋友圈吧。
I want to send a message in my WeChat. Why is that? What do you want to write it? 那你打算在里面写什么？小雷神导理系统。
OK， 就是某些人的承诺必须要实现。
Okay, I want to write it down. Like Godly, you have to like washing your hair, doing handstand. Well, so we know that you're the like new team in the last seasons, but in this seasons we also have more new team coming to it. So like which new team you think is really strong? 那你觉得就是这一个赛季来的很多的新队伍，哪一个队伍你觉得是蛮强的呢？
都还好吧，都还好。
No, you must say one. You must choose one.
只能选一个吗
？Yeah.
那就 GS 吧。新队伍 GS。
Oh, you choosing GS, but they didn't get into the bi-weekly final. 但是他们没进周决，为什么选 GS?
就很可惜嘛，很可惜嘛。
Well, okay, so I think it's really pity that they didn't get into the bi-weekly final, but I also think they are a really strong team, like strong new team in our game this season. Okay, well, so thank Chuyue for doing this, and I hope your team can get a nice score in the bi-weekly final of TRIOS. So that's all for today's interview, and tomorrow will be our bi-weekly final of solos. So waiting for you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the fantastic interview at the very end of tonight. And John, honestly, you did a great job.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. I almost forgot how fast-paced NARAKA is at times to keep up with. So, but once you get the feel for it, it's always nice to be back. And hopefully, I didn't annoy you people at home too much with my my annoying British accent. But we had fun though. That's the main thing, right?
Oh, for sure. We had a good time. And honestly, that's all that matters. Chad had a good time. And obviously, the games were absolutely phenomenal tonight. Seeing TE go at it. EWG really surprising us tonight. J-Team continuing to keep the reign of terror going. And even seeing TK, that's down all the way at the very bottom, surprisingly get some eliminations. And I have to actually look back at the... standings here. I don't necessarily know if they were at the bottom, but maybe if they didn't, that would actually be a remarkable finish here, as obviously we're looking at the qualified teams for our bi-weekly finals here. It's TE, J-Team, XCG, KLA, EWG, Ventus, JDG, GD, AOW, JL, GG Alliance, WBG, and JJH. Some of these teams made it just enough to qualify. I'm looking at you, JDG.
Yeah,
looking at y'all. I'm looking at JL, who was struggling for a very long time here and really was able to put this together. These are the overall teams that were fighting it out. So obviously certain teams did not qualify, like KZ, like OC, Bauda, also another team, OUG, that sadly did not qualify. GS trying to qualify. Obviously, the King did not. They were at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but still so much more. And these finals are going to be just as interesting as we're going to be going through this, I think this weekend, actually. So you guys are going to get actually a massive jam-packed section of games for the next couple of days here. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. So be sure to be here every day this weekend. Same time as always, as we're going to get started rocking it down here. And it's going to be a whole lot of momentum for all of you guys. And I hope you guys get ready, because it's going to be a sensational weekend of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League gameplay.
Yep, I can't wait. I'm super excited. This is how the bi-weekly final is going to go down, though. We are going to have Morris Isle to kick things off for the solos. We're going to have games 2, on Holoroth. We're going to have then games 3 and 4 on Morris Isle once again, followed by games 5 on Holoroth, then back to Morris Isle for game 6. So the exact same format that we run tonight is going to be happening through the bi-weekly final for us trios as well. And listen, I am so excited to, yes, I might not be casting it, but boy, oh boy, am I excited to watch it.
Well, I'm definitely excited to watch it as well. Coming through with all of this. To all of the viewers, thank you guys have been showing love tonight, especially for our new cast, John, who has been so far fantastic tonight. Thank you guys for having us. We still have more to do, though, for the next time. But trios, amazing tonight. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Especially for some of these teams that we didn't really not expect to absolutely try to pop off and just barely get into the qualifications here. We love to see when they fight all the way tooth and nail to the very finals at the very end here. You love to see it in these finals here. And obviously, to the teams that qualify, congratulations. We're going to see you in the bi-weekly finals because that's when things really get good. I think that's a wrap. We've seen the standings. We showed you the teams. We got the schedules done. We got everything in terms of what we need. We saw the highlights. I like the highlights. I think the best one still was that reverse parry. In between two people ended up getting reverse parried into that one. I'm sorry. That one will forever stick into my mind towards that final space here. Absolutely insane. And I know I'm going to be telling Rune about that, and we'll probably be talking about that for a hot minute.
I agree. Fantastic night of action, to say the least. I'm intrigued again to see where the finals and the bi-weekly finals go from that. But I think, like you said, I think we're good to go. I think there's not much more to say other than thank you for watching. To all of you as the production team for working super hard in the background as well. Of course, this wouldn't be doable without you. But if we haven't got anything else to say, I think we say keep enjoying NARAKA, and we'll see you guys in the finals this weekend.
Finals weekend is going to be absolutely jam-packed. Like I said, same time as always for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's going to be absolutely jam-packed with both solos and trios. Obviously, we have the qualifications that have already happened for solos, so that's going to be exciting to watch as well. I will probably be in chat talking to all of you guys. Like I said, thank you guys for the support here. My name is Davier, and this is John over here as we're going to sign off here for NARAKA. Thank you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause